Hello, Legion. Hello, VOD watchers. Hello, audience. Hello, any live viewer. Welcome to the continuation of yesterday's adventures. Yesterday? Well, the entire week. Hey, hey. Woohoo, yeah. Things are going around quite swimmingly. Quite swimmingly. There we go. Got game audio. We've got everything that your heart could desire. Minus the riches. The materialistic riches that we all crave for. What am I talking about? Absolutely nothing. Here we go. Bust up in the wind. Oh my god, look at her. Look, Lady Bloom. Oh my god, Lady Bloom with a with the instantaneous transmission to the live stream. How long have I been live? What? 3 minutes. I managed to set it up in the stream in less than 3 minutes, and she also arrived in less than 3 minutes. Talk about priority notification. Hello, Lady Blue. Alright, let's go. Let's continue. Where were we? Right, smoldering ruins up high in the mountains. Now going over to Arkhams or Markarth. Why, it'd be a little bit difficult because although the map is not that detailed and this is the maximum that you can zoom in, you cannot rotate it, but you can see there are a lot of mountains and cliffs around here. So yeah, I would venture a guess that this is the place that most players hate back in the day because I mean look at this. It's awful. Look at it. Jeez. Okay, so now we have to trek all of those cliffs. Okay, there was a haven there. So I'm gonna go towards that. I say a haven. It's a settlement or something further down south. Well, let's go explore that then. And then come back. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, look at that. Look at that. The chat on Restream. On the screen. Hand pink waving. Hands yellow, heart red. Okay, for some reason the chat on screen cannot show emoticons. That's a Restream problem right there. What on YouTube chat do emoticons show proper? Ain't that lovely? Lovely, lovely. It must have been the wind. It cast a wicked grin. A spear pierced my shield. Serpent's Bluff readout. Well, since I'm here. Okay, what could there be here? Bandits? I'm guessing bandits. Oh! Oh. Someone detected me. Someone detected me but said nothing, so definitely hostile. Because if they were friendly, they would never just unsheath their weapon like that. I believe Forsworn. Okay, I'm betting on Forsworn are here. Well, let's see. Am I right or am I right? Yes! There are! It's the Forsworn! Hey! Ooh, it's a forager. Ooh, baby! Oh, there's two of them. Oh! Yay. Forsworn shaman! We got a shaman! We got a shaman! So if you remember, the Forsworn are basically, I'd like to call them eco-terrorists, but no, they're not eco. They're only natives, apparently, of this region, and they set ablaze all of the ground. All of the forager. They set to ground everything they come across. So the Empire doesn't use it. It's one of those tactics. You see it in war if you read up on medieval wars. Who did this? I remember a certain ruler that did this. I think it was back in Roman times. During the military campaigns. Whoop. It was... And it had a name. It had a specific name, this tactic, but I forgot. I don't know. I don't remember. Oh my god, YouTube, could you please stop it with the scrolling? I'm in the game. If I scroll down, I don't want the video page to scroll down too. Yeah, it can't be helped. Can't be helped. Can't do anything. Damn it. Hold on, I have a better idea. Hold on. Just a... Here we go. Here we go. Okay, and now stay in here. Okay, now it seems that it's fixed, hopefully. Always pisses me off when I see that that on the other screen it's scrolling down when I'm scrolling down into the game. I'm in the game. Okay? Stop scrolling. You son of a... Oh, there's one. Oh no, it's a Briarheart! I hate these! Why do they have eagle eyes? Why do they have eagle eyes? Why? That one was just a normal Forsworn. And he still detected me. Hold on, what? Supple Ancient Nord Bow, damage 28, damage 24, but damage plus 9. Why? I don't understand. Why does it lie to me? It lies to me. So it tells me that if I take this Forsworn bow, my damage will be up by 9 points, which is a lie. It's a goddamn lie, because look, the Supple Ancient Nord Bow does 28 damage. This one does 24 damage. Okay, maybe it adds the buffs. Okay. Let's see then. Forsworn Bow. Damage 32. Supple Agent. Damage 32 plus 4. Damage 36. And now it says damage minus 4 if I take it. God damn it, game. Stop lying to me. So, I saw an interesting game on Steam from an maybe interesting developer called SP Games, and I kind of debated if I should go live with that game for a test run. And you know what? It does sound interesting. The developer is called SP Games, and they have a bunch of games in their catalog, as I've seen on Steam. One of them is The Prince of Wallachia, which is an action platformer. And yes, it's about Vlad the Impaler. And the other one, which I saw today, is called Strigoi, which is basically the, let's say, the Romanian equivalent for vampiric-like creatures. It's not exactly a vampire. More like a, I want to say a vampire's troll, but no, not even that. It's something else. The Strigoi is something else. And I read the reviews. There are only 2 reviews for that game currently. And one was in English. And they were like, oh, I like this. Hey, emo vampires, hot vampires, and whatever. And the other one was completely in Romanian. And it's still buggy. It's a buggy mess right now. It's not game breaking, but it's immersion breaking, definitely. And I was thinking, well, should I stream Strigoi or should I continue with Skyrim? But ultimately, I went with Therapyrim. But there are plenty of games that I would like to test out, explore, Discovery, in the Discovery series. Just like I posted with Seleco and other games. That's what I would like to do. I have another game that's called, it's an indie game, same as Strigoi though. Well, not same with the theme. I have another game that I have installed on my hard drive and I have not launched it yet. And it's called It's About Money. So yeah, that looks interesting. Oh, Lady Plume, wow, I want to see that. She wants to see Strigoi. The game itself is selling for how much? 20 lei? Was it 20 lei? No, 20 something lei. It's like up to 5 euros. Not a lot. I can do that as well later today. I can download Strigoi. We can have a look, and today or tomorrow. Anyway, this week. So hey, if one person wants it, fine. I'll do it. Why not? Break the thing. So before the 5th Therapyrim, sure, I'll do indie games. I gotta call it something though. Because if I have the time, I'd like to do more than one game in one sitting. Because if these games are not all that, like, for instance, It's About Money, it's more of a management, not even management, it's a, calling it a resource sim is not exactly fair. It's like, oh, I found Rorik's dead. Oh, this is where that thief from the beginning of the game hails from. Anyway. What's it called, man? A resource management game. Like, you know those games where you have to keep foraging for resources to build better resources, to build better resources, to build better resources? On top, on top, on top. Like No Man's Sky. That's one game, for instance. Minecraft, that's another one. It's about money. Seems like it's that as well. And I played one... I think I played earlier on stream. Yeah, I did. I did one stream with... what's that? The ship game. Dredge. But I love Dredge, even though it's still with the resource management and stuff like that. I don't know, man. I see those games as time wasters because of PTSD with... Oh my god! Farmville and stuff. There we go. So yeah, I'll definitely do Strigoi either today or tomorrow, the latest. I don't know if I'll do it today. We got 12 hours, so... We have 12 hours. That's as much as the YouTube can do. Oh, come on, man. Hold on. Oh my god. I've got a rocket punch. Watch. Oh, never mind. I thought it was more. I should earn unarmed points for that. I really should. Lund is dead. Rest in peace, Lund. I don't know who he was. Morning Brew Mead. Any books? Oh, the Real Barenzia Volume 5. That's the last one, isn't it? But I think I have that one already. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did a count, by the way. I did a count yesterday. Because I was playing Counter-Strike Source with my friends. And we played for a few hours. We had fun. It was fun. Back to the good old days when we could just play and just shoot the shit, let's say. Let's see. I gotta count these books again, so it's 1, 2. Yeah. 63 books. So far in my catalog, I've read and come across and looted 63 books. And I'm still not done. So, I don't know about the total count of books. Like unique books that you can find. And books, not journals. Sadly, I counted one of these journals as a book. So, it's not 63 or 65 or -1. Say. The Real Barenzia, Volume 5. I have it. Okay, so not reading that. 60-something books. Oy, oy, oy. Jeez. Oh, look, more. Oh, look, Frontier Conquest. I definitely do not have this. Frontier Conquest and Accommodation, a social history of Cyrodiil. Okay, let's... Frontier, Conquest. Okay, and after writing this down... This pen is... Sometimes I like this pen, sometimes it drives me mad. But mostly I like it. Accommodation. Ah, it doesn't fit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 books and I'm done with page 1. Social History of Cyrodiil, University of Gwynlim Press. Further 344. Historians often portray the human settlement of Tamriel as a straightforward process of military expansion of the Nords of Skyrim. In fact, human settlers occupied nearly every corner of Tamriel before Skyrim was even founded. These so-called Nedic peoples include the Proto-Cyrodiilians, the ancestors of the Bretons, the Aboriginals of Hammerfell, and perhaps a now-vanished human population of Morrowind. Strictly speaking, the Nords are simply another of these Nedic peoples, the only one that failed to find a method of peaceful accommodation with the elves who already occupied Tamriel. Ysgramor was certainly not the first human settler in Tamriel. In fact, in fleeing civil war in Atmora, as the Song of Return states, Ysgramor was following a long tradition of migration from Atmora. Tamriel had served as a safety valve for Atmora for centuries before Ysgramor's arrival. Malcontents, dissidents, rebels, ladless younger sons all made the difficult crossing from Atmora to the new world of Tamriel. New archaeological excavations date the earliest human settlements in Hammerfell, High Rock, and Cyrodiil at ME 800 to 1000, centuries earlier than Ysgramor, even assuming that the 12 Nord kings prior to Harald were actual historical figures. The Nedic peoples were a minority in a land of elves and had no choice but to live peacefully with the Elder race. In High Rock, Hammerfell, Cyrodiil, and possibly Morrowind, they did just that, and the Nedic peoples flourished and expanded over the last centuries of the Mirific era. Only in Skyrim did this accommodation break down, an event recorded in the Song of Return. Perhaps being close to reinforcements from Atmora, the Proto-Nords did not feel it necessary to submit it to the authority of the Skyrim elves. Indeed, the early Nord chronicles note that under King Harald, the first historical Nord ruler, the First Era 114 to 221, the Atmoran mercenaries returned to their homeland following the consolidation of Skyrim as a centralized kingdom. Whatever the case, the pattern was set. In Skyrim, expansion would proceed militarily, with human settlement following the frontier of conquest, and the line between human territory and elves' territory was relatively clear. But beyond this zone of conflict, the other Nedic peoples continued to merge with their elven neighbors. When the Nord armies of the First Empire finally entered High Rock and Cyrodiil, they found Bretons and Proto-Cyrodiils already living there among the elves. Indeed, the Nords found it difficult to distinguish between elf and Breton. The two races had already intermingled to such a degree. The arrival of the Nord armies upset the balance of power between the Nedic peoples and the elves. Although the Nords' expansion into High Rock and Cyrodiil was relatively brief, less than 2 centuries, the result was decisive. From then on, power in those regions shifted from the elves to the humans. Oh, look, the Real Barensia Volume 1. Which is the one that I do not have, but I have read. So now, upon that blotch I made yesterday, I'm going to put Volume 1. And I think I have all of the books. Not going to read it, because I already read it on the other stream. The Mysterious Akavir. Mysterious Akavir. Do I have this one? No. No, I do not. Mysterious Akavir. Very well. Oh, Lady Plume says, Grigor in Romanian mythology are troubled spirits that are said to have risen from the grave. They are attributed with the ability to transform into an animal, become invisible, and to gain vitality from the blood of their victims. So it's basically a ghoul with extra steps, or a zombie with extra steps. That's what that's what it sounds like. I mean, it could turn invisible, and it can shapeshift into an animal. So we've got invisibility, animal thingy, and bloodsuckers as well. So isn't that interesting? That's an advanced mythical creature. Usually you just have ghouls or you just have vampires, like in the most common of tales. You only have the vampire that sometimes can turn into a bat, sometimes they can do a thrall, have a slave. Sometimes they're defeated with a cross, a holy cross, holy water, sunlight, or a stake through the heart. Or like werewolves. The best way to kill a werewolf is with a silver. That's the most common of mythologies that I know. Like, everyone knows. Because, movies and stuff. But look at that. It's 3 guys. Like, they got 1, 2, 3. They got 3 abilities. But it says nothing about their intellect, though. That's kind of interesting. Are they feral? Can they think? Do they have rationale? I mean, That's actually. Oh, Lady Plume, I should send you the Ceausescu Boogaloo. Count Dankula posted yesterday a video of the video is it's called "When Revolutionaries Get Revolted Against," and there were some things there during December 1989 that I had no idea of. Like, really, had no idea. Like how exactly Ceausescu got caught, how they tried to flee, what happened with the generals. I love that part. And of course, Count Dankula only did it because of the video of his speech, of Ceausescu's speech at the end. Because he says it. He says it. And you can literally see the moment that Ceausescu knew, oh, this is so over. I'm so fucked. Like when he was giving that speech on the 21st of December, 1989. You know what? I'll give it to him. Yeah, you can't see it in his face. Oh my god. All right, Akavir means Dragonland. Tamriel means Dawn's Beauty. Admora means Elder Wood. Only the Redguards know what Vokuda ever meant. I tell you what Vokuda ever meant. It is the place where we're all brothers. Every one of us, without a government. Forgotten. Oh, Black Ops. By the way, take the bell from the pen if they bother you. No. I mean, it's like the entire balance of the pen is kind of messed up. And you cannot remove the cap. Hold on. No, you can't. You can't remove the bells either, unless you actually cut them, which I don't want to do, so no. Alright. Vokuda ever meant. Yeah, Vokuda. I was referencing Black Ops, because Vokuda is very, very, very close to Vorkuta. Anyway. Akavir is the kingdom of the beasts. No men or mer live in Akavir, though men once did. These men, however, were eaten long ago by the vampiric serpent folk of Chechi. Had they not been eaten, these men would have eventually migrated to Tamriel. The Nords left Atmora for Tamriel. Before them, the elves had abandoned Atmeris for Tamriel. Hold on, since I mentioned that thing. Hold on, I'm gonna send you that link that I talked about. If I could find it. Where is it? Ah, here you go. She a spear piece, my shield. No men or mer live in Akavir, though men once did, some long ago, by the vampiric serpent folk of Chechi. Had they not been eaten, these men would have eventually migrated to Tamriel. The Nords left Almora for Tamriel. Before them, the elves had abandoned Altmeris for Tamriel. The Redguards destroyed Vokuda so they could make their journey. All men and mer know Tamriel is the nexus of creation, where the last war will happen, where the gods unmade Lorkhan and left their adamantine tower of secrets. Who knows what the Akaviri think of Tamriel? But ask yourself, why have they tried to invade it 3 times or more? There are 4 major nations of Akavir: Kamal, Chechi, Tangmo, and Kadotun. When they are not busy trying to invade Tamriel, they are fighting with each other. Kamal is snow hell. Demons live there, armies of them. Every summer they thaw out and invade Tangmo, but the brave monkey folk always drive them away. Once what the fuck? My for some reason my Steam overlay decided to... Oh, hi. Would you like to... No, I wouldn't. What the fuck? I don't know why it launched. Whatever. Brave monkey folk always drive them away. Once Arasum, dear Kamal, the king among demons, attempted to conquer Morrowind, but Almelxia and the Underking destroyed him at Red Mountain. Chechi is Snake Palace, once the strongest power in Akavir before the Tiger Dragon came. The Serpent Folk ate all of the men of Akavir a long time ago, but still kind of look like them. They are tall, beautiful, if frightening, covered in golden scales and immortal. They enslaved the goblins of the surrounding isles, who provide labor and fresh blood. The holdings of Chechi are widespread. When natives of Tamriel think of the Yakaviri, they think of the Serpent Folk, because one ruled Cyrodiilic Empire for 400 years in the previous era. He was potentate versidue assassinated by the Morak Tong. Tang Mo is the Thousand Monkey Isles. There are many breeds of monkey folk, and they are all kind, brave, and simple, and many are also very crazy. They can raise armies when they must, for all of the other Akaviri nations have, at one time or another, tried to enslave them. They cannot decide who they hate more, the snakes or the demons. But ask one, and he will probably say snakes. Though once bitter enemies, the monkey folk are now allies with the tiger folk of Kapotun. Kapotun is the tiger dragon's empire. The cat folk here are ruled by the divine Toshraka, the tiger dragon. They are now a very great empire, stronger than Chechi, though not at sea. After the serpent folk ate all of the men, they tried to eat all the dragons. They managed to enslave the red dragons, but the black ones had fled to then Potun. A great war was raged, which left both the cats and the snakes weak, and the dragons all dead. Since that time, the cat folk have tried to become the dragons. Toshraka is the first to succeed. He's the largest dragon in the world. Orange and black, and he has very many new ideas. First, Toshraka says, is that we kill all the vampire snakes. Then the Tiger Dragon Emperor wants to invade Tamriel. So I had read this book on the first stream as well, but I was not taking notes back then. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Ooh, the first hold revolt. I don't think I have this. Don't think I've read it either. Nope. Okay, let's write it down. The first hold. Revolt. Revolt, I say. Revolt. By Maeve C. You told me that if her brother won, she would be sister to the King of Wayrest, and Remen would want to keep her for the alliance. But her brother Helseth lost and has fled with his mother back to Morrowind, and still Remen has not left her to marry me. Lady Gialene took a long, slow drag of the hookah and blew out dragon's breath, so the scent of blossoms perfumed her gilded chamber. You make a very poor adviser, Kyle. I might have spent my time romancing the King of Cloudrest or Alinor instead of the wretched royal husband of Queen Morgia. Kyle knew better than to hurt his lady's vanity by the mere suggestion that the King of Firsthold might have came to love his Dunmer queen. Instead, he gave her a few minutes to pause and look from her balcony out over the high cliff palaces of the ancient capital. The moon shone like crystal on the deep sapphire waters of the Abachian Sea. It was ever springtide here, and he could well understand why she would prefer a throne in this land than in Cloudrest or Alinor. Finally, he spoke. The people are with you, my lady. They do not relish the idea of Remen's dark elf heirs ruling the kingdoms when he is gone. I wonder, she said calmly. I wonder if, as the king would not give up his queen for want of alliances, whether she would give herself up, out of fear. Of all people of Firsthold, who most dislikes the Dunmer influence on the court. Is this a trick question, my lady? Asked Kyle. The Trebet monks, of course. Their credo has ever been for pure Altmern bloodlines on the Somerset, and among the royal families most of all. But my lady, they make very weak allies. I know, said Gialene, taking up her hookah again thoughtfully, a smile creeping across her face. Morgia has seen to it that they have no power. She would have exterminated them altogether, had Remen not stopped her for all the good they do for the country folk. What if they found themselves with a very powerful benefactress? One with intimate knowledge of the court of Firsthold, the chief concubine of the king, and all the gold to buy weapons with that her father, the king of Skywatch, could supply. Well armed, and with the support of the country people, they would be formidable, nodded Kyle. But as your adviser, I must warn you, if you make yourself an active foe of Queen Morgia, you must play to win. She has inherited much of her mother, Queen Barenzia's intelligence and spirit of vengeance. She will not know I am her foe until it is too late, shrugged Gialene. Go to the Trebet monastery and bring me Friar Lilim. We must strategize our plan of attack. For 2 weeks, Remen was advised about growing resentment in the countryside from peasants who called Morgia the Black Queen, but it was nothing that he had not heard before. His attention was on the pirates on a small island off the coast called Calois Lar. They had been more brazen as late, attacking royal barges and organized raids. To deliver a crushing blow, He ordered the greatest part of his militia to invade the island, an incursion he himself would lead. A few days after Remen left the capital, the revolt of the Trebite monks exploded. The attacks were well coordinated and without warning. The chief of the guards did not wait to be announced, bursting into Morgia's bedchamber ahead of a flurry of maidservants. "My queen," he said, "it is a revolution." By contrast, Jeline was not asleep when Kyle came to deliver the news. She was seated by the window, smoking her hookah and looking at the fires far off in the hills. "Modja is with council," he explained. "I am certain they are telling her that the Trebit monks are behind the uprising, and that the revolution will be at the city gates by morning." "How large is the revolution army in contrast to the remaining royal militia?" asked Jeline. "The odds are well in our favor," said Kyle, "though not perhaps as much as we hoped. The country folk, it seems, like to complain about their queen, but stop short of insurrection. Primarily, the army is composed of the monks themselves and a horde of mercenaries your father's gold bought. In a way of thinking, it is preferable this way. They are more professional and organized than a common mob. Really, they are a true army, complete with a born section. Born section. If that doesn't frighten the Black Queen into abdication, nothing will," smiled Gia-Lane, rising from her chair. "The poor dear must be beside herself with worry. I must fly to her side and enjoy it." Gia-Lane was disappointed when she saw Morgia came out of the council chambers. Consider that she had been woken from a deep sleep with cries of revolution and had spent the last several hours in consultation with her meager general force. She looked beautiful. There was a sparkle of proud defiance in her bright right eyes. "My queen," Jeline cried, face forcing real tears. "I came as soon as I heard. Will we all be slaughtered?" "A distinct possibility," replied Morgia simply. Jeline tried to read her, but the expressions of women, especially alien women, were a far greater challenge than those of Altmer men. "Oh my god!" "I'll be back." Oh boy. I'm back. I kind of coughed up along there. I didn't. No, not really. Uh, I gotta research what the hell is this. I gotta ask around because this is just ridiculous. Every time I speak more, I get flooded with mucus. It's goddamn disgusting, is what it is. But it's also quite frustrating. Can't talk for too long. It's very weird. I wish I knew when this started happening, but I don't. It's been a thing for a long time. Anyway. Alright. Jillian tried to read her. Yes, of Altmer men. Yes. I hate myself for even thinking to propose this, said Jillian, but since the cause of their fury is you, perhaps if you were to give up the throne, they might disperse. Please understand, my queen. I'm thinking only of the good of the kingdom and our own life. I understand the spirit of your suggestions, smiled Morgaya, and I will take it under advisement. Believe me, I've thought of it myself, but I don't think it will come to that. Have you a plan for defending us? Asked Jillian, contorting her features to an expression she knew bespoke girlish hope. Jesus. The king left us several dozen of his royal battle mages, said Morgaya. I think the mob believes we have nothing but palace guards and a few soldiers to protect us. When they get to the gates, are greeted with a wave of firebolts, I find it highly likely that they will lose heart and retreat. But isn't there some protection they could be using against such an assault? Asked Jillian in her best worried voice. If they knew about it, naturally there is. But an unruly mob is unlikely to have mages skilled in the arts of restoration, by which they could shield themselves from the spells, or mysticism, by which they could reflect the spells back on my battle mages. That would be the worst scenario, but even if they were well organized enough to have mystics in their ranks, and enough of them to reflect so many spells, it just isn't done. No battlefield commander would advise such a defense during a siege, unless he knew precisely what he was going to be meeting. And then, of course, once the trap is sprung, Morgaya winked, it's too late for a countering spell. A most cunning solution, your highness, said Jillian, honestly impressed. Morgaya excused herself to meet with her battle mages, and Jillian gave her an embrace. Cale was waiting in the palace garden for his lady. Are there mystics among the mercenaries? She asked quickly. Several, in fact, replied Cale, bewildered by her query. Largely rejects from the Chichik order, but they know enough to cast the regular spells of the school. You must sneak out of the city gates and tell Friar Lilim to have them cast reflection spells on all the front line before they attack, said Jillian. That's most irregular battlefield strategy, frowned Cale. I know it is, fool. That's what Morgaya is counting on. There's a gang of battle mages who are going to be waiting on the battlements to greet our army with a barrage of fireball. Battle mages? I would have thought that King Remen would have brought them with him to fight the pirates. You would have thought that, laughed Jillian. But then we would be defeated. Now go. Friar Lilim agreed with Cale that it was a bizarre, unheard-of way to begin a battle, casting reflection spells on all one's troops. It went against every tradition, and as a Trebet monk, he valued tradition above every other virtue. There was a little other choice, though, given the intelligence. He had few enough healers in the army, as it were, and their energies could not be wasted casting resistance spell. At dawn's light, the rebel army was in sight of the gleaming spires of Firsthold. Friar Lilim gathered together every soldier who knew even the rudimentary secrets of mysticism, who knew how to tap into the elementary conundrums and knots of the energies of Magicka. Though few were masters of the art, their combined force was powerful to behold. A great surge of entangling power washed over the army, crackling, hissing, and infusing all with their ghostly force. When they arrived at the gates, every soldier, even the least imaginative, knew that no spell would touch him for a long time. Friar Lilim watched his army batter into the gate with the great satisfaction of a commander who has counteracted an unthinkable attack with an outrageous defense. The smile quickly faded from his face. They were met at the battlements not by mages, but by common archers of the palace guard. As the flaming arrows fell upon the siegers like a red rain, the healers ran in to help the wounded. Their healing spells reflected off the dying men, one after the other. Chaos ruled as the attackers suddenly found themselves defenseless and began a panicked, unorganized retreat. Friar Lilim himself considered briefly holding his ground before fleeing himself. Later, he would send furious notes to Lady Jillian and Cale, but they were returned. Even his best secret agents within the palace were unable to find their whereabouts. Neither had, as it turns out, much previous experience with torture, and they soon confessed their treachery to the king's satisfaction. Kale was executed, and Gialine was sent back with escort to her father's court of Skywatch. He has still to find a husband for her. Remen, by contrast, has elected not to take a new royal concubine. The common folk of Firsthold consider this break in palace protocol to be more of the sinister alien influence of the Black Queen, and grumble to all who will listen. Lady Bloom, could be a genetic mutation in the larynx. I have the same issue. Can't talk for too long. I have no goddamn idea, man. I have no idea. All right. Next stop, I don't know, up ahead to the west. We got a hole there. We got a cave there. Should I keep sneaking right now? I mean, nothing wrong with that. I'm so done with this. Hold on. Skyrim, Force Cursor. Is there a way to actually use the default cursor? No, not really. That's not how to fix mouse. Cursor speed. Mouse acceleration fix. Mouse cursor warping. Mouse pointer. No. Skyrim Force Cursor wheel to stay in game. Mouse wheel scrolling glitch. Nope. Any way to lock my cursor? There we go. There we go. The exact issue I have. My cursor is still active on my other monitor. For example, it will scroll through my games when I scroll in my inventory, without downloading external software or changing my display settings. Does anyone have any idea how to fix it? I'm fine with downloading mods too, if need be. The author of this topic has marked the post as the answer to their question. Lock cursor. Locks mouse cursor to game window, preventing scrolling on secondary monitors. It's a mod! No! Display tweaks. Does this count for the what you call it? For the special edition as well? Microsoft. Nexus address library for SKSE plugins. No. What are the requirements for this? What? All of this? Okay, yeah, that's not worth it. That is not worth it. That's a whole ass list for a fix. That's just not worth it, man. I'm sorry. Just not. No. Fucking Bethesda. Why am I even surprised they got this wrong too? Why am I not surprised? Hold on. I just remembered I somehow else. There we go. There we go. Hopefully that will do it. Jump. Bleakwind Bluff. Let's see what we got here. Look at that beautiful horizon. It's pretty. What time is it? You cannot wait when enemies are nearby. God damn it. I only wanted to see what time it was. It's 6:49 a.m. Okay. Forsworn again. Of course. I mean, at this point, why does it surprise me? This is the region where Forsworn live. A Hardgraven! Ah. Oh, Jasper grapes, that's new. Stupid Hardgraven. Read, King. Two-handed, increased to 16. Yeah. Two-handed. The thing that I never use. Okay, let's just write this down. King. Written by Revan. Gentle reader, you will not understand a word of what follows unless you have read and committed to memory the first 3 volumes in this series. Beggar, Thief, and Warrior. Well, I've read Thief. Which leads up to this, the conclusion. I encourage you to seek them out at your favorite bookseller. We last left Eslaf Errol fleeing for his life, which was a common enough occurrence for him. He had stolen a lot of gold and one particularly large gem from a rich man in Yolheim named Soybud. Or Soyhud. No, Soybud. The thief fled north, spending the gold widely, as thieves generally do, for all sorts of illicit pleasures, which would no doubt disturb the gentleman or lady reading this, so I'll not go into detail. The one thing he held on to was the gem. He didn't keep it because of any particular attachment, but because he did not know anyone rich enough to buy it from him. And so he found himself in the ironic situation of being penniless and having in his possession a gem worth millions. Will you give me a room, some bread, and a flagon of beer in exchange for this? He asked the tavern keep in the little village of Cravenswold, which was so far north it was half situated on the Sea of Ghosts. The tavern keep looked at it suspiciously. It's just crystal, Eslaf said quickly. But isn't it pretty? Let me see that, said a young armor-clad woman at the end of the bar. Without waiting permission, she picked up the gem, studied it, and smiled not very sweetly at Eslaf. Would you join me at my table? I'm actually in a bit of a hurry, replied Eslaf, holding out his hand for the stone. Another time? Out of respect for my friend the tavern keep here, my men and I leave our weapons behind when we come in here, the one said casually, not handing the gem back, but picking up a broom that was sitting against the bar. I can assure you, however, that I can use this quite effectively as a blunt instrument. Not a weapon, of course, but an instrument to stun, medicinally crush a bone or two, and then, once it is on the inside... Which table? Asked Islav quickly. The young woman led him to a large table in the back of the tavern where 10 of the biggest Nord brutes Islav had ever seen were sitting. They looked at him with polite disinterest, as if he were a strange insect, worth briefly studying before crushing. My name is Lasifitra, she said, and Eslav blinked. That was the name Soybud had uttered before Eslav had made his escape. And these are my lieutenants. I'm the commander of a very large independent army of noble knights, the very best in Skyrim. Most recently, we were given a job to attack a vineyard in the Alto Fort to force its owner, a man named Lernu, to sell our employer, a man named Soybud. Our payment was to be a gem of surpassing size and quality, quite famous and unmistakable. We did as we were asked, and when we went to Soybud to collect our fee, he told us he was unable to pay due to a recent burglary. In the end, though, he saw things our way and paid us an amount of gold almost equal to the worth of the prized jewel. It did not empty out his treasury entirely, but it meant he was unable to buy the land in the Alto after all. But we were not paid enough. Soybud has taken a heavy financial blow, and Lerna's prize crop of Jazbay has been temporarily destroyed for naught. Hold on, I gotta... Laisifitra took a long, slow drink of her mead before continuing. Now, I wonder, could you tell me how came you in the possession of the gem we were promised? Eslav did not answer at once. Instead, he took a piece of bread from the plate of the savage, bearded barbarian on his left and ate it. I'm sorry, he said, his mouth full. May I? Of course, I couldn't stop you from taking the gem even if I wanted to, and as a matter of fact, I don't mind at all. It's also useless to deny how it came into my possession. I stole it from your employer. I certainly didn't mean you or your noble knights any harm by it. But I can understand why the word of a thief is not suitable for one such as yourself. No, replied Lysithra, frowning, but her eyes showing amusement. Not suitable at all. But before you kill me, Eslav said, grabbing another piece of bread, tell me, how suitable is it for noble knights such as yourself to be paid twice for one job? I have no honor myself, but I would have thought that since Soybud took a profit loss to pay you, and now you have the gem, your handsome profit is not entirely honorable. Lysithra picked up the broom and looked at Eslav. Then she laughed. What is your name, thief? Eslav, said the thief. We will take the gem as it was promised to us. But you are right. We should not be paid twice for the same job. So, said the warrior woman, putting down the broomstick, you are our new employer. What would you have your own army do for you? Many people could find quite a few good uses for their own army, but Eslav was not among them. He searched his brain, and finally it was decided that it was a debt to be paid later. For all her brutality, Lysithra was a simple woman, raised, he learned, by the very army she commanded. Fighting and honor were the only things she knew. When Eslav left Cravenswold, he had an army at his beck and call, but not a coin to his name. He knew he would have to steal something soon. As he wandered the woods, scrounging for food, he was beset with a strange feeling of familiarity. These were the very woods he had been in as a child, also starving, also scrounging. When he came out on the road, he found that he had come back on the kingdom where he had been raised by the dear, stupid, shy maid Druspa. He was in Edelgard. It had fallen even deeper into despair since his youth. The shops that had refused him food were boarded up, abandoned. The only people left were hollow, hopeless figures, so ravaged by taxation, despotism, and barbaric raids that they were too weak to flee. Eslav realized how lucky he was to have gotten out in his youth. There was, however, a castle and a king. Eslav immediately made plans to raid the treasury. As usual, he watched the place carefully, taking note of the security and the habits of the guards. This took some time. In the end, he realized there was no security and no guards. He walked in the front door and down the empty corridors to the treasury. It was full of precisely nothing, except one man. He was Eslav's age, but looked much older. There's nothing to steal, he said. Would that there was. King Yinop, though prematurely aged, had the same white blonde hair and blue eyes like broken glass that Eslav had. In fact, he resembled Soybud and Lysithra as well. And though Eslav had never met the ruined landlord of the Alto, Laernu, he looked him too. Not surprisingly, since they were quintuplets. So you have nothing? Asked Eslav gently. Nothing except my poor kingdom, curse it, the king grumbled. Before I came to the throne it was powerful and rich, but I inherited none of that, only the title. For my entire life I've had responsibility thrust on my shoulders, but never had the means to handle it properly. I look over the desolation which is my birthright, and I hate it. If it were possible to steal a kingdom, I would not lift a finger to stop you. It was, it turned out, quite possible to steal a kingdom. Eslav became known as Inop, a deception easily done given their physical similarities. The real Inop, taking the name of Ylenklu, happily left his demesne, becoming eventually a simple worker in the vineyards of the Alto. For the first time, free of responsibility, he fell into his new life with gusto, the years melting off him. The new Yinop called in his favorable Lysithra, using her army to restore peace to the kingdom of Edelgard. Now that it was safe, business and commerce began to return to the land, and Eslav reduced the tyrannical taxes to encourage it to grow. Upon hearing that, Soybud, ever nervous about losing his money, elected to return to the land of his birth. When he died years later, out of greed, he had refused to name someone an heir, so the kingdom received its entire fortune. Eslav used part of the gold to buy the vineyards of the Alto, after hearing great things of it from Yinop. And so it was that Ergald was returned to its previous prosperity by the fifth-born child of King Yutlaf, Eslav Errol, beggar, thief, warrior of sorts, and king. Easy peasy, you see that? Easy peasy. Leather boots of waning shock, sure. Gold, sure. Yes. Yes. There we go. Alright, this place has been cleared. Next. Jeez, I keep heading... Okay, let's go, let's head west completely, man. Look at those cliffs and mountains. Yeah. Damn, man. So much verticality. I mean, it's beautiful, but, you know, trekking among them, trekking... Oh. Time to rest my larynx a little bit. Maybe I'll whisper. Maybe I will speak more soft-heartedly. Maybe. Oh, just shut up. Maybe I'll just shut up. How's that for an idea? Ooh. Probably the noise suppression can barely pick it up. Can barely pick up my voice. Because noise suppression is on. Certain words may not come across the beginning and the ends of it. Here's a cave. Here's a cave and a town? And here's the cave. I think that's a friendly person. Detected. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, they're friends. Soljun's sinkhole.
Hello there. I don't know where you're going, but stay out of that mine. It isn't safe.
The mine isn't safe? Why?
We tunneled into an old Nordic crypt. The whole place is crawling with Draugr. We're not mining up any ore with those undead around, so I wouldn't go down there if I were you.
It's okay. I'll take care of him.
The mine closed until that crypt is clear.
Crypt, eh?
I hear talk about a...
What the... Perf, why did you...
Keep your... There's still plenty of ore left in that mine. What a waste.
Maybe there's a word of pop... Oh, hi. Bye. Oh, there are more. Ah, more verticality. Man, I can't wait to see what Remedy comes up with. They're remaking Max Payne 1 and 2. I am so curious what they're gonna come up with. I'm so curious how that remake is gonna be. I really do hope that the remake will be like the Dead Space remake. And I know I mentioned Dead Space a few times. I will play that. I will play that on stream. That's such a good remake. Seriously. I can't remember the last time I've seen a game launch that was that perfect. It wasn't bugged, it was properly optimized, it was interesting. Yeah. Light armor increased to 27. Lord Jonibred's last dance. I will just write Jonibred's last dance, and this marks the end of the first page in my little notebook. I say little, it's a proper student notebook, it's a big notebook. Lord Jonibred. Jonibred's last dance. Dance, 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 dance. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Traditional. One's verse 1. Every winter season, except for the reason of one war or another, really quite a bother, the Queen of Rimmon and her consort request their vassals come and covert. On each and every hall, the first man at the hall... No, on each and every ball, the first man at the hall is Lord Olgin Jornibret of Geir, the curse of all the maidens fair. Woman's refrain. Oh, dear ladies, beware, dearest, dearest ladies, take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. Ends verse 1. At a social event, everyone who went knew the bows and stanzas and steps to all the dances. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort would order a trumpet's wild report, and there could be no indecision as the revelers took position. The first dance only ladies separate away from such men as Lord Jornibret. Oh, dear fellows, explain, brothers, can you help make it plain? The man's been doing this for years, leaving maidens fair in tears. before the final tune's been blasted, and her, the first dance with him, will be the last. Lord Ogan Jordibrett of Gare watched the ladies dance on air, the loveliest in the realm, a fellow in a ursine hide helm. Said the Queen of Rimmon and her consort have put together quite a sport. Which lady fair do you prefer? Lord Jordibrett pointed her. See that bosom bob and weave, well suited for me to love and leave. Women's refrain again, same refrain. The man in the mask of a bear had left the Lord of Gare before the ladies' dance was ending, then a trumpet sounded portending that the Queen of Rimmon and her consort called for the men to come to court. Disdainful passing over all the rest, Ogan approached she of bobbing breast. She was rejected, saved a life of woe, for a new maiden as fair as snow. At the first note of the band, the beauty took Ogan's hand. She complimented his stately carriage, dancing to the tune about the marriage. Of the Queen of Rimmon and her consort, it is very difficult indeed to comport, with grace neither falling nor flailing, wearing ornate hide and leather mailing, dancing light as the sweetest of dreams, without a single squeak of the seams. The rhythms rose and fell, no one dancing could excel. With masculine grace and syncopation, Lord Jordibrett even drew admiration from the Queen of Rimmon and her consort, like a beauteous vessel pulling into port. He silently slid, belying the letter's weight. She whispered girlishly, the hour is late. But I've never seen such grace in hide armor. It was a pity he knew he had to harm her. The tune beat was furious. He began to be curious where had the maiden been sequestered. Before this dance was requested by the consort and his Queen of Rimmon, I didn't see you dance with the woman. My dress was torn as I came to the dance, he said, smiling in a voice deep as a man. My maids were quickly to repair while I wore a suit of hide, a helm of a bear. What? Yeah, that completely flew over my head. Too much rhyme. There can't be such a thing as too many rhymes. Okay, I'm not gonna mine for Moonstone or... I said I would skill up everything, but mining is not a skill, first off. And second off, I don't want to be carrying all of this ore. If I do want to increase smithing, that will be as a... I don't know, extracurricular activity, let's say. There's gotta be a way down there, right? I mean, a safe way down there. This is interesting. There's gotta be a way down, right? I'm just blind, right? I must be. I must be blind. Go back here. Gotta be a way. A nook or cranny or something? No? I don't understand. How would these people go down there? Makes no sense. I'm blind. I'm definitely blind. Cannot see where the other way is. Come on. Could be up there, but there's no way to get up there. I think that's the way back. Okay then. Quick save, just in case. Fine then, I'll go down there, shall I? I'll just drop down. Whoop. Man, that was fast. That was fast. Okay, that looked very much intentional. This entire thing of how do you get down here. Yeah, this was intentional. I think that's how you get down here. I think I've done nothing wrong. Something's breathing. Do Draugr breathe? I guess they do. I thought it was Argraven for a second there. Okay, hold on. Just stay here. Just right in front of him. Increase my sneak. Come on. Let's see. What are my active effects right now? I'm not well rested, and I don't have a father's love either. Sacre bleu. Alright, I have to find a child. A child. Yes, I have to find a child. I have to find a dress for my child. Or anything, really. Or a doll. Yeah, I can get a doll. Maybe. Oh, one switch there, one switch here. I mean lever, whatever. And one lever here. Uh-huh. Knew it. These two have to be turned... pulled. There you go. Wait, don't tell me that was... No, that was not all. Still got more Draugr to kill. Aren't I lucky? My arrow sent him for a bath. The bath! You got any more? Refined moonstone. Hey, we got more. Disaster at INF. I know I read that one. Do I have it though? Report. Disaster at INF. Yes. Good. I have it. The firmament. I thought I had this one. Do I? I keep looking at it. I mean, for it. Firmament, no. I have no idea what this is. The Firmament by Flulke. Must have read it the first time, and I didn't take it. I don't know. I don't know if I did or not. No, I don't. It's not in the catalog, okay? It's not in the catalog, so... Yep. Next page. The... Firmament. Firmament. The Firmament by Flutke. Let's see what we got here. These ones. Oh yeah. The stars of Tamriel are divided into 13 constellations. 3 of them are the major constellations, known as the Guardians. These are the Warrior, the Mage, and the Thief. Each of the Guardians protects its 3 charges from the 13th constellations, the Serpent. Yes, Hold on, man. Hold on. I've read this. Am I sure I don't have it? The Firmament, the Firmament, the Firmament. The Firmament, the Firmament, I don't have it. So I must have read it in that house with the books. But didn't I also loot those books? But it's not in my catalog anywhere. Whatever, I'll take it. I'm not gonna read it again. The Great War, I know I have that. Pala. Book 1. Okay, this... I'm not sure. Pala. I'll write V1. Book 1, V1. Same thing. Pala. Pala. I remember when I first heard that name not long ago at all. It was at a Tales and Talos hall at a very fine estate west of Mir Korup, to which I and my fellow Mages Guild initiates had found ourselves unexpectedly invited. Truth be told, we needn't have been too surprised. There were very few other noble families in Mir Korup. The region had its halcyon days as a resort for the wealthy far back in the Second Era. And on reflection, it was only appropriate to have sorcerers and wizards present at a supernatural holiday. Not that we were anything more exotic than students at a small, non-exclusive charter house of the guild, but like I said, there was a paucity of other choices available. For close to a year, the only home I had known was the rather ramshackle, if sprawling grounds of the Mir Korob Mages Guild. My only companions were my fellow initiates, most of which only tolerated me, and the masters, whose bitterness at being at a backwater guild prompted never-ending abuse. Immediately, the School of Illusion had attracted me. The Magister who taught us recognized me as an apt pupil who loved not only the spells of the science, but their philosophical underpinning. There was something about the idea of warping the imperceptible energies of light, sound, and mind that appealed to my nature. Not for me the flashy schools of destruction and alteration, the holy schools of restoration and conjuration, the practical schools of alchemy and enchantment, or the chaotic school of mysticism. No, I was never so pleased as to take an ordinary object by a little magic make it seem something other than what it was. It would have taken more imagination than I had to apply that philosophy to my monotonous life. After morning's lessons, we were assigned tasks before our evening classes. Mine had been to clean out the study of a recently deceased president of the guild and categorize his clutter of spellbooks, charms, and incunabula. It was a lonely and tedious appointment. Magister Tendixus was an inveterate collector of worthless junk, but I was reprimanded any time I threw something away of the least possible value. Gradually, I learned enough to deliver each of his belongings to the appropriate department. Potions of healing to the Magisters of Restoration, books on physical phenomena to the Magisters of Alteration, herbs and minerals to the alchemists, and soul gems and bound items to the enchanters. After one delivery to the enchanters, I was living with my customary lack of appreciation when Magister Ifert called me back. "Boy," said the portly old man, handing me back one item, "destroy this." It was a small black disc, covered with runes with a ring of red-orange gems like bones circling its periphery. "I'm sorry, Magister," I stammered. "I thought it was something you'd be interested in." "Take it to the Great Flame and destroy it," he barked, turning his back on me. "You never brought it here." My interest was piqued, because I knew the only thing that would make him react in such a way. Necromancy. I went back to Magister Tendicus' chamber and pored through his notes, looking for any reference to the disc. Unfortunately, most of the notes had been written in a strange code that I was powerless to decipher. I was so fascinated by the mystery that I nearly arrived late for my evening class in enchantment, taught by Magister Ilfer himself. For the next several weeks, I divided my time categorizing the general debris and making my deliveries and researching the disc. I came to understand that my instinct was correct. The disc was a genuine necromantic artifact. Though I couldn't understand most of the Magister's notes, I determined that he thought it to be a means of resurrecting a loved one from the grave. Sadly, the time came when the chamber had been categorized and cleared, and I was given another assignment, assisting in the stables of the guild's menagerie. At least, finally, I was working with some of my fellow initiates and had the opportunity of meeting the common folk and nobles who came to the guild on various errands. Thus was I employed when we were all invited to the Tales and Talos Hall. If the expected glamour of the evening were not enough, our hostess was reputed to be young, rich, unmarried orphan from Hammerfell. Only a month or two before had she moved to our desolate wooded corner of the Imperial Province to reclaim an old family manor house and grounds. The initiates at the guild gossiped like old women about the mysterious young lady's past, what had happened to her parents, why she had left or been driven from her homeland. Her name was Betaniki, and that was all we knew. We wore our robes of initiation with pride as we arrived for the ball. At the enormous marble foyer, a servant announced each of our names as if we were royalty, and we strutted into the midst of the revelers with great puffery. Of course, we were then promptly ignored by one and all. In essence, we were unimportant figures to lend some thickness to the ball. Background characters. Important people pushed through us with perfect politeness. There was old Lady Shaudira discussing diplomatic appointments to Balmora with the Duke of Rimfarlin. An orc warlord entertained a giggling princess with tales of rape and pillage. 3 of the guild magisters worried with 3 painfully thin noble spinsters about the haunting of Daggerfall. Intrigues at the imperial and various royal courts were analyzed, gently mocked, threaded over, toasted, dismissed, evaluated, mitigated, admonished, subverted. No one looked our way even when we were right next to them. It was as if my skill at illusion had somehow rendered us all invisible. I took my flagon out of the terrace, to the terrace. The moons were doubled, equally luminous in the sky and in the enormous reflecting pool that stretched out into the garden. The white marble statuary lining the sides of the pool caught the fiery glow, and seemed to burn like torches in the night. The sight was so otherworldly that I was mesmerized by it, and the strange red-guard figures immortalized in stone. Our hostess had made her home there so recently, and some of the sculptures were still wrapped in sheets that billowed and swayed in the gentle breeze. I don't know how long I stared before I realized I wasn't alone. She was so small and so dark, not only in her skin but in her clothing, that I nearly took her for a shadow. When she turned to me, I saw that she was very beautiful and young, not more than 17. "Are you our hostess?" I finally asked. "Yes," she smiled, blushing. "But I'm ashamed to admit that I'm very bad at it. I should be inside with my new neighbors, but I think we have very little in common." "It's been made abundantly clear that they hope I have nothing in common with them either," I laughed. "When I'm a little higher than an initiate in the Mages Guild, they might see me as more of an equal." "I don't understand the concept of equality in Cyrodiil yet," he frowned. "In my culture, you proved your worth, not just expected it. My parents both were great warriors, as I hope to be." Our eyes went out to the lawn, to the statues. "Do the sculptures represent your parents?" "That's my father, Therapyrim there," she said, gesturing to a life-size representation of a massively built man, unashamedly naked, gripping another warrior by the throat and preparing to decapitate him with an outstretched blade. It was clearly a realistic depiction. Therapyrim's face was plain, even slightly ugly, with a low forehead, a mass of tangled hair, stubble on his cheek, even a slight gap in his teeth, which no sculptor would surely have invented, except to do justice to his model's true idiosyncrasies. "And your mother?" I asked, pointing to a nearby statue of a proud, rather squat warrior woman in a mantilla and scarf, holding a child. "Oh no," she laughed. "That was my uncle's old nurse." Mother's statue still has a sheet over it. I don't know what prompted me to insist that we unveil the statue that she pointed to. In all likelihood, it was nothing but fate, and a selfish desire to continue the conversation. I was afraid that if I did not give her a project, she would feel the need to return to the party and I would be alone again. At first she was reluctant. She had not yet made up her mind whether the statues would suffer in the wet, sometimes cold Cyrodiilic climate. Perhaps all should be covered, she reasoned. I may be that she was merely making conversation and was reluctant as I was to end the standoff and be that much closer to having to return to the party. In a few minutes' time, we tore the tarp from the statue of Botaniki's mud. That is when my life changed forevermore. She was an untamed spirit of nature, screaming in a struggle with a misshapen monstrous figure in black marble. Her gorgeous long fingers were raking across the creature's face. The monster's talons gripped her right breast in a sort of caress that prefaces a mortal wound. Its legs and her wound around one another in a battle that was a dance. I felt annihilated. This lithe but formidable woman was beautiful beyond all superficial standards. Whoever had sculpted it had somehow captured not only a face and a figure of a goddess, but her power and will. She was both tragic and triumphant. I fell instantly and fatally in love with her. I had not even noticed when Gellin, one of my fellow initiates who was leaving the party, came up behind us. Apparently I had whispered the word magnificent because I heard Botaniki reply as if miles away, "Yes, it is magnificent. That's why I was afraid of exposing it to the elements." Then I heard clearly, like a stone breaking water, Gellin, "Mara, preserve me! That must be Pala." "Then you heard of my mother?" asked Botaniki, turning his way. "I hail from Wayrus, practically on the border of Hammerfell. I don't think there's anyone who hasn't heard of your mother and her great heroism riding the land of that abominable beast. She died in that circle, didn't she?" "Yes," said the girl sadly, "but so too did the creature." For a moment we were all silent. I don't remember anything more of that night. Somehow I knew I was invited to dine the next evening, but my mind and heart had been entirely and forevermore arrested by the statue. I returned back to the guild, but my dreams were fevered and brought me no rest. Everything seemed diffused by white light, except for one beautiful, fearsome woman. Pala. Oh, can't wait to see how that goes. Great War red, Cats of Skyrim red. Wait, there are two Disasters of Ynef? Hold on. Okay, Cats of Skyrim. I know I read that one. Cats. Or maybe I don't have it. Hold on. Okay. Ah, I do not have it, but I did read it. It was part of what you call it? Part of the books that I found in Dragon's Reach. That I needed to reload the previous save. Because apparently I stole them. I didn't mean to steal them, but whatever. Take the Cats of Skyrim one. The Great War. What about the Great War? Gotta read that too. See if I got the Great War. I think I read that yesterday, didn't I? No. Not yesterday. The Great War. Another book that was in Dragon's Reach. So I have read it, but I don't have it. The Great War. Okay, that's another one. Let's pick that up too. What else? That's about it, I think. Yeah. Disaster at INF. No, I have it. It's not part of Dragon's Reach. It was part of the normal catalog. I have it. FIFA Virtue. I should have this one. Yes, I have it. Oh! A minor... What was that? A minor maze. I read that. Come on, where is it? It's on top of the other book. It's behind. A minor maze. Chalidor and Labyrinthian. I do not think I have this. Or read it. No. No, I don't. A minor maze. If it's a maze, it doesn't care if it's small or big. It's a maze. Well, kind of matters, but meh. Labyrinthian's modern here's a word. Labyrinthian's modern notoriety was gained in the early part of the Third Era. Part of the Staff of Chaos was recovered from the Labyrinthian, which became instrumental in the overthrow of Jagarfarn, ending the Imperial Simulacrum. The site has since become embedded in the minds of all subjects of the Empire, and the ruins are occasionally visited by loyalist pilgrims, retracing the steps of the Eternal Champion. The namesake of Labyrinthian is somewhat less commonly known, however. The foreboding ruins were originally built as a temple to the dragons. This grew into Bromjunar, a great city of that era. Bromjunar is believed by some to have been the capital of Skyrim at the height of the dragon cult's influence there. Little historical record exists to verify or refute this, but it is known that the highest-ranking priests of the cult met at the Labyrinthium to discuss matters of ruling. Bromjunar crumbled, however, along with the rest of the dragon cult, and the site lay abandoned for many years, a deteriorating reminder of those benighted days for the Nords. Not until the days of Shalidor would the runes come into use again. Shalidor the Archmage was famous for his exploits in the First Era. Various tales tells of him battling Dwemer legions single-handedly, building the city of Winterhold with a whispered spell, stealing the secret of life from Akatar, or constructing Labyrinthium himself. While many Shalidor legends are hyperbole or outright fabrication, we can discover some truth behind his involvement with Labyrinthium. Shalidor stood at the forefront of a movement to enact higher standards among mages, and to discourage spell use among the common castes. This effort is dubiously credited with the original organization and formation of the Schools of Magic and the foundation of the College of Winterhold. Consistent with this mentality, Shalidor constructed his labyrinth deep within the ruins of Bromjunar to test new archmages. While navigating the destroyed city itself was not explicitly a part of the test, many candidates did not survive the journey. Shalidor valued both academic knowledge as well as practical skill, and simply getting to the labyrinth required the latter. Shalidor's Labyrinthian is actually two intersecting mazes, in an hourglass pattern. One maze could not be completed without exiting the other first, which makes the only existing instruction for the test especially mysterious. Enter twice, exit only once. Alteration will lead you to destruction. Only illusion shows the way to restoration. Conjure not, but be conjured instead. We can only guess at what the solution to the test may have been, as Labyrinthian became notorious not only for the number of potential archmages who died there, but for the intense secrecy of those who succeeded it. Labyrinthian eventually ceased to be used, and is regarded as a symbol of a more brutal age by modern institutions for magical studies. The ruins lay empty again, overrun with wild animals and avoided by travelers. The long history and legacy of this place, however, seems as likely to be erased from our minds as the ruins themselves are likely to sink into the sea. Meaning not at all. That's what I understand from that. Meaning not at all. We will always be thinking of the Labyrinthian. Not entirely sure if there is a Labyrinthian that we can go to in this game. Most of the locations or events that are written in books, you kind of contribute as you adventure forwards. I mentioned the Thieves Guild, the Nightingales. There's also the Dark Brotherhood, although I don't remember reading about the Dark Brotherhood just yet. But I think I may have? I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely certain. Oh, that's it? Man, this looks like such a trap, but there's been no trap, no booby traps, no nothing. Anyway. I wonder if I was right. Will we find another word of power here? Another shout? Oh yes, and the thumbnail. By the way, the thumbnail for this stream is the titular character, the Dragonborn. Clad in, well, it should be Stormcloak equipment, but yeah, you know. And where he is situated is the high steps of High Hrothgar. Well, I say high steps of... Excusez-moi, sacre bleu du monde. The fuck was that? Are you kidding me? It's that structure right there. Look. You son of a bitch. I don't know how... I have no idea how to disable that. So I'm just gonna shoot an arrow as a retard at it. Yeah, that's not the way. Okay, did that end it? Yes. Yes, that put a stop to that nonsense. Absolute and bloody nonsense. Do you have anything good? You don't have anything good. I'm not gonna take that great sword for 243 credits. I got enough in my chest already. Ooh! Elven helmet. Hi. Nah. Finally, I don't have to wear this stupid headdress anymore. Wait a minute. What, I don't have equipped elven gauntlets? Oh yeah, because I got scaled bracers. Okay, never mind. Drop these. Ooh, increases shock resistance by 30. That's more. Yeah, why don't I use this? Yeah, fuck. Screw it. Weapons and armor can be improved 12% better. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll use it. Boots, fine. Okay, there we go. I'm an elf. I'm a Breton, actually, but apparently Bretons and elves looked very similar, or they did in that kingdom in that book that we read. Not sure if they still do or not. They might. I don't know. Great Sword of Fear. Okay, I'll get this one because I don't think I have a fear enchantment learned, or I do. Oh, whatever. I do or don't, whatever. Yep, and this is the way out, see? Yep. Just like I said. Alright, let's go out. And we're gonna go back to Bree's home and rest.
Hey, watch it! We're keeping the mine closed until that crypt is clear.
I cleared the mine of Draugr.
You did? We were waiting for the Jarl to send an entire regiment to clear that mine. Now we can get back to work. Thank you.
You're welcome. I have Moonstore ore to sell. There you go. Thank you. Okay, so we are in Soljon's sinkhole. Got it. Okay, let's go back to winter. Whiterun, sorry. Winter. Let's go back to Whiterun. And rest so we can get that buff. What time is it? 9:49 p.m. Perfect. I should get a well rest from 8 hours. 8 hours of sleep. I should. Lydia? Daughter? Where are they? Oh, this is where... This is where she... Oh, this is where my daughter sleeps. Oh, look at that. She has 2 sweet rolls, 1 potion of healing. Oh, I'll get that. She said, take anything you want from the chest, because I can't do enough to thank you. That's it, potion of healing. Both Lydia and Lucia are missing. Where are they? They must be out in town. Oh well. Oh, hey Lydia.
Honor to you, my Thane.
Oh, and that's Lucia. Oh, she's coming right at me. Oh no. I can't close the door.
Papa, you're home. Can I get a few gold to spend? Please?
Here's 10. Sure, here's 25. How about 100? No problem. Here's 500. Sure, whatever you want. Okay, so let's see. 5, 10. Okay, sure, here's 25. I'll give 25.
Thanks.
The gift of charity added. Again. Lydia, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Long life to you, Thane.
Hold on. Beggar Prince. Do we have Beggar Prince? Beggar. I know we had. I know I read that. Beggar Prince. Wait, I might have read it in Dragon's Reach, right? Yes, I did. So, which means I don't have it. But now I do. Beggar Prince. Okay, now I'm gonna deposit all of these books that I currently have. Not a lot. And we'll need to sell stuff again. Rest how long? 8 hours. You awaken.
Wake up there. Oh, I wish I saw that first. You're so lucky.
Huh? What? Okay. Huh? Okay, all skills improve 10% faster for 8 hours. So both fatherly love and will rested buff. Good. Now I'm an idiot. I don't know where the arcane enchanter is in Whiterun. As you know from yesterday. So I have to do this nonsense, go all the way to Falkreath just to get to the to an arcane enchanter table. To disenchant, then go back to Whiterun so I can sell the items because I cannot find a fucking what do you call it? Merchant around here. God, again? This is the second time in a row in the same city. That's another dragon's coming. Oh, there it is.
Someone do something.
Well, the dragon is not exactly landing now, is it? It found something else. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go do my stuff. Glad that guy isn't using it right now. Okay, Iron Mace of Shock. Yep. Leather... No. No, I mean... Okay. This... I'm keeping this one for now. Item. Now, I can enchant, so... What could I enchant? Elven Armor? Yeah, okay, what's for the enchantments? Fortify Health. Smithing, Restoration, Magicka Regen. Okay. What about the Skilled Bracers? Because I want... Yeah, I want Archery. The most. But all I have is filled with Petty Soul. It's not gonna make it to... Fine, just enchant it. At least I get a skill up. And for a few combat encounters, I get better archery damage.
Can sometimes act
Better
too
bow
quickly,
damage.
but he does listen to Helvard and I.
Okay. Let me get out of the way. Alright, the dragon decided not to attack Falkreath, thank you, because I'm kind of bored fighting dragons, and I don't have that shout yet to ground them. So, Stoljun's Sunkull, that's where I was. Yeah, the dragon just found something more interesting. Son of a bitch. You see this? This is kind of maddening. So, the well-rested and Fatherly's Love buff are active for like 8 hours. And those 8 hours are taken into account when you fast travel. Which makes no sense. It makes no sense. Because if I've got business on the other end of the kingdom, and I want those buffs, when I fast travel, it makes no sense. That's game breaking. What's the point? What's the point in even 8? The dragon sounded like it was crying. They don't. They are assholes. I mean, you will find out once we progress the main story. Once I get back onto the main story. It sounds like that, but no, they're not. Not really. They're not crying. Not as I remember. They're vicious. They're quite vicious. And you can talk to their leader, but that's part of the main quest. And that's further down the line, further later. But they're definitely not crying, I can tell you that. Their roar is weird, though. It is weird, because I agree with you, it sounds like it's crying. It has that wail, but they're not. I don't know, I guess the developers just did them like that, I guess. I don't know. Look at that Hargraven, man. Ooh, she's dead. Ooh, she's dead. Watch out, boy. She'll tear you up. She's dangerous. Dangerous. Flawless Amethyst, gold. That's about it. Hargravens killing giants. Yeah, they are dangerous. More dangerous than than giants. Ooh, dwarven arrow. Ooh, flawless. Ooh. Wait, dwarven helmet. Is that heavy? Yeah, it is. Nope. Not interested. Ooh. Hargraven iron. There is one dragon ally that you have. Still part of the main quest, of course. His name... Okay, I'm not sure if this is the bad dragon or the good dragon. Parthenox. Parthenox, I think. Yeah, Parthenox is the good one. Alduin, that's the main bad one. We haven't learned it yet, but... You know, this game has been out for so long. The people that did follow the main quest... They remember. I remember too. It's... I wish I could say it's memorable, but... I mean, it is memorable since I remember it. But the more interesting thing in this game, the meta of this game is the side quests. The side quests are more interesting than the main quests. Exploring is more interesting than the main quests. It's kind of odd like that. It has that reputation. It has that charm. I don't know why. Nobody knows why. It's quite an enigma. And Bethesda were never able to reproduce it. Except with... I mean, sure, Fallout 4, I guess. Oh, son of a bitch. I just saw my life instantly disappear. Hold on, I'm checking the replay. This is my first death. Wow. Wow, man. Wow. Where am I? I'm all the way back here. Gee. It didn't save my fast travel to the other place. Back to Soljun's Rest. Damn
I'm a
it.
steward here. I serve under Jarl Sidgeir and Jarl Dengir before...
Steward, get the hell away from the arcane enchanter. You're not doing anything with it. Wait. Wait, I did disenchant? I am so utterly confused right now. Hold on. Hold on. Apparel. Scaled bracers. Bows do 1% more damage. Yep, I had enchanted it. So it quick saved after I got out, right? Quick save. I say quick save. It auto saved after I got out. Okay. Then why the fuck didn't you auto save here? Huh? It didn't again. It still did. Quick save. Let's go. Gonna kill that Heart Draven again. I'm gonna try to snipe other fellows here too. Well, at least I'm very close to where I died. There we go. Quick save. Quick save. Always with the quick saves, man. Okay, that's one down. I'm not gonna go down there and loot it. I'm gonna try to stay elevated so I can get a better position on these bastards. Okay, I see him. I see him. I see you. They already detected me. Nobody can spot me just yet. So I was attacking.
Where'd you go?
So I was attacking this woman, and I got frozen, and then some other guy came up behind me and attacked me. So she's my main threat because she is highly damage resistant for some kind of reason. Oh, can't I? Look at me go!
Oh well. What was that?
Why can't she? She's just a pillager, for crying out loud. What? How could she kill a dragonborn? How? How? I'm almost level 17, bro. Like, this is a fucking peasant, basically. It's worse than a peasant. A peasant can actually grow stuff. This is just a pillager. Stupid goddamn pillager. Come on. There we go. Okay, that does it for the pillager. Now there are more guys. One's there. I'm missing absolutely every goddamn shot. But I'm shooting right at them. Is there an invisible wall? I'm guessing there is an invisible wall somewhere there. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Forsworn. Okay. I need the Eagle Eye. I need that skill. Wow! Way to go, game. Thank you. What the fuck, bro? I did not shoot the Look at this. You see this bullshit? I'm clearly up top. I'm not shooting the fucking cliff or whatever. I knock the arrow, I release, and the arrow falls down there. Fucking, what a... Let me get more. There's like an invisible barrier here. Okay, now it went. Increase. Alright, eagle eye. What a piece of shit. Archery. Eagle eye. Pressing block while aiming will zoom in your view. There we go. Sorry, I have to... While aiming. Yeah, this little bit of zoom in is helpful. You pick them up one by one, bro. Yeah, how you like me now, huh? You don't like it now, huh? Oh, god damn it. Okay, next. That was a beautiful shot. That was a beautiful shot. Oh my god, we got 3 more. And this place is crawling with Forsworn. I hate him. I hate him. Need to shoot fire. Yep, that was a miss. That was a miss too. Time to drink some stamina potion. There we go. Wow, plentiful stamina that barely made any. Be running out of arrows on the, at this pace. Hold on, I'm gonna wait for it to stop. There we go. I really can't tell if I'm overshooting or undershooting. Oh, that was a perfect shot. Why didn't we get a replay of that? That was really good. Alright, Potion of Defender, that's about it. Well, I say replay, that not replay. Why didn't we get a cinematic camera of the arrow? You know, Sniper Elite style. Why didn't we get that for this, huh? The last kill was really good, though. Come on, it seriously was. Would have been even more impressive if I did it the first time around. I mean, the first go. I mean, the first try. Okay, quick save. Let's see. Grindstone. I don't have anything, any materials that I can... Nope. Don't know why I even tried. Oh yeah, let's go to this place where the Heart Graven was. Loot her. Loot this. Loot the giant too. He had a bit of gold, I think. Oh yeah, quite. He did. He had quite some gold. Alright, now let's go and loot the rest of the bodies. Nirna's rot. Wait, Namira's rot. No, it's not Namira's rot. It's what it's called. It's that Nirnroot. There we go. I figured this is the only plant that emanates sound. Very distinctive sound too. Oop. Point purse, large sack, basket, drum, shell, large sack. Hmm. Oh! A Dance in Fire, Chapter 2. A Dance in Fire, I've got Volume 4. I read in V4. Okay, so now I'm gonna comma V2. This. By Wagen Jorf. It was... What? It was a complete loss. The cafe rats had stolen or destroyed almost every item of value in the caravan in just a few minutes' time. Decimus Scotty's wagon load of wood he had hoped to trade with the boss mare had been set on fire and then toppled off the bluff. His clothing and contracts were tattered and ground into the mud of dirt mixed with split wine. All the pilgrims, merchants, and adventurers in the group meaned, and the group moaned and wept as they gathered the remnants of their belongings by the rising sun of the dawn. I best not tell anyone that I managed to hold on to my notes for my translation of the Noriad Playbar, whispered the poet Griff Malone. They'd probably turn on me. Scotty politely declined the opportunity of telling Malone just how little value he himself placed on the man's property. Instead, he counted the coins in his purse. 34 gold pieces. Very little indeed for an entrepreneur beginning a new business. Oi! A came cry from the wood. A small party of bosmer emerged from the thicket, clad in leather mail and bearing arms. Friend or foe? Neither, growled the convoy head. You must be the Cyrodiils, laughed the leader of the group, a tall, skeleton-thin youth with a sharp, vulpine face. We heard you were en route. Evidently so did our enemies. I thought the war was over, muttered one of the caravan's now ruined merchants. The bosmer laughed again. No active war, just a little border enterprise. You are going on to Falinesti? I'm not, the convoy head shook his head. As far as I'm concerned, my duty is done. No more horses, no more caravan, just a fat profit lost to me. The men and women crowded around the man, protesting, threatening, begging, but he refused to step foot in Valenwood. If these were the new times of peace, he said, he'd rather come back to the next war. For the next war. Scotty tried a different route and approached the bosmer. He spoke with an authoritative but friendly voice, the kind he used in negotiations with peevish carpenters. I don't suppose you'd consider escorting me to Falinesti. I'm a representative for an important imperial agency, the Atris Building Commission, here to help repair and alleviate some of the problems the war with the Khajiit brought to your province. Patriotism, 20 gold pieces, and you must carry your own gear if you have any left, replied the bosmer. Scotty reflected the negotiations with peevish carpenters rarely went this way either. 6 eager people had enough gold on them for payment. Among those without funds was the poet, who appealed to Scotty for assistance. I'm sorry, Griff, I only have 14 gold left over. Not even enough for a decent room when I get to Falinesti. I really would help you if I could, said Scotty, persuading himself that it was true. The band of 6 and their Bosmer escorts began the descent down the rocky path along the bluff. Within an hour's time, they were deep in the jungles of Valenwood. A never-ending canopy of hues of browns and greens obscured the sky. A millennia's worth of fallen leaves formed a deep, wormy sea of putrefaction beneath their feet. Several miles were crossed wading through the slime. For several more, they took a labyrinthian path across the fallen branches and the low-hanging boughs of giant trees. All the while, hour after hour, the inexhaustible Bosmer host moved so fast the Cyrildus struggled to keep from being left behind. A red-faced little merchant with short legs took a bad step on a rotten branch and nearly fell. His fellow provincials had to help him up. The Bosmer paused only a moment, their eyes continually darting to the shadows in the trees above before moving on at their usual expeditious pace. "What are they so nervous about?" wheezed the merchant irritably. "More cafe rot?" "Don't be ridiculous," laughed the Bosmer unconvincingly. "Khajiit this far into Valenwood? In times of peace? They'd never dare." When the group passed high enough above the swamp that the smell was somewhat dissipated, Scotty felt a sudden pang of hunger. He was used to 4 meals a day in the Cyrodiilic custom. Hours of non-stop exertion without food was not part of his regimen as a comfortably paid clerk. He pondered, feeling somewhat delirious, how long they had been trotting through the jungle. 12 hours? 20? A week? Time was meaningless. Sunlight was only sporadic through the vegetative ceiling. Phosphorescent molds on the trees and in the muck below provided the only regular illumination. "Is it all possible for us to rest and eat?" he hollered to his host up ahead. "We're near to Falinesti," came the echoing reply. "Lots of food there." The path continued upward for several hours more across a clot of fallen logs, rising up to the first and then the second boughs of the tree line. As they rounded a long corner, the travelers found themselves midway up a waterfall that fell 100 feet or more. No one had the energy to complain as they began pulling up the stacks of rock, agonizing foot by foot. The Bosmer escorts disappeared into the mist, but Scotty kept climbing until there was no more rock left. He wiped the sweat and river from his eyes. Palinesti spread across the horizon before him. Sprawling across both banks of the river stood the mighty cracked oak city, with groves and orchards of lesser trees crowding it like supplicants before their king. At a lesser scale, the tree that formed the moving city would have been extraordinary. Gnarled and twisted with a gorgeous crown of golden green, dripping with vines and shining with sap. At a mile tall and half as wide, it was the most magnificent thing Scotty had ever seen. If he had not been a starving man with the soul of a clerk, he would have sung. "There you are," said the leader of the escorts. "Not too far a walk. You should be glad it's wintertide. In summertide, the city's on the far south end of the province." Scotty was at a loss as how to proceed. The sight of the vertical metropolis where people moved about like ants disoriented all his sensibilities. "You know of an inn called—" He paused for a moment and then pulled Juris's letter from his pocket. "Something like Mother Pasco's Tavern?" "Mother Pascost?" The lead Bosmer laughed his familiar contemptuous laugh. "You won't want to stay there. Visitors always prefer to the Alicia Hall in the top bows. It's expensive but very nice. I'm meeting someone at Mother Pascott's Tavern. If you made up your mind to go, take a lift to Havel Slump and ask for directions there. Just don't get lost and fall asleep in the Western Cross." This apparently struck the youth's friends as a very witty jest, and so it was, with their laughter echoing behind him, that Scotty crossed the writhing root system to the base of Falinesti. The ground was littered with leaves and refuse, and from moment to moment a glass or a bone would plummet from far above, so he walked with his neck crooked to have warning. An intricate network of platforms anchored to thick vines slipped up and down the slick trunk of the city with perfect grace, manned by operators with arms as thick as an ox's belly. Scotty approaches the nearest fellow at one of the platforms, who was idly smoking from a glass pipe. "I was wondering if you might take me to Havel Slump." The bear nodded, and within a few minutes' time, Scotty was 200 feet in the air at a crook between two mighty branches. Curled webs of moss stretched unevenly across the fork, forming a sharing roof for several dozen small buildings. There were only a few souls in the alley, but around the bend ahead he could hear the sound of the music and people. Scotty tipped the Falinesti platform ferryman a gold piece and asked for the location of Mother Pascott's Tavern. "Straight ahead of you, sir, but you won't find anyone there. the ferryman explained, pointing in the direction of the noise. More than us, everyone in Havel Slump has revelry. Scotty walked carefully along the narrow street. Though the ground felt as solid as the marble avenues of the Imperial City, there were slick cracks in the bark that exposed fatal drops into the river. He took a moment to sit down, to rest and get used to the view from the heights. It was a beautiful day for certain, but it took Scotty only a few minutes of contemplation to rise up in alarm. A jolly little raft anchored downstream below him had distinctly moved several inches while he watched it. But it hadn't moved at all. He had, together with everything around him. It was no metaphor. The city of Alinesti walked, and considering its size, it moved quickly. Scotty rose to his feet and into a cloud of smoke that drifted out from around the bend. It was the most delicious roast he had ever smelled. The clerk forgot his fear and ran. The revelry, as the ferryman had termed it, took place on an enormous platform tied to the tree. I don't know what's with this writing style, because it's not the same writing style as the other books. There is a certain writing style that kind of really trips me over. This is one of them. Wide enough to be a plaza in any other city, a fantastic assortment of the most amazing people Scotty had ever seen were jammed shoulder to shoulder together, many eating, many more drinking, and some dancing to a lutist and singer perched on an offshoot above the crowd. They were largely Bosmer, true natives clad in colorful leather and bones, with a close minority of orcs. Whirling through the throng, dancing and bellowing at one another, were a hideous ape people. A few heads bobbing over the tops of the crowd belonged not, as Scotty first assumed, to very tall people, but to a family of centaurs. "Care for some mutton?" queried a wizened old mare, who roasted an enormous beast on some red-hot rocks. Scotty quickly paid him a gold piece and devoured the leg he was given. And then another gold piece and another leg. The fellow chuckled when Scotty began choking on a piece of gristle, and handed him a mug of a frothing white drink. He drank it and felt a quiver run through his body as if he were being tickled. "What is that?" Scotty asked. "Jaga, fermented pig's milk. I can let you have a flagon of it and a bit more mutton for another gold." Scotty agreed, paid, gobbled down the meat, and took the flagon with him as he slipped into the crowd. His co-worker, Liatus Juris, the man who had told him to come to Valenwood, was nowhere to be seen. When the flagon was a quarter empty, Scotty stopped looking for Juris. When it was half empty, he was dancing with the group, oblivious to the broken planks and gasps in the fencework. At 3/4 empty, he was trading jokes with a group of creatures whose language was completely alien to him. By the time the flagon was completely drained, he was asleep, snoring, while the revelry continued on all around his supine body. The next morning, still asleep, Scotty had the sensation of someone kissing him. He made a face to return the favor, but a pain like fire spread through his chest and forced him to open his eyes. There was an insect the size of a large calf sitting on him, crushing him, its spiky legs holding him down, while a central spiral bladed vortex of a mouth tore through his shirt. He screamed and thrashed, but the beast was too strong. It had found its meal, and it was going to finish it. "It's over," thought Scotty wildly. "I should have never left home. I could have stayed in the city and perhaps found work with Lord Vanek. I could have begun again as a junior clerk and worked my way back up." Suddenly, the mouth released itself. The creature shivered once, expelled a burst of yellow bile, and died. "Got one!" cried a voice, not too distantly. For a moment, Scotty lay still, his head throbbed and his chest burned. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw movement. Another of the horrible monsters was scurried towards him. He scrambled, trying to push himself free, but before he could come out, there was a sound of a bow cracking and an arrow pierced the second insect. "Good shot!" cried another voice. "Get the first one again. I just saw it move a little." This time, Scotty felt the impact of the bolt hit the carcass. He cried out, but he could hear how muffled his voice was by the beetle's body. Cautiously, he tried sliding a foot out and rolling under, but the movement apparently had the effect of convincing the archers that the creature still lived. A volley of arrows was launched forth. Now the beast was sufficiently perforated so pools of its blood, and likely the blood of its victims, began to seep out onto Scotty's body. When Scotty was a lad, before he grew too sophisticated for such sports, he had often gone to the Imperial arena for the competitions of war. He recalled a great veteran of the fights, when asked, telling him his secret. "Whenever I'm in doubt of what to do and I have a shield, I stay behind it." Scotty followed that advice. After an hour, when he no longer heard arrows being fired, he threw aside the remains of the bug and leapt as quickly as he could to a stand. It was not a moment too soon. A gang of 8 archers had their bows pointed his direction, ready to fire. When they saw him, they laughed. Didn't anyone ever tell you not to sleep in the Western Cross? How we're going to exterminate all the herbivores if your drunk keeps feeding them? Scotty shook his head and walked back along the platform, around the bend to Havel's slump. He was bloodied and torn and tired, and he had far too much fermented pig's milk. All he wanted was a proper place to lie down. He stepped into the Mother's Pascott's Tavern, a dank place, wet with sap, smelling of mildew. My name is Decamascotti, he said. I was hoping you have someone named Juris staying here. Decamascotti, pondered the fleshly proprietress, Mother Pascott's herself. I've heard that name. Oh, you must be the fellow he left a note for. Let me go see if I can find it. Damn. Okay, let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, A Dance of Fire. That was volume 2. Yeah, okay, got it. I already forgotten if I've written it down. I did. Where to go? I mean, I know where to go. Hold on. Having problems with my notebook here. Damn it. Blocking my mouse. That's better. It's much better. No chest here. Look at this arrow. Look at this arrow. Jeez. Wait, drought of pickpocketing. You know, I get that. And of hackling, sure. Carf Spire discovered. To the Carf Spire. Gotta be more Force 1 here, yep. And I can take him, but I would rather not get detected.
Hello? Who's there?
Your mama, that's who's there.
Just getting jumpy, I guess.
Yes. Totally just getting jumpy. There's no dead body there or anything. Well, now there'll be 2. 2 dead bodies. Whoop. I keep forgetting these are Force ones, so it's less likely to find gold on them. Not that I'm in dire need of gold. Apparently I've got 5,000. When did I get 5,000 gold? I remember having 1,000. Okay, fine, whatever. Oh look, he has gold. He doesn't care. And this chest has gold too. Why do you need gold? You guys are against the Empire and pillaging and plundering and setting fields aflame. So the Empire doesn't use it. But yet, here you are. Have gold. Their currency. What the hell? I thought you were Amish. Sort of Amish. Okay, I think that's it for the Force one, and we're... Ooh. Ooh. Pretty. Wait, Carve Spire. Wait. I remember this place. This is part of the main quest. Yeah, here's the problem. I don't have... There's a riddle or something on how to activate this pillar so you can lower this bridge. But I do not have it. Because I'm not doing the main quest just now. Okay. Let's see if we can... Probably not. Wow. I got it. Somehow. Oh yeah, look, here's another. All of these are booby trapped. Okay, so step on these? Yes, walk on these. And these symbols. I was supposed to come here with Lady Delphine. Well, I call her Lady Delphine, but she's a blade. So, meh. There we go, second bridge. Already done? I'm gonna keep going. I don't know why that. I want to see what happens. I'm not doing the main quest just now. I don't remember what's at the end of this. I think there is a word of power, but there's also something like a quest item or something. Skyhaven Temple discovered. Also, I think my progress should be blocked at a certain point because I don't have the NPC that I'm normally with during this portion of the game. Wait a minute, wasn't this the place where an Elder Scroll is? I think it was. I think that's what it was. And... ah, yes. This is a door. It opens, but... I think I need fire breath. Do I have fire breath? I don't even have a dragon soul. But yes, I do have fire breath. I think that's the solution. You need to light these braziers. Or a certain... or in a certain order, not all of them. Not 100% certain on that. But I cannot do it now. So let's get out of here. Hold on, did I just... did I just roll? It certainly felt like that. I think you can roll in this game, but you have to learn it, maybe? Right, I did mention my the thumbnail of the stream, of today's stream. I'm guessing by the end, I'm thinking by the end, or during, anyway. We're gonna climb the steps to High Hrothgar and visit the Greybeards, learn the ways of the voice, and do whatever it is they're setting me up to do. Don't remember. Okay, let's go this way. Keep heading south like this, but yeah, Arkandaprams. Let's go there. Detected by whom? By what? Oh, hello. Who are you?
What's a milk drinker like you doing out here? Go home to your mother. What was that? Time to end this little game. Damn you!
Go home to your mother, huh? Let this be a lesson across timelines. Which wasn't that mean, but still. Wanted to teach her a lesson. I wish to upgrade my unarmed skill. How am I gonna do that? Detected by whom, by what, by where, by where? It's a cave bear. Recliff Cave. Reachcliff. Well, let's take care of the Falmor again. Of course, they're only found here. Wait, Falmor or... I always get those two mixed up. One are the creatures, one are those... Oh, seems it's only Draugr here. Wow! Would you look at that? The arrow does not connect. Do you see that? It clearly goes to hit him. I think the only way to actually play this game and be sort of, let's say, happy about the way things are going is actually to fucking mod it. Okay, we got a trap somewhere here. Where are the rest of me arrows? Look at them. Look at them. They all passed him. They no-clipped through the bastard. They no-clipped through the bastard, man. Just went through him like he was air. Fucking hell. Is this a trap? No, it's not. Chill. It's not a trap. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, well, of course I'm detected if he comes right at me. Not only does he come right at me, like he's just... Akatosh. Ooh, nice. Hold on, quick save. Can I just walk by here without using the shift key? Just sneak normally? Yeah. But I can't go too close to this guy. Else he wakes. Watch this. Watch me. Oh, I didn't fail. It's a trap! Son of a bitch. I've been wounded. Gods have mercy. We got more books. Hold on, before we get to the book. There we go. There we go. Let's loot around. Alright, first book, The Ransom of Zarek. Part what? Okay, I'm gonna go stretch my legs, so I'll be right back. I'll be back. taking a bit longer, so terribly sorry about this. Yeah, I'm back. Oy, oy, oy. Oh! Right. I was about to write this one. The Ransom of Zadok. What is it? Hold on. Is it the Ransom of Zarek? Yeah, the Ransom of Zarek. I don't think I have this one. I would have remembered, but let's see. No. Excuse me. No, don't have it. Oh, okay. What is that letter? Well, it's a serpent. Salamil stood in her garden and read the letter her servant had brought to her. The bouquet of joss roses in her hand fell to the ground. For a moment it was as if all birds had ceased to sing and a cloud had passed over the sky. Her carefully cultivated and structured haven seemed to flood over with darkness. "We have thy son," it read. "We will be in touch with the three shortly... We will be in touch with thee shortly with our ransom demands." Damn it, boy! Damn it, cat! Zarek had never made it as far as Agkun, after all. One of the brigands on the road, Orcs probably, or accursed Dunmer, must have seen his well-appointed carriage and taken him hostage. Jalemil clutched at a post for support, wondering if her boy had been hurt. He was but a student, not the sort to fight against well-armed men. But had they beaten him? It was more than a mother's heart could bear to imagine. "Don't tell me they sent the ransom note so quickly," called a family voice, and a familiar face appeared through the hedge. It was Zadok. Jalemil hurried to embrace her boy, tears running down her face. "What happened?" she cried. "I thought thou had been kidnapped." "I was," said Zadok. "3 huge soaring Nords attacked my carriage on the Frimwun Pass. Brothers, as I learned, named Mathais, Ulin, and Korg. Thou should have seen these men, mother. Each one of them would have had trouble fitting through the front door, I can tell thee." "What happened?" Jalemil repeated. "Wert thou rescued?" "I thought about waiting for that, but I knew they'd send off a ransom note, and I know how thou dost worry. So I remembered what my mentor at Akun always said about remaining calm, observing thy surroundings, and looking for thy opponent's weakness." Zadok grinned. "It took a while, though, because these fellows were truly monsters. And then, when I listened to them, bragging to one another, I realized that vanity was their weakness. What did thou do?" "They had me chained at their camp in the woods not far from Kale, on a high knoll overlooking a wide river. I heard one of them, Korg, telling the others that it would take the better part of an hour to swim across the river and back. They were nodding in agreement when I spoke up. "I could swim that river and back in 30 minutes, I said. "Impossible," said Korg. "I can swim faster than a little whelp like thee." So it was agreed that we would dive off the cliff, swim to the center island, and return. As we went to our respective rocks, Korg took it upon himself to lecture me about all the fine points of swimming, the importance of synchronized movements of the arms and legs for maximum speed, how essential it was to breathe after only third or fourth stroke, not too often to slow thyself down, but not too often to lose one's air. I nodded and agreed to all of his fine points. Then we dove off the cliffs. I made it to the island and back in a little over an hour, but Korg never returned. He had dashed his brains at the rocks at the base of the cliff. I had noticed the telltale undulations of underwater rocks and had taken the diving rock on the right. "But thou returned?" asked Jalemil, astounded. "Was that not then when thou escaped?" "It was too risky to escape then," said Zarek. "They could have easily caught me again, and I wasn't keen to be blamed for Korg's disappearance. I said I did not know what happened to him, and after some searching they decided he had forgotten about the race and had swum ashore to hunt for food. They could not see how I could have had anything to do with his disappearance, as fully visible as I was throughout my swim. The 2 brothers began making camp along the rocky cliff edge, picking an ideal location so that I would not be able to escape. One of the brothers, Mathis, began commenting on the quality of the soil and the gradual incline of the rock that circled around the bay below. "Ideal," he said, "for a foot race." I expressed my ignorance of the sport, and he was keen to give me details of the proper technique for running a race. He made absurd faces showing how one must breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth, how to bend one's knees to the proper angle on the rise, the importance of sure-foot placement. Most important, he explained, was that the runner keep an aggressive but not too strenuous pace if one intends to win. It is fine to run in second place through the race, he said, provided one has the willpower and strength to to pull out in the end. I was an enthusiastic student, and Matthias decided that we ought to run a quick race around the edge of the bay before the night fell. Yulin told us to bring back some firewood when we came back. We began at once down the path, skirting the cliff below. I followed his advice about breath, gait, and foot placement, but I ran with all my power right from the start. Despite his much longer legs, I was a few paces ahead as we wound the first corner. With his eyes on my back, Matthias did not see the gape in the rock that I jumped over. He plummeted over the cliff before he had a chance to cry out. I spent a few minutes gathering some twigs before I returned to Ulin at camp. Now though we're just showing off, frowned Chilamil. Surely that would have been a good time to escape. Thou might think so, agreed Zarek, but thou had to see the topography. A few large trees and then nothing but shrubs. Ulin would have noticed my absence and caught up with me in no time, and I would have had a hard time explaining Matthias' absence. However, the brief forage around the area allowed me to observe some of the trees close up, and I could formulate my final plan. When I got back to camp with a few twigs, I told Ulin that Matthias was slow coming along, dragging a large dead tree behind him. Ulpin scoffed at his brother's strength, saying it would take him time to pull a live tree by the roots and drop it on the bonfire. I expressed reasonable doubt. I'll show thee, he said, ripping up a 10-foot tall specimen effortlessly. But that's scarcely a sapling, I objected. I thought thou could rip up a tree. His eyes followed mine to a magnificent, heavy-looking one at the edge of the clearing. Yulin grabbed it and began to shake it with a tremendous force to loosen its roots from the dirt. With that, he loosened the hive from the uppermost branches, dropping it down onto his head. That was when I made my escape, mother, said Zarek in conclusion, showing a little schoolboy pride. While Matthias and Cord were at the base of the cliff, and Ulin was flaning about engulfed by a swarm, Jalemil embraced her son once again. Publisher's note. I was reluctant to publish the works of Marabor Sul, but when the University of Gwilym Press asked me to edit this edition, I decided to use this as an opportunity to set the record straight once and for all. Scholars do not agree on the exact date of Marabor Sul's work, but it is generally agreed that they were written by the playwright Gor Felim, famous for popular comedies and romances during the intergrinum between the fall of the First Cyrodiilic Empire and the rise of Tiber Septim. The current theory holds that Felim heard a few genuine Dwemer tales and adapted them to the stage in order to make money, along with rewritten versions of many of his own plays. Gor Felim created the persona of Morobor Sul, who could translate the Dwemer language in order to add some sort of validity to the work and make it even more valuable to the gullible. Note that while Marabor Sul and his works became the subject of a heated controversy, there are no reliable records of anyone actually meaning Marabor Sul, nor was there anyone of that name employed by the Mages Guild, the School of Julianos, or any other intellectual institution. In any case, the Dwemer and most of the tales of Marabor Sul bear little resemblance to the fearsome, unfathomable race that frightened even the Dunmer, Nords, and Redguards into submission, and built ruins that even now have yet to be understood. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Hold on just a sec. Bum, bum, bum. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. The Doors of Oblivion, Conjuration. Well, I definitely have not read this. Otherwise, I would have, I would have not have skilled up, of course. The Doors of Oblivion by Sevshi Hija. When thou enterest into oblivion, oblivion entereth into thee. Thy title locked. The greatest mage who ever lived was my master Morian Zenas. You have heard of him as the author of the book On Oblivion, the standard text for all on matters Daedric. Despite many entreaties over the years, he refused to update his classic book with his new discoveries and theories because he found that the more one delves into these realms, the less certain one is. He did not want conjecture, he wanted facts. For decades before and after the publication of On Oblivion, Zenas compiled a vast personal library on the subject of Oblivion, the home of the Daedra. He divided his time between this research and personal magical growth, on the assumption that should he succeed in finding a way into the dangerous world beyond and behind ours, he would need much power to wander its dark paths. 12 years before Zenas began the journey he had prepared his life to make, he hired me as his assistant. I possessed the three attributes he required for the position. I was young and eager to help without question. I could read any book once and memorize its contents. And despite my youth, I was already a master of conjuration. Zenas, too, was a master of conjuration. indeed a master at all the known and unknown schools. But he did not want to rely on his ability alone in the most perilous of his research. In an underground vault, he summoned Daedra to interview them on their native land, and for that he needed another conjurer to make certain they came, were bound, and were sent away again without incident. I will never forget that vault, not for its looks, which was plain and unadorned, but for what you couldn't see. There was scents that lingered long after the summoned creatures had left. Flowers and sulfur, sex and decay, power and madness. They haunt me still to this very day. Conjuration, for the layman unacquainted with its workings, connects the caster's mind with that of the summoned. It is a tenuous link, meant only to lure, hold, and dismiss, but in the hands of a master can be much stronger. The Chichiks, the Psych... Okay, so it's not the Chichiks, that's a P. The Psychics and Dwemer... Bad cat. Don't chew the paper. The Psychics and Dwemer can, in the Dwemer's race, perhaps I should say, could, connect with the minds of others and converse miles apart, a skill that is sometimes called telepathy. Over the course of my employment, Zenas and I developed such a link between one another. It was accidental, a result of two powerful conjurers working closely together, but we decided it would be invaluable should he succeed in traveling to Oblivion. Since the denizens of that land could be touched even by the skills of an amateur conjurer, it was possible we could continue to communicate while he was there, so I could record his discoveries. The doors to Oblivion, to use Morian Zena's phrase, are not easily found, and we exhausted many possibilities before we found one which we held the key. The psychics of the psychics of Artium have a place they call the Dreaming Cave, where it is said one can enter into the Daedric realms and return. Yakisis, Sophasil, Nebatik, and many others have been recorded as using this means. But despite many entreaties to the Order, we were denied its use. Stelarus, the leader of the Order, has told us it has been sealed off for the safety of all. We had hopes of using the runes of the battle spire to access Oblivion. The Ware Gate still stands, though the old proving grounds of the Imperial Battle Mages itself was shattered some years ago in Jagarfarn's time. Sadly, after an exhaustive search through the detritus, we had to conclude that when it was destroyed, all access to the realms beyond, the Soul Cairn, the Shade Perilous, and the Havoc Wellhead had been broken. It was probably for the good, but it frustrated our goal. The reader may now have heard of other doors, and he may be assured that we attempted to find them all. Some are pure legend, or at any rate not traceable based on the information left behind. There are references to lore to Markrov's Abyss, the Cornington Mirror, the Mantillan Crux, Crossroads, the Mouth, a riddle of an alchemical formula called Jathsens and Rising Sun, and many other places and objects that were said to be doors, but we could not find. Some exist, but cannot be entered safely. The whirlpool in the Abyssian called the Maelstrom of Baal can make ships disappear, maybe a portal into Oblivion, but the trauma of riding its waters would surely slay any who tried. Likewise, we did not consider it worth the risk to leap from the Pillar of Frost, a 1,000-foot-tall spiral of coral, though we'd witnessed the sacrifices the Slodes made there. Some victims were killed by the fall, but some indeed seemed to vanish before being dashed on the rocks. Since the Slode did not seem certain why some were taken and some died, we did not favor the odds of the plunge. The simplest and most maddeningly complex way to go to Oblivion was simply to cease to be here and begin to be there. Throughout history, there are examples of mages who seem to travel to the realms beyond ours seemingly at will. Many of these voyagers are long dead, if they ever existed, but we were able to find one still living. In a tower of Zafirbel Bay, on the island of Vanderfell, in the province of Morrowind, there exists a very old, very reclusive wizard named Difafifir. He was not easy to reach, and he was reluctant to share with Morian Zenas the secret door to Oblivion. Fortunately, my master's knowledge of lore impressed Fear, and he taught him the way. I would be breaking my promise to Zenas and Fear to explain the procedure here, and I would not divulge it, even if I could. If there is dangerous knowledge to be had, that is it. But I do not reveal too much to say that Fear's scheme relied on exploiting a series of portals to various realms created by a Telvanni wizard, long missing and presumed dead. Against the disadvantage of this limited number of access points, we weigh the relative reliability and security of passage, and consider ourselves fortunate in our informant. Morian Zenas then left this world to begin his exploration. I stayed at the library to describe his information and help him with any research he needed. Dust, he whispered to me on the first day of his voyage. Despite the inherent dreariness of the word, I could hear his excitement in his voice, echoing in my mind. I can see from one end of the world to the other in a million shades of grey. There's no sky or ground or air, only particles floating, falling, whirling about me. I must levitate and breathe by magical means. Zenas explored the nebulous land for some time, encountering vaporous creatures and palaces of smoke. Though he never met the prince, we concluded that he was an ash pit, said to be the home of Malakath, where anguish, betrayal, and broken promises like ash filled the bitter air. The sky is on fire, I heard him say as he moved on to the next realm. The ground is sludge, but traversable. I see blackened ruins all around me, like a war was fought here in the distant past. The air is freezing. I cast blooms of warmth all around me, but it still feels like daggers of ice stabbing me in all directions. This was Cold Harbor, where Moloch Baal was prince. It appeared to Zenas as if it was a future of Nirn, under the king of rape, desolate and barren, filled with suffering. I could hear Morian Zenas weep at the images he saw, and shiver at the sight of the imperial palace, spattered with blood and excrement. Too much beauty, Zenas gasped when he went to the next realm. I am half blind. I see flowers and waterfalls, majestic trees, a city of silver, but it is all a blur. The colors run like water. It's raining now, and the wind smells like perfume. This surely is Moonshadow, where Azura dwell. Zenas was right, and astonishingly, he even had audience with the Queen of Dusk and Dawn in her Rose Palace. She listened to his tale with a smile, and told him of the coming of the Neveverine. My master found Moonshadow so lovely, he wished to stay there, half blind, forever, but he knew he must move on and complete his journey of discovery. I am in a storm, he told me as he entered the next realm. He described the landscape of dark twisted trees, howling spirits, and billowing mist, and I thought he might have entered the deadlands of Merun's Dagon. But then he said quickly, "No, I am no longer in a forest. There was a flash of lightning, and now I am on a ship. The mast is tattered, the crew is slaughtered. Something is coming through the waves. Oh gods. Wait, now I am in a dark dungeon, in a cell." He was not in the Deadlands, but Quagmire, the nightmare realm of Vanima. Every few minutes there was a flash of lightning and reality shifted, always to something more horrible and horrifying. A dark castle one moment, a den of ravening beasts the next, a moonlit swamp, a coffin where he was buried alive. Fear got the better of my master and quickly passed to the next realm. I heard him laugh. I feel like I'm home now. Morian Zenas described to me an endless library, shelves stretching on in every direction, stacks on top of stacks. Pages floated on a mystical wind that he could not feel. Every book had a black cover with no title. He could see no one, but felt the presence of ghosts moving throughout the stacks, rifling through books, ever searching. It was Apocrypha, the home of Hermes Mora, where all forbidden knowledge can be found. I felt a shudder in my mind, but I could not tell if it was my master's or mine. Morian Zenas never traveled to another realm that I know of. Throughout his visits to the first 4 realms, my master spoke to me constantly. Upon entering the Apocrypha, he became quieter, as he was lured into the world of research and study, the passions that had controlled his heart while on Nirn. I would frantically try to call to him, but he closed his mind to me. Then he would whisper, "This cannot be. No one would ever guess the truth. I must learn more. I see the world. Alas, illusions shimmer. It is crumbling all around us." I would cry back to him, begging him to tell me what was happening, what he was seeing, what he was learning. I even tried using conjuration to summon him as if he were a Daedra himself, but he refused to leave. Morian Zenas was lost. I last received a whisper from him 6 months ago. Before then, it had been 5 years and 3 before that. His thoughts are no longer intelligible in any language. Perhaps he is still in Apocrypha, lost but happy, in a trap he refuses to escape. Perhaps he slipped between the stacks and passed into the madhouse of Shekharath, losing his sanity forever. I would save him if I could. I would silence his whispers if I could. Whoa. Ooh. Brief History of Empire, Volume 3. Well, I gotta have this one. Yes, I do. So won't be needing that. Was that it? No, there are more here. Dance in Fire, Volume 3. I got this one, right? I'd read it earlier. No, I don't. No, I do not. I do not. Dance in Fire, Volume 3. This is the book that I kind of dislike, because it has too much of a weird writing style. Mother Pascos disappeared into the sordid hole that was her tavern, and emerged a moment later with a scrap of paper with Laius Juris' familiar scroll. Decimus Scotti held it up before a patch of sunlight that had found its way through the massive boughs of the tree city and read, Scotti, so you made it to Falinesti, Valenwood. Congratulations. I'm sure you had quite an adventure getting here. Unfortunately, I'm not here anymore, as you probably guess. There's a town down river called Afie Amat. Get a boat and join me. It's ideal. I hope you brought a lot of contracts, cause these people need a lot of building done. They were close to the war, you see, but not so close they don't have any money left to pay. Haha. Meet me down here as soon as you can, Juris. So, Scotty pondered, Juris had left Falinesti and gone to some place called Affy. Given his poor penmanship and ghastly spelling, it could equally well be Affy, Appy, Ofri, Imfri, Urfa, or Krakamaka. The sensible thing to do, Scotty knew, was to call his adventure over and try to find some way to get back home to the Imperial City. He was no mercenary devoted to a life of thrills. He was, or at least had been, a senior clerk at a successful private building commission. Over the last few weeks, he had been robbed by the Cafe Rat, taken on a death march through the jungle by a gang of giggling Boss Mary, half-starved to death, drugged with fermented pig milk, nearly slain by some kind of giant tick, and attacked by archers. He was filthy, exhausted, and had, he counted, 10 gold pieces to his name. Now the man whose proposal brought him to the depths of misery was not even there. It was both judicious and seemly to abandon the enterprise entirely. And yet, a small but distinct voice in his head told him, You have been chosen. You have no other choice but to see this through. Scotty turned to the stout old woman, Mother Pascost, who had been watching him curiously. Was wondering if you knew out of a village at the edge of recent conflict with elsewhere. It's called something like Athy? You must mean Athai, she grinned. My middle lad, My middle lad, Viglil. He manages a dairy down there. Beautiful country, right on the river. Is that where your friend went? Yes, said Scotty. Do you know the fastest way to get there? After a short conversation, an even shorter ride to Falinesti's routes by way of the platforms, and a jog to the riverbank, Scotty was negotiating transport with a huge, hair-bared bossmer with a face like a pickled carp. He called himself Captain Bolfix, but even Scotty with his sheltered life could recognize him for what he was, a retired pirate for hire, a smuggler for certain, and probably much worse. His ship, which had clearly been stolen in the distant past, was a bent old Imperial sloop. 50 gold and we'll be in Afai in 2 days' time, boomed Captain Bolfix expansively. I have 9 gold pieces, replied Scotty, and feeling the need for explanation added, I had 10, but I gave one to the platform fireman to get me down here. 9 is just as fine, said the captain agreeably. Truth be told, I was going to Afai whether you paid me or not. Make yourself comfortable on the boat. We'll be leaving in just a few minutes. Decimus Scotti boarded the vessel, which sat low in the water of the river, stacked high with crates and sacks that spilled out the hold and galley and onto the deck. Each was marked with stamps advertising the most innocuous substances. Copper scraps, lard, ink, high rock meal, marked for cattle, tar, fish jelly. Scotty's imagination reeled, picturing what sorts of illicit imports were truly aboard. It took more than those few minutes for Captain Balfix to haul in the rest of his cargo, but in an hour the anchor was up and they were sailing downriver towards the Fae. I didn't get a drink. The green-grey water barely rippled, only touched by the fingers of the breeze. My coffee's gone cold. Lush plant life crowded the banks, obscuring from sight of all the animals that sang and roared at one another. Lulled by the serene surroundings, Scotty drifted to sleep. At night, he woke and gracefully accepted some clean clothes and food from Captain Belfix. Why are you going to Afay, if I may ask? Queried the bossmer. I'm meeting a former colleague there. He asked me to come down from the Imperial City where I worked for the Atreus Building Commission to negotiate some contracts. Scotty took another bite of the dried sausages they were sharing for dinner. We're going to try to repair and refurbish whatever bridges, roads, and other structures that got damaged in the recent war with the Khajiit. It's been a hard 2 years, the captain nodded his head. Though I suppose good for me and the likes of you and your friend. Trade routes cut off. Now they think there's going to be war with the Somerset Isles. You heard that? Scotty shook his head. I've done my share of smuggling skooma down the coast, even helping some revolutionary types escape the Maine's wrath. But now the war's made me a legitimate trader, a businessman. The first casualties of war is always the corrupted. Scotty said he was sorry to hear that, and they lapsed into silence, watching the stars and moon's reflection on the still water. The next day, Scotty awoke to find the captain wrapped up in his sail, torpid from alcohol, singing in a low, slurred voice. When he saw Scotty rise, he offered his flagon of Jacka. I learned my lesson during revelry at Western Cross. The captain laughed and then burst into tears. I don't want to be legitimate. Other pirates I used to know are still raping and stealing and smuggling and selling nice folk like you into slavery. I swear to you, I never thought the first time that I ran a real shipment of legal goods that my life would turn out like this. Oh, I know, I could go back to it, but Bandor knows not after all I've seen. I'm a ruined man. Scotty helped the weeping Mer out of the sail, murmuring words of reassurance. Then he added, Forgive me for changing the subject, but where are we? Oh, moaned Captain Balfix miserably. We made good time. Afai's right around the bend in the river. Then looks like Afai's on fire, said Scotty, pointing. A grey plume of smoke, black as pitch, was rising above the trees. As they drifted around the bend, they next saw the flames, and then the blackened skeleton remains of the village. Dying, blazing villagers leapt from rocks into the river. A cacophony of wailing met their ears, and they could see, roaming along the edges of the town, the figures of Khajiiti soldiers bearing torches. Bandar bless me, slurred the captain. The war's back on. Oh no, whispered Scotty. The sloop drifted with the current toward... I'm sorry. The way oh no I read it, I just thought of Jeremy Clarkson. Oh no! Anyway. The way I said it. The sloop drifted with the current toward the opposite shore away from the fiery town. Scotty turned his attention there, and the sanctuary it offered. Hold on. I was confused as to what I was hearing outside of my headphones, just some protesting. Not in my town, these are the news channels. Anyway. The sloop drifted with the current toward the opposite shore away from the fiery town. Scotty turned his attention there, and the sanctuary it offered, just a peaceful arbor, away from the horror. There was a shudder of leaves in 2 of the trees, and a dozen little Khajiit dropped to the ground, armed with bows. They see us, hissed Scotty, and they've got bows. Well, of course they have bows, snarled Captain Balfix. We Bosmer may have invented the bloody things, but we didn't think to keep them secret, you bloody bureaucrat. Now they're setting their arrows on fire. Yes, they do that sometimes. Captain, they're shooting at us. They're shooting at us with flaming arrows. Ah, so they are, the captain agreed. The aim here is to avoid being hit. But hit they were. And very shortly thereafter, even worse, the second volley of arrows hit the supply of pitch, which ignited in a tremendous blue blaze. Scotty grabbed Captain Balfix and they leapt overboard just before the ship and all its cargo disintegrated. The shock of the cold water brought the Bosmer into temporary sobriety. He called to Scotty, who was already swimming as fast as he could toward the bend. Master Decimus, where do you think you're swimming to? Back to Falanesti, cried Scotty. It will take you days, and by the time you get there, everyone will know about the attack on Afay. They'll never let anyone they don't know in. The closest village downriver is Grenos. Maybe they'll give us shelter. Scotty swam back to the captain, and side by side they began paddling in the middle of the river, past the burning residuum of the village. He thanked Mara that he had learned to swim. Many a Cyrodiil did not, as largely landlocked as the imperial province was. Had he been raised in Mir Korup or Artmon, he might have been doomed. But the imperial city itself was encircled by water, and every lad and lass there knew how to cross without a boat, even those who grew up to the clerks and not adventurers. Captain Balifix's sobriety faded as he grew used to the water's temperature. Even in wintertide, the Xylo River was fairly temperate, and after a fashion, even comfortable. The Bosmer's strokes were uneven, and he'd stray closer to Scotty and then further away, pushing ahead and then falling behind. Scotty looked to the shore to his right. The flames had caught the trees like tinder. Behind them was an inferno with which they were barely keeping pace. To the shore on their left, all looked fair, until he saw a tremble in the river ridge, and then what caused it. A pride of the largest cats he had ever seen. They were auburn-haired, green-eyed beasts with jaws and teeth to match his wildest nightmares, and they were watching the 2 swimmers and keeping pace. Captain Balfix, we can't go to either that shore or the other one, or we'll be parboiled or eaten, Scotty whispered. Try to even your kicking and your strokes. Breath like you would normally. If you're feeling tired, tell me, and we'll float on our backs for a while. Anyone who has had the experience of giving rational advice to a drunkard would understand the hopelessness. Scotty kept pace with the captain, slowing himself, quickening, drifting left and right, while the Bosmer moaned old ditties from his pirate days. When he wasn't watching his companion, he watched the cats on the shore. After a stretch, he turned to his right. Another village had caught fire. Undoubtedly, it was Grenos. Scotty stared at the blazing fury, awed by the sight of the destruction, and did not hear that the captain had ceased to sing. When he turned back, Captain Belfix was gone. Scotty dove into the murky depths of the river over and over again. There was nothing to be done. When he surfed it after his final search, he saw that the giant cats had moved on, perhaps assuming that he too had drowned. He continued his lonely swim downriver. A tributary, he noted, had formed a final barrier, keeping the flames from spreading further. But there were no more towns. After several hours, he began to ponder the wisdom of going ashore. Which shore was the question? He was spared the decision. Ahead of him was a rocky island with a bonfire. He did not know if he were intruding on a party of Bosmeri or Khajiit, only that he could swim no more. With straining, aching muscles, he pulled himself onto the rocks. They were Bosmer refugees, he gathered, even before they told him. Roasting over the fire was the remains of one of the giant cats that had been stalking him through the jungle on the opposite shore. "Stenched tiger," said one of the young warriors ravenously. "It's no animal. It's as smart as any Kafairat or Ohms or any other bleeding Khajiit. Pity this one drowned. I would have gladly killed it. You like the meat, though. Sweet from all the sugar these asses eat." Scotty did not know if he was capable of eating a creature as intelligent as a man, or mer, but he surprised himself, as he had done several times over the last days. It was rich, succulent, and sweet, like sugared pork, but no seasonings had been added. He surveyed the crowd as he ate, a sad lot, some still weeping for lost family members. They were the survivors of both the village of the Grenos and Afei, and war was on every person's lips. Why had the Khajiit attacked again? Why, specifically directed at Scotty as a Cyrodiil, why was the Emperor not enforcing peace in his provinces? "I was to meet another Cyrodiil," he said to a Bosmer maiden who he understood to be from Afei. "His name was Laius Juris. I don't suppose you know what might have happened to him." "I don't know your friend, but there were many Cyrodiils in Afei when the fire came," said the girl. "Some of them, I think, left quickly. They were going to Vindisi, inland, in the jungle. I'm going there tomorrow, so are many of us. If you wish, you may come as well." Decimus Scotty nodded solemnly. He made himself as comfortable as he could in the stony ground of the river island, and somehow after much effort he fell asleep. But he did not sleep well. So this was volume 3 of A Dance in Fire, right? I just need to make certain that I've written it down. Jesus Christ. Yes, chapter 3, volume 3, whatever, it's the same thing. Yep, I got it. Good. The Song of Pelinal, volume 2, please tell me I have this. I mean, they are sort of amusing. No, I don't. Of course I do not. I've got volume 1, 4, 5, 3, and now this will be volume 2. These are the mad texts. Of course, volume 2, On His Coming. Editors and then one. And then Perif spoke to the handmaiden again, eyes to the heavens which had not known kindness since the beginning of elven rule. And she spoke as a mortal, whose kindle is beloved by the gods for its strength and weakness, a humility that can burn with metaphor and yet break easily, and always, always doomed to end in death. And this is why those who let their souls burn anyway are beloved of the dragon and his kin. And she said, "And this thing I have thought of, I have named it, and I call it freedom, which I think is just another word for Shezar, who goes missing. You made the first reign at his sundering, and that is what I ask now for our alien masters, that we might sunder them fully and repay their cruelty by dispersing them to drown in the Topol. Morihaus, your son, mighty and snorting, gore-horned, winged, when next he flies down, let him bring us anger." And then Kine granted Perif another symbol, a diamond soaked red with the blood of elves, whose facets could unsector and form into a man whose every angle could cut her jailers, and a name, Pelin El, which is Star-Made Knight, and he was arrayed in armor from the future time. And he walked into the jungles of Sirad, already killing, Morihaus stamping at his side, froth bloody and bellowing from excitement because the Pelinal was come, and Pelinal came to Perif's camp of rebels holding a sword and mace, both encrusted with the smashed viscera of elven faces, feathers, and magic beads, which were the markings of the Eilidun, stuck to the redness that hung from his weapons, and he lifted them, saying, "These were their eastern chieftains, no longer full of their talking." Yeah. Oh god, Dwemer inquiries. I hate Dwemer inquiries. I kind of don't like Dwemer inquiries. This is only volume 1. Do I have it? I've never come across this book from as far as I can tell. Excuse me. Never came across this series of books. I need to turn on the light, man. I'm getting too sleepy. Ah, much better. Dwemer inquiries. I don't seem to have it. Gotta write this down too. Alright, so what was it? Dwemer inquiries. I gotta keep pausing because I don't want time to pass by when I'm writing this down. And this is volume 1, right? Ah, shit. Yep. V1, comma. There we go. Alright. Dwemer Inquiries Volume 1. Their Architecture and Civilization. Hold on. I remember that. Hold on. I must have read it, but it's not in my catalog. Ah, there it is. Dwemer Inquiries Volume 2 and 1. Of course. It's part of Dragon's Reach. Those books that I got bounty from. And had to reload, so I don't need to read it. I've already read it. Olaf and the Dragon. Do we have Olaf and the Dragon? I'm gonna look in Dragon's Reach column first. No. I have not read it in Dragon's Reach. Okay. Have I read it anywhere else? Let's see. Olaf. No. Olaf. No. I have not read this. Olaf and the Dragon by Adonato Leotelli. Sounds Italian. One of the more colorful legends in Norse folklore is the tale of Olaf One-Eye and Numinex. Long ago in the First Age, a fearsome dragon named Numinex ravaged the whole of Skyrim. The dreadful Drake wiped out entire villages, burned cities, and killed countless Nords. It seemed that no power in Tamriel could stop the monster. This was a troubled time in Skyrim's history, for a bitter war of succession raged between the holds. The Jarls might have been able to conquest the beast if they had worked together, but trust was in desperately short supply. A skillful warrior named Olaf came forward and promised to defeat the beast. In some accounts, he is the Jarl of Whiterun. In other versions of the legend, Olaf promises the people of Whiterun that he will capture the monster if they will name him Jarl. Hold on. Jimmy spotted something. What did you spot, Jimmy? Hold on, is there noise? What did you spot? What did you spot, Jimmy? I don't know what he spotted. He got distracted right away, like he saw something flying, but I don't see anything. Well, it's okay. My darling little Kato Kajiti Jimmy. He will hunt any prey. But he will not kill the prey. He's the same as me. He will not kill any prey. He will just point them out. Whiterun that will capture the monster if they will name him Jarl. At any rate, Olaf ventures forth with a handful of his most trusted warriors and seeks the beast out, eventually finding Numinex in his lair atop Mount Afor. Needless to say, it's an epic battle. First, Olaf comes at the dragon with his axe and his shield. Some variants of the legend say that Olaf and the beast battled with blade and claw for days, but were too evenly matched for either to gain an advantage. Most accounts hold that Olaf, perhaps frustrated that his weapons are completely ineffectual against the dragon, finally casts them aside. Giving voice to the rage that has been building within, Olaf unleashes a terrible shout. Here again, the stories diverge. Many accounts hold that Olaf did not realize he possessed the power of dragon speech, while others suggest that he had long possessed this gift, but wished to test himself against the dragon in martial combat first. Virtually all variations of the legend, however, agree on what happened next. Using the awesome powers of the dragon language, Numinex and Olaf engage in an epic shouting duel atop Mount Afor. So forceful are their words, they are said to shatter the stone and split the sky. Finally, Numinex collapses from a combination of injury and sheer exhaustion. Somehow, and this detail is conspicuously absent in virtually every account, Olaf manages to convey the dragon all the way back to the capital city of Whiterun. The people of Whiterun are suitably impressed with Olaf's hostage. They build a huge stone holding cell at the rear of the palace, which they rename Dragon's Reach. This enormous cell serves as Numenex's prison until his death. Olaf himself eventually becomes the High King of Skyrim, putting an end to the War of Succession. Presumably, his great deed made him the only leader upon whom all the people could agree, and so the land once again has peace. As a visitor to Skyrim, I find this tale both fascinating and highly entertaining. It is one of the most celebrated legends of the Nords, and one can easily understand why. It's a story of surpassing heroism in which a resourceful and worthy Nord does battle with a truly terrifying adversary and emerges victorious by yelling him into submission. The only way in which this could have been even more of a Nordic tale would be if Olaf beat Numenex in a drinking contest. The legend is not without its doubters, however. The bard Skavnir, who lived during Olaf's reign, wrote and performed an alliterative verse that challenged Olaf's version of events. Enraged, the High King threw the rebellious bard in prison and destroyed all written copies of the verse. How would I love to lay hands on a copy of that verse? I admit, I am immensely curious to know what assertions Skavnir made about how Olaf really defeated Numenex. There are a few ancient bard texts that provide one possible answer. These tomes suggest that Numenex was particularly foul-tempered because he was extremely old. In these accounts, the dragon spends his final years terrorizing the countryside before flying off to the top of Mount Afor to die in peace. When Olaf finds Numenex, the dragon is too weak to defend himself. Olaf and his men capture the beast without effort, but decide to take advantage of the situation by fabricating a heroic tale. It is worth noting that all of Olaf's warriors who were said to witness the shout duel went on to become wealthy leaders during Olaf's reign as High King. However, it is equally likely that Skavnir, I keep saying Skavnir, but it's Svaknir. However, it is equally likely that Svaknir had some grudge against Olaf, and his scandalous verse was an attempt to damage the High King's reputation. Alas, we will never know. I leave you now, good reader, with this gentle reminder. A good historian must remain impartial and consider all points of view. Time has a way of distorting our record of events, so the closer you can get to the original sources, the better. Okay, that was it? Yeah, that was it. Okay. All right. That row of books has been done, completed. So I did take a break. I completely forgot where the hell am I. I really did. I completely forgot where the hell am I. Oh yeah, I dropped down here. Okay, and now time to go here. And I think we're heading back up. I think I've cleared the entire thing. Yeah, it seems so. Yep, I've already been here. Oh yeah, and this is the only one other guy that I decided to leave alone. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I could just continuously sneak. But I'm not sure if I would get a skill up doing this. Nah. Yeah, let's get out of here. Alright, next. I said I was gonna keep going south so I can discover this place, so yeah, let's keep going. Well, that place and the places around. Gonna have to find a way down, a way further down south. Oh look, it's a bear! There are two bears. the better smart is taking cover. Still killed him. Behind cover, no less. You know, after all of that shit conundrum with the arrows hitting invisible walls and barriers and hitboxes, surprisingly, it worked this time. Stood it in very near cover. Gonna stay right here. Can't detect me. It's pissed. It's vexed. It's annoyed. It's frustrated. And now it is calm. Whoop. Too bad. There it is. Watch. Oh, it detects me right away. That's a beautiful, beautiful 8:26 a.m. Beautiful sunrise. Cloudy mountains and everything. Look at that. So pretty. Okay. I got a thing here too. Oh, we have a thing. Okay. These are cave bears. What are you doing up in the mountains? Oh, look, more Forsworn. That's nice. I need an elevated position. I mean, proper elevated. And a better angle, too. Yeah, here I can't see anything. Look. Okay, up there. No, there's a hard grave in there, alright. Let's see, can I shoot them this time proper? Okay, 3 enemies. There's gotta be our graven next to them. There has to. Probably not. Could you stand still for crying out? Well, the arrow definitely goes where I wanted it to go, but... Finally! Yeah, that's 1 down. Two down. All 3 of them down. Ooh. Oh, this pisses me off. Look, that's a tower. I have not discovered it, and I cannot discover it yet. Because I cannot go up there, because that's a... I hate this region. I hate it. Too many cliffs, man. Too many cliffs. Way too many. Oh wait, this is a... Huh? Wait a minute, I killed Forsworn. What are you guys doing here? Oh, we came to liberate the camp. Well, good for you, but I did all the work. Ooh. Block. This is another book I have not read. The Death Blow of Abernanit, with explains by the sage Geocrates Varnus. Well, death blow. That's a death blow of Abernanit. Broken battlements and wrecked walls were worship of the horror I once embraced. The bites of 50 winters, frost and wind, have cracked and pitted the unholy gates, and brought down the cruel, obscene spire. All is dust, all is nothing more than dust. The blood, son of a bitch, the blood has dried and screams have echoed out. Framed by hills in the wildest forlorn place of Morrowind sits the barren bones of Abernanit. When thrice-blessed Rangedil first saw Abernanit, it burnished silver bright with power and permanence. A dreadful place with a dreadful men to guard it, with fever-glassed eyes and shrank through the horror. Rangedil saw the foe's number was far greater than the few ordinators and buoyant armigers had led, watching from the hills above the field and castle of death. While it stood, it damned the souls of the people of Morrowind, the cursed and quitchious castle Abernanit. The alarm was sounded, calling the holy warriors to battle, to answer villainous shield with Justice's spear, to steel themselves to fight at the front and be brave. Rangedil too grasped his shield and his fin-ebon spear, and the clamor of battle began with a resounding crash, to shake the clouds down from the sky. The shield wall was smashed and blood staunched, the ground of the field a battle like no other of Morrowind, to destroy the evil of Abernanit. The maniacal horde were skilled at arms for certes, but the three holy fists of Mother, Lord, and Wizard pushed the monster's army back in charge after charge. Rangedil saw from above, urging the army to defend. Daggerfras himself in his Pernicus tower spire, and knew that only when the heart of evil was caught would the lander truly be saved. He pledged then by the temple and the holy tribunal of Morrowind to take the tower of Abernanit. In a violent push, the tower base was pierced. But all efforts to fill the spire came to naught. As if all the strength of the horror held that one tower, the stairwell up was steep and so tight that two warriors could not ascend it side by side. So single file the army clambered up and up to take the tower room and end the reign of one of the cruelest, petty tyrants in the annals of Morrowind, Daggerfras of Abernanit. They awaited a victory cry from the first to scale the tower, but silence only returned, and then the blood. First only a rivulet and then a scarlet course, poured down the steep stairwell with a cry from above. Daggerfras is besting our army one by one. Rangedil called his army back, every ordinator and buoyant armiger, and he himself ascended the stairs, passing the bloody remains of the best warriors of Morrowind to the tower room of Abernanit. Like a raven of death and its eyrie was Daggerfras, holding bloody shield and bloody blade at the tower room door. Every thrust of Rangedil's spear was blocked with ease. Every slash of Rangedil's blade was deflected away. Every blow of Rangedil's mace was met by the shield. Every quick arrow shot could not find no purchase, for the monster's greatest power was in his dread blessing, that no weapon from the warrior found in all of Morrowind could pass the shield of Abernanit. As hour passed hour, Rangedil came to understand how his greatest warriors met their end with Daggerfras, for he could exhaust them by blocking their attacks, and when thus weakened they were simply cut down. The villain was patient and skilled with the shield, and Rangedil felt even his own mighty arms growing numb, while Daggerfras anticipated and blocked each cut, and Rangedil feared that without the blessing of the Divine Three of Morrowind, he'd die in the Tower of Abernanit. But he still poured down blows as he yelled, "Foe, I am Rangedil, a prince of the true temple, and I've fought in many a battle, and many a warrior has tried to stop my blade and has failed. Very few can anticipate which blow I'm planning, and fewer knowing that know how to arrest the design, or have the strength to absorb all of my strikes. There's no greater master of shield and blocking in all of Morrowind than there in this castle Abernanit. My foe, Dark Lord Daggerfras, before you slay me, I beg you, tell me how you know how to block." Wickedly proud Daggerfras heard Rangedil's plea, and decided that before he gutted the temple champion, he would deign to give him some knowledge for the afterlife. No, his instinct and reflexes worked, and as he started to explain, he realized that he did not know how he did it, and watched puzzled as Rangedil delivered what Tales of Morrowind called the death blow of Abernanit. Geocratus Varnus explains, the horror refers to the Daedra Prince Mehrunes Dagon. 50 Winters suggests that the epic was written 50 years after the Siege of Abernanit, which took place in the Third Era 150. Thrice-blessed Rangedil is Rangedil Ketil, born in the Second Era 803, died in the Third Era 195. He was the commander of the Temple of Ordinators and thrice-blessed by being blessed by the Tribunal of Gods. Mother, Lord, and Wizard refers to the Tribunal of Almalexia, Vivek, and Sofasil. Daga Frost was a powerful Daedra worshipper of unknown origin who declared himself the heir of the Sixth House, though there is little evidence he descended from the vanished family. Got it. Nice. Hold on. Oh, Death Blow of Ebernated. Done. Completed. Any other books? Nope. We have a grindstone here. Nope. Workbench? Nope. Alright. Wait, there's a thing here. I want to discover that too. Ridgewater Rock. I'm not sure how you go there. It's down, all the way down here. There we go. Let's see what's here. All the way west. I haven't come across trolls. I know they're to the north, northeast. But I thought they would be everywhere. Look at that. Oh, it's another... this is another place. Oh, look. Oh, look. Read Ancient Edict, Forbidden Legend. Let this place be forgotten forever. Let it be struck from the rolls of history. Let it never be spoken of by man or mare. Let its very name be lost to the ages. Ye who enter here know, this place was sealed at great price. Honor those who perished here. Turn back and leave them to their rest. Never! Ooh, Lost Legends. I don't think I read Lost Legends. I would have remembered that name. LLLL. No. Dragon's Reach. Did I read it? No. What about after? No. Map updated. Investigate. Investigate the Guldur legend. Lost Legends of Skyrim by Salgar the Elder, Archivist of Winterhold. So, Lost Legends, right? Okay. Lost Legends. It's a quest. Let's see. The history of Skyrim is vast, predating even the most ancient records of man and mer. Much has been lost, fallen to the ravages of war or the turning of the ages. But nothing is ever truly forgotten. Where no records exist, legends and folk tales offer us a key to the past, and way to piece together truths half remembered in the minds of men. For generations, the people of Morfall have told whispered tales of the Pale Lady. Oh yes, yeah, we read about this one. A pale lady, a ghostly woman who wanders the northern marshes forever seeking her lost daughter. Okay, never mind, I don't think we've read this one. Some say she steals children who wander astray, others that the sobbing well strikes dead all those who hear it. But behind these tales may lie a kernel of truth, for ancient records speak of Amriel, a mysterious figure Isgrimor's heirs battled for decades and finally sealed away. Richmond tell the story of Fulan Red Eagle, an ancient king who rallied his people and drove back the armies of Cyrodiil with a flaming sword. Though accounts vary, they too seem to be based on an underlying truth. Imperial chronicles of Empress Hestra mention a rebel leader of that era who was eventually cornered and slain in battle, at the cost of a full legion of men. But some tales prove far harder to analyze. Amongst scholars, perhaps the best known is the forbidden legend of the Archmage Guldur. In the dawning days of the First Era, the story goes there lived a powerful wizard by the name of Guldur. Wise and just, he was well known in the courts of King Harald and the Jarls of Skyrim, and his aid and counsel were sought by man and mer alike. And then he was murdered. Some say one of his sons killed him, others that King Harald, jealous of his power, gave the order. But Guldur's 3 sons fled into the night, pursued by a company of Harald's best warriors and the Lord Gjermund, the king's personal battle mage. A great chase ensued from the wilds of the Reach to the glacial north. One brother is said to have perished in the ruins of Fulgrud, at the foot of Solitude. The others were run to ground soon thereafter, and once it was done, King Harald ordered every record of their murders destroyed, and Guldur's name and deeds were struck from the rolls of history. Even today, few sources remain and no bard will tell the tale. But perhaps the truth yet remains in some ancient ruin, waiting to be unearthed, for nothing is ever truly forgotten. Okay. Another word of power that's awaiting me deep inside, but I'm not sure what I'm gonna face. Might be too powerful. Sorry, what? I'm sorry, am I blind? Yes, I am. Emerald! That's why I couldn't find it. It's an emerald dragon claw. Bear, dolphin, snake. Bear, dolphin, snake. Bear, dolphin, snake. Bear, dolphin, snake. Bear. Dolphin, snake. Dolphin, snake. Interesting. Would you look at that? There's tablets telling a story. So best as I can tell, these more look like cultists, except they're carrying some kind of sarcophagus. It's a big... Hold on. To a great king or warrior, or hunter actually. Judging by the spears, I would say hunter, or hunter warrior. Okay. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, because yeah, if this and this is the same, except there's a different figure here. Huh. Yeah, I can't tell. I think I needed to have another mage with me here, probably. It's part of another... What do you call it? Another mission quest. Yeah, it's the same stone tablets. Okay. So, what did I say? Dolphin. Must I have a different claw here? No. Apparently. Bear, dolphin, snake. Bear, dolphin, snake. But I don't think there are here. Bear, dolphin, snake. Bear, dolphin, snake. No, there aren't. Not that I can see. Dragons, wolves, and eagle. Bear, dolphin, snake. Yeah, it's a different claw that I need here. One that I do not have yet. What do I have here? Participate. No. Investigate the Golder legend. Yeah. But I can't, can I? Okay. Probably the marker is showing me the way where the other claw is, I suspect. I'm missing another claw. Okay, let's get out of here. Nothing more I can do. Oh, you son of a absolute bitch, Skyrim. Yeah, it decided to do the scroll thing again. Okay, where do you want me to go, huh? All the way to Folgunthur? Yeah, probably that's where I'm gonna find the other claw. Okay, then. Never mind. Onwards we carry on. Okay, let me head back up. Because I still got one area. That tower to explore, discover. Hello, Kachit.
Maik's father was also called Maik, as was Maik's father's father. At least, that is what his father said. Maik wishes you well.
You lie. I know you lie. I can see into the fabric of the universe, and I see that you are called Maik the Liar. Okay, how do I get to that tower? I should... Yeah, this should be the way.
Come on, get up.
It's dead, mate.
Work. I've done it before.
Oh,
Oh, hello there.
he's trying to...
Notice you come up. I was focusing my magicka. Or at least I thought I was. I don't really know what I'm doing.
That's quite a staff you have there. Yes, it's painfully obvious you don't know what you're doing. No, that's too... I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not a wizard.
I used to think so too. See, my grandfather was a wizard. My father wouldn't talk about it much. But I found some of his things in the attic, including this staff. After that, I thought I was turning into a wizard too, because dead things near me would come to life again for a while. I even went to the College of Winterhold. They just laughed at me. The magic is in the staff, not in me, they said.
Give the staff to me before someone gets hurt. Persuade. Hand over the staff or else intimidate. Seems like coin would be more to you. Yeah, we'll do this one. Wait, I could try... Hold on.
Until next
Quick
time.
save. And then...
Or at least I thought. I used to think.
What?
I used to think so too. Good day. Or at least I thought I was. I used to think so too.
I gotta...
Until next time.
What the hell?
Ah, the staff is useless. I'm useless. The whole world is useless. Or at least I thought I was. I don't really know what I'm doing.
Oh my god. That's quite a staff you have there.
I used to think so too. See ya. Rise
Oh.
up and live again.
Well, it's not a mission.
Grant you a new life.
Wait. I'm gonna mess with him. Hold on. Look at him turn torso. We'll meet again. Don't know where. Don't know when. No. So I glitched him. I can no longer persuade or do anything because I quit the conversation. For some reason, the game is glitched now. Spin! Oh my god. Oh my god.
Need some? Good afternoon.
Oh, I totally glitched him now. I can no longer even talk to him. Because I moved his wolf away. I'm telling you what. I'm gonna put an end to the Civil War. I'm gonna put an end to what's his name? Alduin. And by the time I get here, he's still gonna be here. Mouth agape.
Yes?
Broken. I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen. I've broken that NPC, that's it. He's doomed. I didn't mean to break him. Ah! There. Go! No! Wait. You might not get hurt. Hold on. Oh. Guess he did get hurt. Oh, shut up! You can't detect me! Shut up! Look, I know it's daylight, but come on, I'm so far away. I've got so much high sneak. You cannot detect me. It's unreasonable. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Follow me. Follow me. Yeah, whatever. Follow me. Hey, I brought you some practice. Oh, I brought you practice. Go ahead, use the staff on this thing. Well, whoops. He's dead. I didn't think he was gonna die in one hit. Staff of Reanimation. Reanimate a weak dead body to fight for you for 60 seconds. Well, might as well since you're dead, I guess. I'm so sorry. Here. Bear cuddle the bear. There you go. Aw, that's so sweet. Anyone who comes across there will be like, aw, look at that. A man and his pet. They died together. Look, there are no arrows around here. And this guy doesn't have any arrows, any visible wounds, so that's perfect. Alright, carry on. Quick save. So that wolf must have been killed by this bear, I'm guessing. Oh, what we got there? I don't know if they're friends or foe. They're orcs. Hello.
Halt, Outlander. By the code of Malakath, this stronghold belongs to the orcs. Your kind are unwelcome.
I'm just a traveler. What is this place?
This is our stronghold. Here we are free to live as Malakath intended, away from the prying eyes of the Nords. You are not an orc, our bloodkin, so stay out. We only help our own.
How can I convince you to let me in?
We've heard whispers of an enchanted pair of gauntlets, hidden and protected by dangerous men, beasts, or worse. They are called the Forge Master's Fingers. Bring them to our chief, and he will decide if you're worthy to be bloodkin to the orcs.
I'll find those gauntlets.
We will see.
Okay, that's all I wanted. I wanted to discover the place. Now, let's see. Do we have a quest for discovering these? Okay, the game decided to refresh itself. I'll tab. I did not press anything. I have no idea what that was. You cannot see it on stream. Okay, investigate the ruins of... Yeah, I'm getting close, I think. Yeah, those are... Okay, let's discover this thing first. This tower's been driving me nuts. Do we have any enemies here? Richwind Eerie. Time to sneak. Let's get inside, see what we got. The dwarf tower. No, it's a Dwemer. Well, Dwemer dwarf. I mean, I don't know. Whoa, read. Chimarva medium. Okay, I definitely know I have not written this down. Also increases heavy armor. Oh my god, what is this? Jesus, this name. Chimarva medium. Since this is Dwemer slash dwarfish looking, you would think it would have... Part 6? V6 I'll write down here. Ancient Tales of the Dwemer, Part 6 by Marobor Sul. After many battles, it was clear who would win the war. The Chimmer had great skills in magic and bladery, but against the armored battalions of the Dwemer, clad in the finest shielding wrought by Chnagol, there was little hope of their ever winning. In the interest of keeping some measure of peace in the land, Stovin, the warlord, agreed to a truce with Carenthiel Barif, the beast. In exchange for the disputed lands, Stovin gave Barif a mighty golem, which would protect the Chimmer's territory from the excursions of the Northern barbarian. Barif was delighted with his gift and brought it back to his camp, where all his warriors gaped in awe at it. Sparkling golden hue, it resembled a Dwemer cavalier with a proud aspect. To test its strength, they placed the golem in the center of an arena and flung magical bolts of lightning at it. Its agility was such that few of the bolts struck it. It had the wherewithal to pivot on its hips to avoid the brunt of the attacks without losing its balance, feet firmly planted on the ground. A volt of firebolts followed, which the golem ably dodged, bending its knees and its legs to spin around the blasts. The few times it was struck, it made certain to be hit in the chest and waist, the strongest parts of its body. The troops cheered at the sight of such an agile and powerful creation. With it leading the defense, the barbarians of Skyrim would never again successfully raid their villages. They named it Chimarvan Medium, the hope of the Shimmer. Barif has the golem brought to his chambers with all his house fanes. There they tested Chimarvan Medium further, its strength, its speed, its resiliency. They could find no flaw with its design. Imagine when the naked barbarians first meet this on one of their raids, laughed one of the house fanes. It is only unfortunate that it resembles a Dwemer instead of one of our own, mused Karenthil Barif. It is revolting to think that they will have a greater respect for our other enemies than us. I think we should never accepted the peace terms that we did, said another, one of the most aggressive of the house fanes. It is too late to surprise the warlord Shroven with an attack. It is never too late to attack, said Barif. But what of his great armored warriors? I understand, said Barif's spymaster, that his soldiers always wake at dawn. If we strike an hour before, we can catch them defenseless, before they'd even have a chance to bathe, let alone don their armor. If we captured their armor at Nago, then we too would know the secrets of blacksmithery, said Barif. Let it be done. We attack tomorrow, an hour before dawn. So it was settled. The Chimmer army marched at night and swarmed into the Dwemer camp. They were relying on Chimarvamidium to lead the first wave, but it malfunctioned and began attacking the Chimmer's own troops. Added to that, the Dwemer were fully armored, well rested, and eager for battle. The surprise was turned, and most of the high-ranking Chimmer, including Karenfil Barif the Beast, were captured. Though they were too proud to ask, Svoden explained to them that he had been warned of their attack by a calling by one of his men. What man of yours is in our camp? Sneered Barif. Chimarvidium, standing erect by the side of the captured, removed its head. Within its metal body was Njagno, the armorer. A Dwemer child of 8 can create a golem, he explained, but only a truly great warrior in armor can pretend to be one. Publishers note. It is one of the few tales in this collection which can actually be traced to the Dwemer. The wording of the story is quite different from older versions of Aldmeris, but the essence is the same. Chimarvidim may be Dwemer... Oh my god! Chimarvan Medium may be the Dwemer Njmatfurndams. This word occurs several times in plans of Dwemer armor and anti-Munkuli, but its meaning is not known. Animunkuli, but its meaning is not known. It is almost certainly not hope of the Chimmer, however. The Dwemer were probably the first to use heavy armors. It is important to note how a man dressed in armor could fool many of the Chimmer in this story. Also note how the Chimmer warriors react. When the story was first told, armor that covered the whole body must have still been uncommon and new, whereas even then, Dwemer creations like golems and centurions were well known. In a rare scholarly moment, Marabar Soul lives a few pieces of the original story intact, such as parts of the original line in Almeris. A Dwemer of 8 can create a golem, but an 8 of Dwemer can become one. Another aspect of this legend that scholars like myself find interesting is the mention of the calling. In this legend and in others, there is a suggestion that the Dwemer race as a whole had some sort of silent and magical communication. There are records of the Psijic order, which suggest they too share this secret. Whatever the case, there are no documented spells of calling. The Cyrodiil historian Bargulius Maelier first proposed this as a solution to the disappearance of the Dwemer. He theorized that in the first era of 668, the Dwemer enclaves were called together by one of their powerful philosopher-sorcerers, Karnrak, in some documents, to embark on a great journey, one of such sublime profundity that they abandoned all their cities and lands to join the quest to foreign climes as an entire culture. I need to drink some H2O, because this is ridiculous. I'll be back. Hold on. Let me put it in pause. I'm back. Here we go. I wonder if we're gonna find anything more interesting in this tower. Lesser soul gem, yeah, but probably empty. I don't want lesser. I would love... Oh. Gimme. Overlook. That's it. That's the entire tower. Let's see if we find anything here. Fine brush egg. Oh. Here's a chest expert. Got 55 lockpicks. Well, at least I found a 1 weak point. Come on. It's right there. Come on. Too much. Yay! Goddamn right increase. Whoa. Dwarven Axe of Thunderbolts takes... Target takes 20 points of shock damage and half as much magicka damage. Cool. Can't believe I actually managed. Well, it's not the... It's not the first chest. Expert chest that I... unlock. Pick the lock. Okay, no enemies here. Keep going. Let's go to the... that place. It's getting cloudy here. We might have snowstorms or something. Well, judging by the temperatures, most likely we're gonna have rain, murky rain. But it did get dark. Oh, fucking Forsworn. I hate the Forsworn. There we go. Now I remembered how I confused the Forsworn with the Falmer. Falmer are the creatures, Forsworn are the natives. I mean, they are the natives. I can't argue with that, can I? Can't argue with established lore in books, can I? What was this Imperial soldier doing all the way here? And alone? Whoa. That's new. Earthquake. That is certainly new. Investigate the ruins of Achmamamash, which is there. Yeah. We're right here. I'm gonna continue to sneak. I wonder what we can find here. If anything. Wolves! Wolves just chilling. Nice. There's another one, but yeah, I'm not gonna go for it. Okay, might be facing my first mechanical men in this session, in the save file. I don't particularly like the Dwemer / Dwarven ruins. I find them a bit too... A voice telling me to turn back? Double down. Keep heading deeper in. So what was this with the investigate the ruins of... it doesn't say, does it? It does not say.
Turn back before it's too late.
Ethereal song. A woman's voice urging me to turn back before it is too late. Lady, you have no idea. Ooh, look at that. Oh, a greater soul gem. Woo, with a greater soul in it. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, I will want to enchant, but I don't think I can enchant my current gloves. Bracers. Okay. So we have Fulmer here. Oh, hi.
What are you still doing here? Let me guess. You're here for the treasure, aren't you? Just like all the others.
Who are you?
The name's Katria. Was an adventurer. Raided ruins like this for nigh on 20 years. I was on the trail of something big. It led me here, and I didn't make it.
Your name sounds familiar.
Oh, you read the book, didn't you?
Yes.
The Therapyrim Wars.
Yes.
That was my theory, you know. My research, my life's work, all of it, lost. Stolen by my own damn apprentice. That's how I ended up here. I can't rest. Not until I find the forge. Until I can prove that it was my discovery. Mine, not his. But it's hopeless. I died here, just like all the others. Turn back. Turn back before you become the next victim.
I can handle myself. Persuade.
Sure, that's what they all say. I'm not going to talk you out of it, am I?
Nope.
I know. I was just like you once. Well, if you want to reach the summit, you're going to need some help. You want a hand?
Sure.
All right, lead on then.
Okay, let's go. Started, lost to the ages. Oh, look, there's her body. Wait, how did you die here, though? Your body's right there. Did your apprentice backstab you?
This is where I ended up. It was quite the fall.
Oh, you fell.
Grab my journal, would you? We're going to need it.
Okay. Wait, this... Oh my god, you're absolutely beautiful, but... When did you die? This body is still... It's not decomposed, it's not anything. Katria's journal. Minor healing. The Therapyrim Wars. I should have the book, because I know I read it. The Therapyrim Wars. Yeah, I have it. The Therapyrim Wars. Hold on a sec. How is it Wait. Wait. What? Never mind. Okay, the Therapyrim Wars do not... Never mind. I confused him. I'll leave your body like this, because, yeah. Let's read your journal. Katria's journal. You know what? I did make one note of another journal in my series of list of books. So I might as well write this one too. Right in the entry with Agrius's journal, I'll put in a slash, comma, big slash, Katria's journal. While it still fits. Katria's journal. Not exactly a book, but since I've already written the other journal that's not tied to this mission or this place, might as well write this one too. 17th of Sun's Height. Damn that scheming elf. Damn him. He steals my notes, my discovery, and publishes it under his name. 20 years of my life spent digging through those ruins, and what do I get? A dedication? Friend and colleague, my arse. He's just mocking me. Well, I'll have the last laugh. Taron may have my theory, but he doesn't have any proof. Not yet. If I can find the forge first, I can show the world this is my discovery. Mine, not his. Worth of last seed. I've got a lead. One of the moldy old books in Zund mentioned the forge. Ruined, through and through, but I was able to copy down a few scraps, including a map of the First Era Dwemer Kingdoms. Need to cross-reference it with modern borders when I get back. Here's the map. Wait. Here's the result. Number 1, this is where we're at now. Arknagdens. This one, Arknagdens, was on the inscription too. Apparently the main Therapyrim research center. Seems like the place to start. So number 1 is all the way here. Number 2 is all the way up north. We might need to go to all of them. I'm not sure. I don't remember this quest line. Number 2. Mentioned as Varzel. Twilight City? Not Brans. Not Petardams, though. Looks like a smaller site. North or northwest of there on the river. Number 3 is all the way to the west. The primary source of Therapyrim extracted from some deeper mine. Number 4. Very well to the west. Sorry, west. Jesus, east. Number 4, a storage site for raw Therapyrim just outside a major city. Apparently it had to be kept outside because Therapyrim was harmonically volatile. Number 5, no name, no identifying information, but page after page of ruined diagrams. Couldn't make out much, but it looks like an astrolabe gear. Hold on. Astrolabe. A gear, some sort of crest in 4 pieces. Could this be the location of the forge? Something important, at least. 22nd of last week. This place. My map may be rough, but it was enough to get me here. There may be something to this after all. 23rd of last week. Reached the treasury. There's a tonal lock here, still active. Judging from the corpses, it's safe to say the traps are still active too. Couldn't find any clues, so I'll make a sketch and work through this carefully. 5 resonators, 5 tones. Just have to hit them in the right order. Let's see. So we got 1, 2, but 3, 4, and 5. It's very much a puzzle. And okay. Oh, and that's it. That's the last thing. All right. Well, we still need to get to those locks anyway. So, oh, whoa! I almost fell. Come on, Katria.
Since the quake, this place has been pretty unstable.
Yep, and mechanical spiders abound. Spider workers. Dwemer cock. And soul gems. Okay, I know we have to head up there, but let's see what's here too. Dwarven bolt. Mind if I do? Okay, come on, Catcher. I see.
See that? Dwarves call them kinetic resonators. Don't see them very often. At least not one.
Sorry, I can barely hear you. I need a dialogue boost here. Audio. Master effects. Effect. There we go. Just a bit. Yeah. Footsteps you can leave on. Voice you can leave on.
Clans in Skyrim.
Mm-hmm.
Just hit them, and they'll do whatever it is they're supposed to do.
Okay. I'm glad I could just punch them.
Falmer up ahead.
Falmer? Okay.
Damn things are like flies, no matter how many you kill.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the feeling.
Watch out!
Shush.
Here we go.
I thought for sure he was about to launch into space. as others did before. Well, my arrow wasn't powerful enough. Okay, look, more Falmer. Son of a... Okay, I see the way. You got any chests around here? Any other loot? Man, these quakes are annoying. Okay, I saw a chest. Here it is.
Quite a place, huh? It was even more impressive before it all fell to pieces.
Somehow the effects are still too loud. Way too loud. That might be hopefully better. And this place is like a maze.
This one's mine.
Nice. I liked that shot. That was such a good shot. I loved it. Anticipate. Oh boy. All right. Now hold on. Let me try to boost this up. Yeah, that should do it. Hopefully it's not too loud. Wait. Ah! Patria!
There's a chest in there. Door sealed tight, though.
There's gotta be someplace a switch. Where would the switch be, though? Should have been near, but... Now let's keep going. Okay, nothing here. I don't think there's anything down either. Like a way to open that door. Probably we'll head around and then we get access to that place. Oh boy.
Here we go.
It's okay, I got him. Here, gold arrow. Jesus, look at so many burrows. What? What's that? Watch out. What? Oh. He disappeared right in front of me. Balmer Houdini. Well, he was Houdini was an escape artist, but nothing else comes to mind. Fucking escape artist. He clipped. He's all the way on the ceiling. He's gonna come back as soon as he decides to turn back. Run to more. Yeah. Still got a lot of space in my inventory. I'm so picky right now. I'm so picky. I don't know, let's go here. Two of them.
This one's mine.
Zooming in with a bow slows time by 25%. What? And I'm really investing into archery a lot. Gotta invest into something else too. Like snake. Because I'm way too easily detected by goddamn bears. Way too easily. Seriously. Quite frustrating. Yeah, dead end here. See what we got here. Oh. Hey, don't worry, I got it. Ah, there's a polymer right here. I've been poisoned. That's nice. Alright, let's head down. Gotcha. 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 Move. Move!
Hey, watch it.
Watch it! I'm trying to get... trying to move! Just stand in my way like that, lady. Whee!
Over here.
Wait, force one arrow. Game. Really running out of arrows here. Gonna need to... I will need to go.
That's where I fell. Feels like ages ago. Hey, there's my bow. There, out on the log. Wondered what happened to it.
Oh yeah, I see it. Get it. Oh man. I'm sorry, Katria. That's such a anticlimactic death after what you've been through and what you explored. Oh, just a quake, and you fell. Lost your footing. That sucks. Please tell me your bow is greater than mine, please, please, please. Zephyr. Oh, yes, it is. I remember this bow. But I don't think it's... Is it better than mine right now? It's not yet. But fires 30% faster than a standard bow. You know what? I'll take it.
Take good care of it for me.
Okay, I don't see how it fires 30% faster. I really don't, because... Okay, we'll put it to the test. But it feels the same speed as the other supple ancient Nord bow. Or any other bow, for that matter. Oh god. I think we're gonna run into some Spriggans here. Definitely more Falmer. Sorry, Falmer. What? She detected someone. Look at this place. It's so big. Ah, there it is. The puzzle. Let's make our way down there carefully. Because there are no traps around. Not yet. Where are the Falmer? I know this place is... I mean, we can see the burrows. Where are they? Oh, look. I think that leads to... let's quick save. Huh?
We need to talk.
What?
You know what this is? It's a lock. A tonal lock. Simple and very, very deadly. See the resonators up there? Strike them in the right order, and the door should open.
Mm-hmm.
Get it wrong and, well, you've seen what happened when I tried it.
What? You mean the earthquake?
Yeah, I thought I was prepared for anything. How can you prepare for a damned earthquake? And that was just one trap. Look around. Who knows what else this thing is capable of?
So because... Okay, any advice?
Well, you can pick up where I left off. My notes should still be in my journal, if you can read it.
Yeah, they are.
Beyond that, well, maybe one of our predecessors still has a clue.
Maybe. Alright, quick save again. First, before we head... and we try this tonal lock mechanism, there's a way there. And I think it goes through that chest, through that barred door that we can get from earlier. Probably. So let's head there. Oh, yeah. I saw the distinctive mark of the Falmer, so more Falmer around. This might or might not lead to that door. Or, you know, it just leads back to the exit. So this is the way to... once we're done here, this is the way to go back. Not go around. Interesting trap. You get it wrong and an earthquake starts. And maybe more. Alright. Ah, yes, look, another trap. Whoop. Okay. Where did this get fired from, though? This is a big-ass arrow. Well, it looks like an arrow, more like a bolt. I think that head fired it. Okay,
See if
okay.
you can find a pattern in the sequence. Most of these locks have a pattern of some kind.
Indeed, they do have a pattern, but let's see if we can find any other notes or journals in one of these. I doubt it. No rocks and stuff. Man, it's filled with traps, bro. Too bad they didn't have the power of... Ooh, arrows.
Fails, just take a chance. See what happens. Wouldn't be surprised if half the traps have been sprung by now.
Scrap of paper. Does the scrap of paper have any insights? Yes, it does. Huh. So the second one is all the way on the middle, and then the third one is there. Okay, I need to... I'm gonna try to draw it. So hold on. Blotch here, blotch here. Blotch up there. Now the second one is this one, and the third one is somewhere there. Alright. Now, let's read Katria's journal. She has the first and the other ones. Okay, 2, she discovered it as well. Number 1 is this one. The one on the left. The one on the very left. So we got 1, 2, and the third one. The third one is on top. But there are 5 locks. So that still leaves me 2 guesses as to which one is the 4th and which one is the 5th. Let me see if we can find any other. Man, deja vu. I'm getting the strongest sense of deja vu right now. Ooh. Have anything else? No. I think those. I think only those. Okay, let me just finish looting the arrows. Need arrow. Alright, so we got quick save now because I got old. So number 1 is at the most base, right? 1, 2. So this is the one. That's the second one. The third one is there, and then there's 4 and 5. One of them. Alright. That's 1. Correct. Number 2. Oop. Son of a bitch.
That's it.
That's 2. Number 3 is all the way up there. Yeah, missed. 1.
God.
Wait, that wasn't the third one? I'm confused. Good job. Wait. You got one more. I think that was good. Hmm. 1, 2,
Good.
3.
Keep going.
Hold on. I'm gonna quick save here. I have a sneaky suspicion. This is the 4th one.
Almost.
Yes, it is. And this is the 5th one.
Got it.
Claim the treasure of Arkhams. Very well. Wait, where you go? Oh, that door open? Okay. Hold on. Wait for me. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where you going?
So this is it.
This? Ethereum shard? All of that for an Ethereum shard? Okay, so I'm guessing that there's more to this. Centurion Dynamo core. Okay. I'm gonna take the metal ingots. These are very precious. In smithing, that is. And there's another chest as well. Ooh. Gimme. We find moonstone. That's about it.
So, it is real. Let me see it. Look, on the edge here. This has been cut, precisely cut. If you had another piece about the same size, it would snap right in. I saw a drawing of this once. This shard, it's part of a key made of pure Ethereum. The key to the forge.
So what now?
We have to find the other pieces, of course. There should be, 3 more. 1 for each of the 4 cities that worked on the forge. I had a map in my journal. That's where we should start.
Then what?
We still have to find the forge itself. I had a lead on that too. There's so much to do. I'm going to head out and start tracking things down. We'll meet again. I'm sure of it. For the first time in a long while, I think we may actually be able to do this. And I owe it all to you. Thank you.
And she disappeared. Alright, not a problem, Katria. Okay, so the next ones are gonna be all around the map. The second one is all the... Ooh. Amulet of Zedifar. Prices are 10% better. Ooh, mind if I do? These are chests too. Silver ring. Let me finish looting the metal. Come on. Me. Ew. And here. Oh, so close. So close. Oh. Plate metal? That's about it. Let's get out of here. Oh, hold on. I unlocked this thing, right? What are the chances the other door is unlocked too? The one that had the check. Okay, go back around the long way. Maybe the other door that was locked and unpassable is now unlocked. Open. Or maybe I can find where the switch is. One or the other. Confused. Which way did I come again? Oh, I came this way. Ah, there we go. Okay, is that door open or not? No, it is not. But there's gotta be a switch somewhere around here. Either a switch or another way through. Look at that. Ah! Yeah, well, of course you detected me. Ooh, you're a toughie. You're a tough one, aren't you? No, seriously, the Sapphire does not shoot 30% faster. Feel no different. Feel no different from the normal bows. I'll still use it though, it's unique. Oh, see? Okay, so now get this other one. Same thing. I don't... Fires 30% faster than a standard bow. Doubt it. I really doubt it. Okay, here's the chest. Please tell me there's something good here. Gold emerald ring, sure. Yeah, that's pretty good. Decent. And unlock. Well, might as go back all the way around. I'm right in the middle. I'm guessing. And we're back here. Okay, I could just... Huh? Whee! Eh. Now we're done with this place. Let's head back home. Breeze home. Pawn off some of the things I've got. Looted.
Yes?
No. Wait a minute. I made a mistake. First go to Falkreath. I can disenchant stuff. Wait a minute. This back and forth from Falkreath to Whiterun is driving me mad. I think the Arcane Enchanter is in Dragon's Reach. I think. The Arcane Enchanter table. Let's make sure.
I'm the commander of the guard here in Whiterun.
Okay, good for you.
Be glad you're here in the city, and not out in Riverwood. Those poor sods don't even...
Yep. Okay, this one. No, I'll keep this one. And the rest? I already know, don't I? Yep. Alright. Item. Supple. Zephyr? Can I? No, I cannot enchant the Zephyr? Why not? It's already enchanted, maybe? I don't know. And I can't re-enchant the gauntlets I have. Ooh. That sucks. Alright then. Okay, now what that means, sell, sell, sell. What time is it? 2 a.m. Jeez. Hold on. I'll just go back home. And rest. See what Lucia's doing as well.
Fear not. Come dragon or giant, we'll be ready.
Okay. Wanted to...
Papa, you're back. I got you a present, Papa. I hope you like it.
Aww, thank you. Okay,
Long life to you.
alright, let's put in the books. Oh. No key. Oh. Got anything else? The rest I want to sell. Ooh, I'm gonna put Amulet of Zenithar so I can sell for much more expensive. You awaken feeling a father's love. Yay. Alright, let's go. Bye, take care. Okay, first, equip the Amulet of Zenithar. And then go to the blacksmith. Oh, I call it blacksmith. Yeah.
Welcome to the finest weapons and armor.
Yeah, finest weapons and armor, sure. Okay, I'm gonna sell you this. Excuse me. And then... what else? This. And... I guess that's it. That's all I can sell you.
Good doing business with you.
What do I need to upgrade
Got some
the
good pieces out here if
sapphire?
you're looking to buy. More inside.
I need dwarven metal ingot. God damn it. I have a dwarven metal ingot. Hold on. I think I have. Okay. Dwarven metal ingot. Dwarven metal ingot. Here we take only one. I should not be failing dwarven metal ingot.
I work for Bellathor at the general goods store.
Yeah, good for you. Didn't ask. Huh. You lack the perk to improve magical items. Oh yeah, that's right. Fuck. Forgot about that. Shit. So... smithing, is it? Was it in smithing? Can create steel and weapons at forge and improve them twice. Dwarven, arcane, arcane blacksmith. You can improve magical weapons and armor. Oh boy. Okay. Get back in here. Put the dwarven metal ingot back in the chest. Don't need that. Don't need to carry it around. Here. Was it ingredients or miscellaneous? Okay, now
Honor
let's...
to you, my Thane.
Honor to you. Let's go to Bellathor. Try to sell some stuff.
Let me know if you see anything you like. Everything. Take a look.
Okay. You know what? Imperial sword, damage 11, right? And I got a steel sword. Damage still 11, but... Staff of reanimation. Yeah, I'll sell you this. And the staff of... never mind. Okay. Gold emerald ring. Okay, cool. And I've left you without money again. Hold on. Son of a 35. Do I have anything that sells for 35? No, not the M. That's not those. Small. Yeah, this one. Solid Wemmer metal. Sells for 11. You know what? I'll sell you one. You know what? I'll sell you two so I can leave you without
Do
a lot of
come
gold.
back.
Uncommon taste. I could read it, but then I cannot get it, so what's the point? Okay. My inventory is still full. Why couldn't I see that Wemmer thing and leave it in my chest? God damn it. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Honor to you, my Thane.
Okay, Ethereum Shard I cannot. Emerald Claw I cannot. Lockpick no. Miria no. No. This. There you go. Leave the torch on. Okay, glibness, haggling. We'll leave this one. Put all of this here. It. Put this one there. Yep, that's it. 98 out of 365. Good. Well, could be better, but whatever. Oh, what the hell? Bro, I didn't ask for the local map. Shut up. Alright, now let's go to... back to... We'll go to our contact. Yeah, because we still got some places to explore. Around. Oh, hey dragon, what's up? You know what? This is fantastic timing. I need a soul so I can learn Flame Breath. Ugh. Dragon soul absorbed. Shouts. Fire breath. Yeah, I know. I have it. There we go. Okay, now go back to Haven Temple. Oh! Oh, how lucky am I? Alright, let's light these. That didn't work. They have not been lit at all. Why is that? So maybe there's a different shout that I need to use? Or a different order I need to light these. I think I have I think this only opens with a specific shout, I guess. I don't remember much of how you open this. I'm missing key information, so... Yeah, that's not gonna work. Either will this, right? Oh. Go back. Go back to our clan, Barbara. Oh, right. Spawn me right into this... Why is the skeleton dragon here now? What about the Western Watchtower? Can the skeleton dragon remain there for another day? So I could loot its scales or its bones? No. Oh, we wouldn't like the Dragonborn to be rich, would we? Alright, no locations here. I remember there was a cave. Yeah, over there. Near the Orcish encampment. Yeah, there it is. Up. Way up. And as for you guys, you didn't tell me where am I gonna find those gloves that you want. Those bracers or whatever that you want. Never told me, so I have no idea how to help you guys. I would, but I have no clue how. Hey, look, another bear. I'm gonna leave it alone. Explore this cave. Pure water run. And let's see what we got here. Ah, slaughterfish. Fuck it. Cherum's heart. Do I have Cherum's heart? Cherum's heart. Cherum's heart. Don't think I have it. Okay, Cherum's heart. Write this. Wait. Dragon's Reek's book. Cherum. Nope. Take that too. Wait, and that's it? That's it? This is the entire area? Yeah, seems to be. Alright. What's this book we picked up? Smithing! Yay! Increased to 19. Interviews with Tapestrists, Volume 18. Cherum's Heart of Aniquina by Livius Paris, professor at the Imperial University. Contemporary with Magamat Lusing, interviewed in Volume 17 of this series, is the Khajiit Cherum, whose tapestries have been hailed as masterpieces all over the Empire for nigh on 30 years now. His 4 factories, located throughout elsewhere, make reproductions of his work, but his original tapestries command stellar prices. The Emperor himself owns 10 Cherum tapestries, and his representatives are currently negotiating to sell 5 more. The mutated use of color contrasted with the luminous skin tones of Cherum's subjects is a marked contrast with the old style of tapestry. The subjects of his work in recent years have been fabulous tales of the ancient past, the gods meeting to discuss the formation of the world, the Chimera following the prophet Veloth into Morrowind, the Wild Elves battling Morihaus and his legions at the White Gold Tower. His earliest designs dealt with more contemporary subjects. I had the opportunity to discuss with him one of his first masterpieces, the Heart of Aniquina, at his villas in Orcrest. The Heart of Aniquina represents an historic battle of the 5-year war between Elsewhere and Valenwood, which raged from Third Era 394 or Third Era 395, depending on what one considers to be the beginning of the war, until Third Era 399. In most fair accounts, the war lasted 4 years and 9 months, but artistic license from the great epic poets added an additional 3 months to the ordeal. The actual details of the battle itself, as interpreted by Cherum, are explicit. The faces of 120 Wood Elves archers can be differentiated one from the other, each registering fear at the approach of the Khajiit army. Their hauberks catch the dim light of the sun. The menacing shadows of the Elsewhere battle cats loom on the hills, every muscle strained, ready to pounce in command. It is not surprising that he got all the details right, because Cherum was in the midst of it as a Khajiit foot soldier. Every minute part of the Khajiit traditional armor can be seen in the soldiers. Every minute part of the Khajiit traditional armor can be seen in the soldiers in the foreground. The embroidered edging and strip patterns of on the tunics. Each lacquered plate on loose-fitting leather in the Elsewhere style, the helmets of cloth and flooded silver. Cherum does not understand the point of plate mail, said Cherum. It is hot for one, like being both burned and buried alive. Cherum worried at the insistence of our Nord advisors during the Battle of Zelinin, and Cherum couldn't even turn to see what my fellow Khajiit were doing. Cherum did some sketches for a tapestry of the Battle of Zelinin, but Cherum finds that to make it realistic, the figures come out very mechanical, like iron golems or Dwemer centurions. Knowing our Khajiit commanders, Cherim would not be surprised if giving up the heavy plate was more aesthetic than practical. Elsewhere lost the battle with Elden, didn't she? Yes, but Elsewhere won the war, starting at the next battle, the heart of Aniquina, said Cherim with a smile. The tide turned as soon as we Khajiit sent our Nordic advisors back to Solitude. We had to get rid of all the heavy armor they brought to us and find enough traditional armor our troops felt comfortable wearing. Obviously, the principal advantage of the traditional armor was that we could move easily in it, as you can see from the natural stances of the soldiers in the tapestry. Now, if you look at this poor perforated cavalry rat who just keeps battling on in the bottom background, you see the other advantage. It seems strange to say, but one of the best features of traditional armor is that an arrow will either deflect completely or pass all the way through. An arrowhead is like a hook, made to stick where it strikes if it doesn't pass through. A soldier in traditional armor will find himself with a hole in his body and a bolt on the other side. Our healers can fix such a wound easily if it isn't fatal. But if the arrow still remains in the armor, as it does with heavier armor, the wound will be reopened every time the fellow moves. Unless the Khajiit strips off the armor and pulls out the arrow, which is what we had to do at the Battle of Zelenen. A difficult and time-consuming process in the heat of battle, to say the least. I asked him next, is there a silk portrait in the battle? Yes, Cherim said with another grin. You see the small figure of the Khajiit stealing the rings off the dead wood elf? His back is facing you, but he has a brown and orange striped tail like Cherim's. Cherim does not say that all stereotypes about the Khajiit are fair, but Cherim must sometimes acknowledge them. A self-deprecating style in self-portraiture, fuck off, is also evident in the tapestries of Ranulf Hook, the next artist interviewed in volume 19 of the series. Don't think you can actually find that book, thank God. Volume 19, shut up. Sometimes the writing really does frustrate me in these books, like a lot. I cannot even argue that it's Old English or some different type of writing style. I cannot argue that. I just hate it. Sometimes I just stumble onto the words and it's like, you mother... Why did you write it that way? Well, so you can be immersed. I'm not immersed. It's very frustrating. Nobody talks like that in this game. When you talk to people, nobody talks like that. So it's very, very, very off-putting. Hag Rock readout. Guess what? More Hag Ravens. I'm very certain of it. And Forsworn, of course. I'm so sick of this region already. I'm very, very sick of this region. Oh, hi! Whoopsie! Woo! Oh, that was funny. So I don't get it. If this thing says it fires faster, but does it mean like knocking the arrow is faster, or does it mean the whatever you release is 40% faster? I'm starting to believe that the arrows themselves are faster to hit the target by 40%. I hope that is the case. Either fire rate or velocity is affected. I don't know which. But you know what? I think I'll just frickin' Google it, because I don't see a difference. Besides, I see a difference in the velocity of the arrows that I release. Don't see a difference in the fire rate. Okay, I might have been wrong about the velocity of the arrows too. That looked pretty much standard. I'm very confused. Yes, of course. I didn't even touch them, but yeah, sure. Oh well, why am I even complaining? Ah, yes, of course. I don't care if you do. I'm only exploring. Fuck you. Yep, way to go. Guy says, where are you? Oh, I'm getting cold. Am I feeling exhausted? Maybe. We still need to go to High Hrothgar. Learn the way of the voice. And we will. We got plenty to explore there too. Huh? Where are you? Oh, look, a trap. I see that trap. Hold on. Can I trigger it? No. I can move the stones on it, but I cannot trigger it. Adept. Come on, it's an adept lock. Crying out loud. Yeah, surely must be your... Huh? You saw that. I jumped over it and no, you hit those. Sure. Sure. Oh, would you look at this? The tripwire was already triggered. But yeah, whatever. The game didn't register that it was triggered by one of these assholes. So it gives me the option to trip it. Activate it. Whatever. Can't wait to mod this game. First I have to finish it. As is. Oh, hello. Ooh. That had to hurt. Where I hit him in his heart. Well, I'm wrong. I hit him in his... kidney. Ah, I didn't mean to get the armor. Fucking hell. Drop the armor. Not interested. Go. Where are the rest of you assholes? I know there's more of you. Goddamn Forsworn.
What was that? I don't know. I knew it.
You did? What?
No, not like this.
Yes, like this. Asshole. Hey, what's down here? Ooh. Ooh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Red Out Ruin? A different place? Different area of the same place I've already explored? Maybe. Can't see shit. Oh, but I can see this tripwire. Thanks. go. All of that for 8 gold. God damn it. What we got? Huh? Oh. Look at that, another precious stone I picked up. It sells for an insane amount. Okay, this heads back to Skyrim. Not gonna go through there. Any books here? No. Cupboard? Nothing interesting. Let's see, where does this lead? Just me, or is it much darker here than in other areas? What? Hold on. Go back. Oh my god, a body launch. That was amazing. Hey, other places where I can maybe skill up my lock picking. Maybe. Come on. Oh. There we go. Bandit. Gold, iron arrow. That's about it. Version of Magica. Yeah. Apprentice again. Okay, no books, no book. Let's see what's down there. It's close to dinner time. Yeah, I am exhausted. I need sustenance right now. So we'll be taking a break, an intermission before we head over to High Hrothgar. And we'll head to High Hrothgar via Whiterun. That's where we'll start the road. Oh my god, look at this. This is the first book that I come across that starts with a number. I don't know why I'm even looking at the list. It's exactly like I said. 2920. Last Seed, Volume 8. Gee. How many more books are there? 2920. Coma, Last Seed. I guess not semicolon, but whatever. Volume 8, V8, and then comma after it. So there are more. Damn it. Oh, sneak! Increase my sneak. Okay. Last Seed, Book 8 of 2920, The Last Year of the First Era by Karlovac Townway. One Last Seed, 2920, or First Last Seed, 29. Mournhold, Morrowind. They were gathered in the Duke's courtyard at twilight, enjoying the smell and warmth of a fire of dry branches and bitter green leaves. Tiny embers flew into the sky, hanging for a few moments before vanishing. I was rash, agreed the Duke soberly, but Lorcan had his laugh, and all is well. The Morak Tong will not assassinate the Emperor now that my payment to them is at the bottom of the Inner Sea. I thought you had made some sort of a truce with the Daedra Princess. What your sailors called the Daedra may not have been one, said Sofasil. Perhaps it was a rogue battle mage or even a lightning bolt that destroyed our ship. Your ship. The Prince and the Emperor are en route to take possession of Ald Lambasi, as our truce agreed. It is certainly typical of the Cyrodiil to assume that their concessions are negotiable, while ours are not. Vivek pulled out a map. We can meet them here in this village to the northwest of Ald Lambasi, Berenthil. But will we meet them to talk? Asked Kalmexia, or to make war? No one had an answer to that. 15th of last Seed, 2920. Burfenville, Morrowind. A late summer squall blew through the small village, darkening the sky, except for flashing of lightning, which leapt from cloud to cloud like acrobats. Water rushed down the narrow streets ankle deep, and the prince had to shout shout to be heard by his captains, but a few feet away from him. "There's an inn up ahead. Wait there up to the storm to pass before pressing on to El Lambasi." The inn was warm and dry and bustling with business. Barmaids were rushing back and forth, bringing grief and wine to a back room, evidently excited about a famous visitor. Someone who was attracting more attention than the mere heir to the empire of Tamriel. Amused, Juilek watched them run until he overheard the name of Vivek. "My Lord Vivek," he said, bursting into the back room. "You must believe me, I knew nothing about the attack on Blackgate until after it happened. We will, of course, be returning to your care forthwith. I wrote you a letter to that effect at your palace in Balmora, but obviously you're not there." He paused, taking in the many few faces in the room. "I'm sorry, let me introduce myself. I'm Julek Cyrodiil." "My name is Almalexia," said the most beautiful woman the prince had ever seen. "Won't you join us?" "Sofa Sil," said a serious-looking Dunmer in a white cloak, shaking the prince's hand and showing him to a seat. "Indorel Brinsi Dorom, Duke Prince of Mornhold," said the massively built man next to him as he sat down. "I recognize that the events of the last month suggest at best that the Imperial Army is not under my control," said the prince after ordering some wine. "This is true. The army is my father's." "I understood that the Emperor was going to be coming to Old Lambasi as well," said Almalexia. "Officially he is," said the prince cautiously. "Unofficially he's still back in the Imperial City. He's met with an unfortunate accident." Vivek glanced at the Duke quickly before looking at the prince. "An accident?" "He's fine," said the prince quickly. "He'll live, but it looks like he'll lose an eye. If it was an altercation that has nothing to do with the war, it was an altercation that has nothing to do with war. The only good news is that while he recovers, I have the use of his seal. Any agreement we make here and now will be binding to the Empire, both in my father's reign and in mine." "Then let's start agreeing," smiled Almalexia. 16th of last year, 2920, Roth Naga Cyrodiil. The tiny hamlet of Roth Naga greeted Kassir with its colorful houses perched on a promontory overlooking the stretch of the Rofgarian mountain, plain and high rock beyond. Had he been in a better mood, the sight would have been breathtaking. As it was, he could only think that in practical terms, a small village like this would have meager provisions for himself and his horse. He rode down into the main square where an inn called the Eagle's Cry stood. Directing the stable boy to house and feed his horse, Cassir walked into the inn and was surprised by its ambience. A minstrel he had heard play once in Gilderdale was performing a jaunty old tune to the clapping of the mountain men. Such forced merriment was not what Cassir wanted at that moment. A glum Dunmer woman was seated at the only table far from the noise, so he took his drink there and sat down without invitation. It was only when he did so that he noticed that she was holding a newborn baby. "I've just come from Morrowind," he said rather awkwardly, lowering his voice. "I've been fighting for Vivek and the Duke of Mornhold against the Imperial Army. A traitor to my people, I guess you'd call me." "I am also a traitor to my people," said the woman, holding up her hand which was scarred with a branded symbol. "It means that I can never go back to my homeland." "Well, you're not thinking of staying here, are you?" laughed Cassir. "It's certainly quaint, but come wintertide there's going to be snow up to your eyelashes. It's no place for a new baby. What is her name?" "Bosriel. It means beauty of the forest." "Where are you going?" "To Inan, on the bay in High Rock. You're welcome to join me. I could use the company." He held out his hand. "Cassir Whitley." "Turala," said the woman after a pause. She was going to use her family's name first, as in tradition, but she realized that it was no longer her name. "I would love to accompany you. Thank you." 19th last seed, Old Lambasi, Morrowind. 5 men and 2 women stood in the silence of the great room of the castle, the only sound the scroll of quill on parchment, and the gentle tapping of rain on the large picture window. As the prince set the seal of Cyrodiil on the document, the peace was made official. The Duke of Mornhold broke out in a roar of delight, ordering wine brought in to commemorate the end of 80 years of war. Only Sofa Sil stood apart from the group. His face betrayed no emotion. Those who knew him best knew he did not believe in endings or beginning, but in the continuous cycle of which this was but a small part. "My prince," said the castle steward, unhappy at breaking the celebration, "there is a messenger here from your mother, the Empress. He asked to see your father, but as he did not arrive..." Julek excused himself and went to speak with the messenger. "The Empress does not live in the Imperial City?" asked Vivek. "No," said Almalexia, shaking her head sadly. "Her husband has imprisoned her in Black Marsh. fearing that she was plotting a revolution against him. She is extremely wealthy and has powerful allies in the western Colovian estates, so he could not marry another or have her executed. They've been at an impasse for the last 17 years since Julek was a child. The prince returned a few minutes later. His face betrayed his anxiety, though he took troubles to hide it. My mother needs me, he said simply. I'm afraid I must leave at once. If I may have a copy of the treaty, I will bring it with me to show the Empress that the good we have done today, and then I will carry it on the Imperial City so it may be made official. Prince Julek left with the fond farewells of the three of Morrowind. As they watched him ride out into the rain-swept night south towards Blackmarsh, Vivek said, Tamriel will be much healed when he has the throne. 31st of last seed, Dorsa Pass, Black Marsh. The moon was rising over the desolate quarry, steaming with swamp gas from a particularly hot summer, as the prince and his two guard escort rode out of the forest. The massive piles of earth and dung had been piled high in antiquity by some primitive, long-dead tribe of Blackmarsh, hoping to keep out some evil from the north. Evidently, the evil had broken through at Dorsa Pass, the large crack in the sad, lonely rampart that stretched for miles. The black, twisted trees that grew on the barrier cast strange shadows down, like a net tangling. The prince's mind was on his mother's cryptic letter, hinting at the threat of an invasion. He could not, of course, tell the Dunmer about it, at the very least until he knew more and had notified his father. After all, the letter was meant for him. It was its urgent tone that made him decide to go directly to Gideon. The Empress had also warned him about a land of former slaves who attacked caravans going into Dorsa Pass. She advised him to be certain to make his imperial shield visible, so they would know he was not one of the hated Dunmer slavers. Upon riding into the tall weeds that flooded through the pass like a noxious river, the prince ordered that his shield be displayed. I can see why the slaves use this, said the prince's captain. It's an excellent location for an ambush. Julek nodded his head, but his thoughts were elsewhere. What threat of invasion could the Empress have discovered? Were the Akaviri on the seas again? If so, how could his mother from her cell in Castle Gioves know of it? A rustle in the weeds, and a single sharp human cry behind him interrupted his ponderings. Turning around, the prince discovered that he was alone. His escort had vanished. The prince peered over the stretch of the moonlit sea of grass which waved in almost hypnotic patterns to the ebb and flow of the night wind billowing through the pass. It was impossible to tell if a struggling soldier was beneath this system of vibrations, a dying horse behind another. A high whistling wind drowned out any sound the victims of the ambush might be making. Julek drew his sword and thought about what to do, his mind willing his heart not to panic. He was closer to the exit of the pass than the entrance. Whatever had slain his escort must have been behind him. If he rode fast enough, perhaps he could outrun it. Spurring his horse to gallop, he charged for the hills ahead, framed by the mighty black piles of dirt. When he was thrown, it happened so suddenly, he was hurtling toward before he was truly conscious of the fact. He landed several yards beyond where his horse had fallen, breaking his shoulder and his back on impact. A numbness washed over him as he stared at his poor dying steed, its belly sliced open by one of several spears jutting up just below the surface of the grass. Prince Julek was not able to turn and face the figure that emerged from the grass, nor able to move to defend himself. His throat was cut without ceremony. Miramor cursed when he saw the face of his victim more clearly in the moonlight. He had seen the Emperor at the Battle of Boldrim when he had fought his Imperial Majesty's command, and this was clearly not the Emperor. Searching the body, he found a letter in a tree signed by Vivek, Almalexia, Sofasil, and Duke of Mornhold, representing Morrowind, and the Prince Julek Cyrodiil, representing the Cyrodiil Empire. "Curse my luck," muttered Miramor to himself in the whispering grass. "I've only killed a prince. Where's the reward in that?" Miramor destroyed the letter, as Zook had instructed him to do, and pocketed the treaty. At the very least, such a curiosity would have some market value. He disassembled the traps as he pondered his next step. Return to Gideon and ask his employer for a lesser reward for killing the heir? Move on to other lands? At the very least, he considered he had picked up 2 useful skills from the Battle of Bodrum. From the Dunmer, he had learned the excellent spear trap, and abandoning the Imperial army, he had learned how to skulk in the grass. The years continued in Heartfire. Let's see what else we got. So I came through. I don't even remember where I came through. Okay, I came through there. Okay, let's keep going. See what we got here. We got absolutely nothing here. What? This is a complete dead end. There's... Wait. Wait. Hello. Here's the chest. Okay, and that's it. Nothing else here. Oh, but this keeps going. Oh my god, I need to go to the bathroom so bad. Okay, let's open Skyrim and see if this takes me to someplace else where I can discover something. No, not really. Okay. Where exactly am I? Already here. Okay. Oh, wait, there's still that tower there. What? Did I come from that tower? Didn't I discover that tower? Okay, run. Run back. Run back up. Yes, I didn't discover that tower. Okay, there was another exit around here. Huh? Place is just a dead end. Okay, go back through here. And here. And here. And here. Yep. I already searched. Oh, here. Where is that tower, bro? There it is. No more sneaking around. Let's go. Dead Crone Rock. Okay, now we sneak. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to stretch my legs, man. I have returned. Well, I also ate, so yeah, feeling a little bit more refreshed. Got me sustenance. All right, let's see what we got here. Much more comfy now. Give me all of that. Give me all of that. All of that. All of that. Oh, hello. Okay, I'm not sure if you are Force 1, but I've only come across Force 1, so... Couldn't even see who I killed. You're definitely Force 1, aren't you? Yeah. Nothing here. Here. Headshot. Huh? Yes, come. Come and investigate. But ooh. God damn it, right away. Son of a... Yay. Have here. No! Okay, well. Oh, well, there are things here too. Like 9 gold plus 8 gold. 17 gold, yay! Anything here? Iron arrows and a common soul gem. Up. There it is. Dead rock. Ooh, flawless garnet too. Take that. Sure, whatever. So many traps. What are you protecting? You're protecting a book. And I've unlocked the door. A game at dinner. Alchemy increased. Okay, let's write this down as well. A game at dinner. This reminds me of a movie. By an anonymous spy. Or from the publisher. The history behind this letter is almost as interesting and dark as the story it tells. The original letter to the mysterious Dwanine was copied. Dwanine, yeah. Was copied and began circulating around the ashlands of Vanderfell a few months ago. In time, a print found its way to the mainland and Prince Hlalu's Helsef's palace outside Almalexia. While the reader may conclude after reading this letter that the prince would be furious about such a work, impugning his highness with great malevolence, quite the reverse was true. The prince and his mother, Queen Barenzia, had it privately printed into bound copies and sent to libraries and booksellers throughout Morrowind. As matter of record, the prince and the queen have not officially stated whether the letter is a work of pure imagination or based on an actual occurrence. The House Tres has publicly denounced the work, and indeed no one named Dwanin, despite the suggestions in the letter, has ever been linked to the house. We leave the reader to interpret the letter as he or she believes. Signed, Neriscan, Publisher. Dark Liege Dwanin. You asked for a detailed description of my experience last night and the reasons for my plea to House Dress for another assignment. I hope I have served you well in my capacity as informant in the court of Prince Helseth, a man who I have stated in many previous reports could teach Molag Bal how to scheme. As you know, I've spent nearly a year now working my way into his inner circle of advisors. He was in need of friendship when he first arrived in Morrowind, and eagerly took to me and a few others. Still, he was disinclined to trust any of us, which is perhaps not surprising given his tenuous position in Morrowind society. For your unholiness recollection, the prince is the eldest son of Barensia, who was once the queen of Morrowind and once the queen of the High Rock, kingdom of Wayrest. At the death of her husband, Prince Helseth's stepfather, King Edwyr, there was a power struggle between the prince and Edwyr's daughter, the Princess Elisana. Though details of what transpired are imperfect, it is clear that Elisana won the battle and became queen, banishing Helseth and Barensia. Barenzia's only other child, Morgia, had already left court to marry and become queen of the Somerset Isle kingdom of Firsthold. Barenzia and Helseth crossed the continent to return to Morrowind only last year. They were well received by Barenzia's uncle, our current king, Hlalu Athen Lethan, who had taken the throne after Barenzia's abdication more than 40 years ago. Barenzia made it clear that she had no designs on reclaiming the throne, but merely to retire to her family estates. Helseth, as you know, has lingered in the royal court, and many have whispered that while he lost the throne of Wayrest, he does not intend to lose the throne of Morrowind at Lethan's death. I've kept your unholiness informed of the prince's movements, meetings, and plots, as well as names and characters of his other advisors. As you may recall, I've often thought that I was not the only spy in Helseth's court. I told you before that a particular Dunmer counselor of Helseth looked like a fellow I had seen in the company of Tholar Sarioni, the archcanon of the Tribunal Temple. Another, a young Nord woman, has been verified to visit the Imperial Fortress in Balmora. Of course, in their cases, they might well have been on Helseth's own business, but I couldn't be certain. I had begun to think myself paranoid as the prince himself when I found myself doubting the sincere loyalty of the prince's chamberlain, Burgess, a Breton who had been in his employ since his days in the court of Wayrest. That is the background on that night, last night. Yesterday morning I received a curt invitation to dine with the prince. Based only on my own paranoia, I dispatched one of my servants, who is a good and loyal servant of the House Dress, to watch the palace and report back anything unusual. Just before dinner, he returned and told me what he had witnessed. A man cloaked in rags had been given entrance into the palace, and had stayed there for some time. When he left, my servant saw his face beneath the cloak. An alchemist of infamous repute, said to be a leading supplier of exotic poisons. A fine observer, my servant also noticed that the alchemist entered the palace smelling of wick-wheat, bitter green, and something alien and sweet. When he left, he was odorless. He had come to the same conclusion as I did. The prince had procured ingredients to prepare a poison. Bitter green alone is deadly when eaten raw, but the other ingredients suggested something far deeper. As your unholiness can doubtless imagine, I went to dinner that night, prepared for any eventuality. All of Prince Helseth's other counselors were in attendance, and I noticed that all were slightly apprehensive. Of course, I imagined that I was in a nest of spies, and all knew of the prince's mysterious meaning. It is just as likely that some knew of the alchemist's visit, while others were simply concerned by the nature of the prince's invitation, and still others merely unconsciously adopted the tense disposition of their fellow, better informed counselors. The prince, however, was in a fine mettle and soon had everyone relaxed and at ease. At 9 we were all ushered into his dining hall, where the feast had been laid out. And what a feast! Honeyed gore apples, fragrant stews, roasts in various blood sauces, and every variety of fish and fowl expertly and ostentatiously prepared. Crystal and gold flagons of wine, flint, sheen, and maste were at our seats to be savored as appropriate with each course. As tantalizing as the aromas were, it occurred to me that in such a maze of spices and flavors, a discreet poison would be undetectable. Throughout the meal, I maintained the illusion of eating the food and drinking the liquor, but I was surreptitious and swallowed nothing. Finally, the plates and food were cleared from the table, and a tureen of a spicy broth was placed in the center of the banquet. The servant who brought it then retired, closing the banquet hall door behind him. "It smells divine, my prince," said the Marchioness Kolgar, the Nord woman, "but I cannot eat another thing." "Your Highness," I added, feigning a tone of friendliness and slight intoxication, "you know that everyone at this table would gladly die to put you on the throne of Morrowind. But is it really necessary that we gorge ourselves to death?" The others at the table agreed with appreciative groans. Prince Helsef smiled. "I swear by Vernima, the gifter, my dark liege. Even you have never seen a smile such as this one." Ironic words. You see, an alchemist visited me today, as some of you already doubtless know. He showed me how to make a marvelous poison and its antidote. A most potent potion, excellent for my purposes. No restoration spell will aid you once you've ingested it. Only the antidote in the tureen will save you from certain death. And what a death from what I've heard. I'm eager to see if the effects are all that alchemist promised. It should be horribly painful for the afflicted, but quite entertaining. No one said a word. I could feel my heart beating hard in my chest. "Your Highness," said Alarat the Dunmer. I suspected of alliance with the temple. "Have you poisoned someone at this table?" "You are very astute, Alarat," said Prince Helsef, looking about the table, eyeing each of his advisors carefully. "Little wonder I value your counsel. As indeed I value all in this room, it would be perhaps easiest for me to say who I have not poisoned. I haven't poisoned any who serve but one master, any whose loyalty to me is sincere. I haven't poisoned any person who wants to see King Helsef on the throne of Morrowind. I haven't poisoned anyone who isn't a spy for the Empire, the Temple, the House of Telvanni, the House of Redrun, the House of Indoril, the House of Dress. Your Unholiness," he looked directly at me at his last words. "I know that insurgency. My face is practiced at keeping my thoughts from showing, but I immediately thought of every secret meaning I've had, every coded message I sent to you, and the house, my darkly. What could he know? What could he, even without knowing, suspect?" I felt my heart beating ever faster. Was it fear or poison? I couldn't speak, certain as I was that my voice could betray my calm facade. Those loyal to me who wish to harm on my enemies may be wondering how I can be certain that the poison has been ingested. Is it possible that the guilty party, or dare I say parties, were suspicious and merely pretended to eat and drink tonight? Of course. But even the craftiest of pretenders would have to raise a glass to his or her lips and put empty forks or spoons in their mouths to play the charade. The food, you see, was not poisoned. The cups and cutlery were. If you did not partake out of fear, you're poisoned just the same, and sadly missed an excellent truth. Sweat bedded on my face, and I turned from the prince so he would not see. My fellow advisors, all of them, were frozen in their seats. From the Marchioness Kolgar, white with fear, to Kema Ineb, visibly shaking. From the furrowed angry brow of Alarat to the statue-like stare of Burgess. I couldn't help thinking then, could the prince's entire counselorship be compromised of nothing but spies? Was there any person at the table loyal? Then I thought, what if I were not a spy myself? Would I trust Helsef to know that? No one knows better than his advisors, both at the depths of the prince's paranoia and the utter implacability of his ambition. If I were not a spy for the House Dress, even then would I be safe? Could a loyalist be poisoned because of a not-so-innocent misjudgment? The others must have been thinking the same, loyalists and spies alike. While my mind whirled, I could hear the prince's voice addressing all assembled. The poison acts quickly. If the antidote is not taken within 1 minute from now, here will be death at the table. I couldn't decide whether I had been poisoned or not. My stomach ached, but I reminded myself it might have been the result of sitting at a sumptuous banquet and not partaking. My heart shook in my chest, and the bitter taste like trauma root stung my lips. Again, was it fear or poison? "These are the last words you will hear if you are disloyal to me," said Prince Helsef, still smiling that damn smile as he watched his advisors squirming in their seats. "Take the antidote and live." Could I believe him? I thought of what I knew of the prince and his character. Would he kill a self-confessed spy at his court, or would he rather send the vanquished back to his masters? The prince was ruthless, but either possibility was within his manner. Surely the theatricality of this whole dinner was meant to be a presentation to instill fear. What would my ancestors say if I joined them after sitting at a table, eventually dying of poison? What would they say if I took the antidote, confessing my allegiance to you and the House Dress, and was summarily executed? And I confess I thought of what you might do to me even after I was dead. I had grown so lightheaded and filled with my own thoughts that I didn't see Burgess jump from his seat. I was only suddenly aware that he had Therapyrim in his hands and was gulping down the liquid within. There were guards all around, though I never noticed them entering. Burgess, said Prince Helsef, still smiling. You have spent some time at Ghostgate, House Redoran? You didn't know? Burgess laughed sourly. No, House. I report to your stepsister, the Queen of Wayrest. I've always been in her employ. By Akatosh, you poisoned me because you thought I was working for some damnable dark elves? You're half right, said the prince. I didn't guess who you were working for, or even that you were a spy. But you're also wrong about me poisoning you. You poisoned yourself when you drank from the Therapyrim. Your Unholiness, you don't need to hear how Burgess died. I know that you have seen much over many, many years of your existence, but you truly don't want to know. I wish I could erase the memory of his agonies from my own mind. The council was dismissed shortly thereafter. I do not know if Prince Helsef knows or suspects that I too am a spy. I do not know how many others last night, were as close as I was from drinking from the Therapyrim before Burgess did. I only know that if the prince does not suspect me now, he will. I cannot win at the games he mastered long ago at the court of Wayrest, and I beg your Unholiness, my dark liege, Dwayne, to use your influence in the House Dress and dismiss your loyal servant from this charge. Publisher's note. Of course, the anonymous writer's signature has not been on any reprint of the letter since the original. Mind games. A game of spies. Yes, indeed. Carry on. Son of a gun. Keep forgetting about those. Whoop. Lock this door. Let's see where this goes. Okay, I doubt this goes to Skyrim. I think I took the wrong door. No, wait, I didn't take the wrong door. Hold on. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Come on, it's only a level transition. Come on. Okay. No, this is... Yeah, I haven't been through here. There's a word of power. It's up above. Trap. Son of a... Trap in Hargraven. Of course there's a goddamn Hargraven. Oh, there she is. Oh my god, she has a name. Oh no. Her name is Draskwa. And she hurts. Wait. I gotta shout. I gotta shout too. Hold on. Hold on. Burn, baby, burn. Man, she's casting proper firebolts. Big firebolts, not even firebolts, fireballs at me. Yes, keep hitting me with your claws, you dumb thing. Okay. Let's see. Pommel Stone of Merun's Razor. Wow. The hell is that? Probably another quest item. Alright, let's get rid of these traps. Whoop. That's one. That's two. That's three. Should be okay now. Yep, it is. Word of power learned. Fear, dismay. Oh. Hey, another unusual gem. Hey, Dead Crone Rock Key. What? Dead Crone Rock Key? What? Where does this open? Dead Crone Rock Key. Dead Crone Rock. I don't know where it... what it opened. How do you get up there? There's some urns there. Oh wait, I think I know. Bethesda was bored. One of the developers was bored and decided, let's add a little bit of platforming here. That's a little bit. Oh, greater soul gem. Don't mind if I do. 2 gold. 10 gold. 6 gold. 10 gold. Alright, finally. Okay, we've discovered this place. Woo! Quick save. And where do I... I gotta go back inside. I'm too lazy. I don't wanna. Look, see, even this is modeled like, yeah, just go down through here. There you go. There you go. Okay, should be clear. I cleared most of them, right? Yep. Dead Crone Rock. Cleared. Alright, I guess Markarth would be next, but only to discover the settlement. I'm not gonna head inside, or I will head inside just to discover it. And then quickly, after Markarth, yeah, we'll travel to Whiterun, and then we'll go on to High Hrothgar. Learn the ways of the voice from the Greybeards. Go. Okay, I gotta go all the way around. Picking back, whenever I play this game, this region, like I've said earlier, it's always this region that kind of kills my mood. Play Skyrim. There's just too many goddamn mountains, man. There's too many. I like the other regions better. But then also, as you keep going north, you have to explore more and more Dwemer, is it? Dwemer/Dwarven ruins. And I hate those. I don't like them. I really don't. They are so unappealing to me. With their mechanical spiders, centurions, mechanical men, automatons. I hate it. It does kind of bring me out of the fantasy, but I don't know. I just don't like it. I'm not a fan, okay? Not a fan. Definitely not a... Left-hand mine.
I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. A letter. Not sure who from. He wouldn't say, just that he was a friend of yours. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
A friend of mine. Also, these people are about to talk and say something. Okay, letter from a friend. Mr. X, you caused a bit of stir in Kilcref ruins when you demonstrate the power of your Foom. Not everyone is anxious for the return of the Dragonborn. I for one desire to see you grow and develop your talents. Skyrim needs a true hero these days. You should turn your attention to Northwind Summit. I understand it holds a mysterious source of power that can only be unlocked by Dragonborn. Sincerely, a friend. Where? Where did I demonstrate my Foom? Kilcref. Now, the only problem with this game is that these regions are... They do have names, normally. Normally the names are after the hold, the central hold. But Kilcref... I have no idea where... What Kilcref? Buckreef, South Franklin Bastion. I don't know, man. I think the game jumped the gun here. I think the script jumped the gun. Winterhold is there, Solitude is here, Falconfur is here, Morphle is here, Statutory is here, Windhelm is all the way here, Ivarstead is here, Riften is all... Oh my god, Riften. Oh my god, I have to head all the way over south to start the Thief quest line. In this part, I have not explored anything. Look at this part. And I still haven't explored everything. Alright, let's see what these guys are talking about.
Troll's blood. What happened to you, Pavel?
The Forsworn have taken Kolskager mine. We're the only ones left.
Gods. You two head inside and get some rest. I'll send word to the Jarl.
Don't go to Kolskegger.
Damn Forsworn.
It's not safe.
Only a matter of time before they hit here, too.
What's this all about, this Forsworn?
Seems Kolskegger mine got hit by Forsworn. Those madmen get more bold every season. Pavo and Gat are the only survivors. I'll be sending word to the Jarl about this, but I don't know when help will come.
What if I took care of this Forsworn?
I'm sure Pavo would be grateful, and we'd all rest a little easier. But that's nonsense. You can't handle a group of Forsworn by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If their axes don't get you, their magic will.
Mm-hmm. Do you own this mine?
I do. If you want to grab a pickaxe and dig up some iron, feel free. I'll pay for anything you bring me.
Okay, yeah, whatever.
Aye.
Okay. Alright, I'll take care of your Forsworn problems. Let's just discover Salvius's farm is here. Some stables. Markarth stables, I think, are here. Markarth is very near. Is that it? No. Or yes? Oh no, wait, yes. Markarth is inside, yeah. Let's go and... God damn it, stupid goddamn game. Always with the scroll. Always with the scroll. Stay fixed, you goddamn nuisance. I'm in the game. Bethesda, I'm in the game. Stop messing with my other monitor, god damn it! The Frost Spider is one of Skyrim's most blah 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 blah. Nope. I know what's about to happen. I don't want it now. Although I still might get the quest. There we go. Okay, Papa, whatever mine. It's over there. Alright, let's do the mine. Excusez-moi. Ooh. Rock warbler egg. I bet if a dragon would come here, Forsworn would be the least of your worries. Oh, what I would like to put some dragons up against Forsworn. I hate Forsworn. Hate them. I hate them. Okay. We're near. Oh, look, there they are. They're attacking someone. Oh no, they were attacking a goat. Perfect. There's a Briarheart right there. Yeah, well, that was easy. Critical strike and 2 times sneak attack damage. Woo! Okay, were those Forsworn or were those just hunters? Oh, these are definitely Forsworn. Look at them. Oh, fuck off with your Ultra Instinct. Get the fuck out of here. He just dodged it. He didn't even detect me. Okay, yeah, sure. Come here. I don't give a damn. Come here so I can better kill ya. Stupid Forsworn. There you go. Hate the spores. There we go. Let's clear them out. They laid any traps? Oh, nothing. Oop.
No!
Right in the head. Hello. Oh, that front flip. That was great. Forge of gold. Why do they have gold? I will never understand. Let's check the shelves, see if there's any book here. Although this is a mine, there shouldn't be any books here. Oh, but how do they pass the time? Okay, point taken. Yep, there could be books here. Force 1 bow, damage 25. Ooh. I'm gonna stick with my Zephyr. Lady Katri has a bow. In her memory. Gold ore. Copper? Nope. Still gold. Still gold. Seriously, the way the arrow is traveling, I swear the velocity of the arrow is increased by 40%. I have to Google that thing. Gold ore. Transport arrow. Large sack? Quick save. Don't want to be repeating all that. And here is their leader. Boop. Come here, you. You're the only one left. I dispatched everyone else. Let the force 1 from Kala. Tell Bravo the mine is cleared. Good, good, good. Great. Told you if I do. Gold ingot, gold ore. I'm gonna sell him the gold ore. Not gonna stand and mine for it. I'll let them mine for it. That's it, let's go. And I am so lazy. I'm just gonna go fast travel to left-hand mine. And then travel back so I can see what other places have I missed. So I'm sure I missed some other places near there. He went inside.
You lost? Kolskigger mine is lost, friend. Forsworn killed everyone.
You drove them off? By yourself? Thank you. We'll head back to work right away. Take this. It's the least I can do.
750 gold. I have gold ore.
I'll buy everything you've dug up.
There you go. Another 150.
Good day.
8k gold. 8,000 gold pieces. Ew. Okay, now fast travel back to Kolskigger mine. Continue exploring this away. We got plenty left. Yeah, like those two areas. Let's go. And if I keep heading north on a briskly pace, I just might end up making my way towards Solitude. Solitude is the next big settlement, but... Oh. I mean, yeah. Or statue to Meridia. Oh yeah, Meridia's beacon, I still have that. I could do Meridia. But I said I would be heading to High Hrothgar, but I also said it would be by the end. But when is the end? I feel like I'm in an arbitrary position right now. Blind Cliff Cave. More Forsworn. More. Or... Hargravens. Probably Hargrave. Oh look, traps. How lovely. Oh, perfect. Someone's already there. Son of a... Son of a... It didn't... There you go. Was it enchanting or smithing? Smith. Can create steel and weapon and improve them twice. And for arcane blacksmith, okay, I'm not gonna go smithing. Just not worth it. I'll probably never go smithing. One-handed, I could learn that. Ooh, fighting stance. What's fighting stance? Power attacks with one-handed weapon cost 25% less stamina. Is it all that much, do I? Okay, what about... No. Wait. Shot. This one requires 50 hunters. Recover twice from dead bodies. Oh, nice. And what about the other one? Power shot. Arrows stagger all but the largest opponents 50% of the time. I already invested last time. Okay, sneak. Backstab. Sneak attacks with one hand will now do 6 times damage. And you won't trigger pressure plates. Gimme. Well, only pressure plates. Doesn't say anything about tripwires. Well, still, wow. Progress, not perfection, okay? Oopie.
What was that?
Your mama.
Over.
Prepared to die.
Are you? Guess not. Blind Cliff Towers. Oh.
Is someone there?
Your mama. Is someone there? Why would I give myself away? Is someone there?
Mine's playing tricks on me.
Indeed.
Is someone there?
Wonder if I can shoot through these planks. Probably not. Let's try it anyway. I have to wait for her to come back.
Must have been nothing.
Yeah, surely. Surely. It must have been the wind. There we go. That worked. Okay. That worked. Okay, where's the where's the next? What's that? Ah! Quick save. Gold arrow. Got it? Dragonflies? Probably. Will be trapped? No. Alright, before we go into the Bastion. Ah, this is the way where be. Okay. Got it. Get that into the Bastion.
Who enters? Will nobody save poor Melka?
It's a Hargraven. Of course it is the Hargraven. Why am I even amazed at this point? You see, Forsworn, odds are you will find an Hargraven. Oh! He's trapped.
Pretty flesh. Let me out.
What are you doing here?
Petra. Evil Petra put me here. Stole my tower. Hid her. Chew her bones. Let me out. Kind meat.
Why would I release you?
Because you are such a nice Breton, yes.
That isn't a very good reason.
Reason. You're kind in their reasons.
What do I get if I free you?
You have a pretty staff. Help me find Petra. Wring her neck, pluck her eyes. Take my prize staff. I just want my tower back.
Okay, good luck. I'm not letting her go. Nuh-uh. Son of a gun, I might need to let her go. No, never mind. I got it. No. Okay, I'll kill Petra by myself. Then I'll come back just to talk. Oh, hello. Wait, what is that? Actually, is trying to kill the Hargraven Petra. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I must go all the way around, probably. Where's the switch? Oh, never mind. Oh dear. Sorry about that. Don't know if you heard that ringtone, but yeah, I got a call. It was interrupted. Hold on, just need to do something here. Recharge. Yep. Yep, that should be it. Need to get a code. Doesn't tell me what the code is. 541. What? 541122. There we go. Yeah. Yes. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep. Okay. Why am I even doing this? I got like 60. Ah, never mind. Better to do it now than do it later. I'm doing something with my mobile carrier. Just a sec. Done. Oh, thank you. Bye bye. Back to the game. Why do I have 2 notifications still, you bastard? I know. Well, yeah, sure. Skip it all notifications. Okay. Get back into this. There we go. Alright, let's carry on. Yeah, more Forsworn up ahead. Anything else here? Let's go back in. No. No arrows? No arrows. Ah, there she is. Beautiful, magnanimous Petra. Nope, she dead. Well, I'm complaining, but it is a skill book for restoration. Rain's Hand, Volume 4. 2920. Okay. I've written it as Last Seed. So each 2920 volume book has a different subtitle. So the Volume 8 had Last Seed. Well, I'm not going to be writing the subtitle. 2920 is the name of the book. So Volume 4 is next on the list. We will be reading that as well. 2920, Volume 4. Restoration increased to 23. Rain's Hand, Book 4 of 2920, The Last Year of the First Era by Carlacton Way. 3. Third Rain's Hand, Cold Harbor Oblivion. Oblivion? Cold Harbor Oblivion. Oh. Sofasil proceeded as quickly as he could through the blackened halls of the palace, half submerged in the brackish water. All around him, mostly nasty gelatinous creatures scurried into the reeds. Bursts of white fire lit up the upper arches of the hall before disappearing. And smells assaulted him. Rancid death one moment, sweet flowered perfume the next. Several times he had visited the Daedra princess in their oblivion, but every time something different awaited him. He knew his purpose, and refused to be distracted. 8 of the more prominent Daedra princes were awaiting him in the half-melted, domed room. Azura, Prince of Dusk and Dawn, Boethia, Prince of Plots, Hermamora, Daedra of Knowledge, Hircine, the Hunter, Malakath, God of Curses, Mirun's Dagon, Prince of Disaster, Morlock Baal, Prince of Rage, Shegaroth, the Mad One. Above them, the sky cast tormented shadows upon the meaning. 5th Rain's Hand, the Isle of Ertium, Somerset. Sofasil's voice cried out, echoing from the cave, "Move the rock!" Immediately, the initiates obeyed, rolling aside the great boulder that blocked the entrance to the dreaming cavern. Sofasil emerged, his face smeared with ash, weary. He felt he had been away for months, years, but only a few days had transpired. Lelafa took his arm to help him walk, but he refused her help with a kind smile and a shake of his head. "Were you successful?" he asked. "The Daedra princes I spoke with have agreed to our terms," he said flatly. "Disasters such as befell Gelverdale should be averted. Only through certain intermediaries such as witches or sorcerers will they answer the call of man and myr." "And what did you promise them in return?" asked the Nord boy Wellick. "The deals we make with Daedra," said Sofasil, continuing on to Yakes's palace to meet with the master of the Sichik order, "should not be discussed with the innocent." 8th Rain's Hand, the Imperial City Cyrodiil. A storm billeted the windows of the prince's bedchamber, bringing a smell of moist air to mix with the censers filled with burning incense and herbs. "A letter has arrived from the Empress, your mother," said a courier, "anxiously inquiring after your health." "What frightened parents I have," laughed Prince Juilek from his bed. It is only natural for a mother to worry, said Saverin and Chorak, the Potentat's son. There is everything unnatural about my family, Akavir. My exiled mother fears that my father will imagine me of being a traitor, covetous of the crown, and is having me poisoned. The prince sank back into his pillow, annoyed. The Emperor has insisted on me having a taster for all my meals as he does. There are many plots, agreed the Akavir. You have been abed for nearly 3 weeks with every healer in the Empire shuffling through like a slow ballroom dance. At least, all can see that you're getting stronger. Strong enough to lead the vanguard against Morrowind soon, I hope, said Chuilek. 11th Rain Hand, the Isle of Artium, Somerset. The initiates stood quietly in a row along the arbored loggia, watching the long, deep, marble-lined trench ahead of them flash with fire. The air above it vibrated with the waves of heat. Though each student kept his or her face sturdy and emotionless as a true psychic should, their terror was nearly as palpable as the heat. Sofasil closed his eyes and uttered the charm of fire resistance. Slowly, he walked across the basin of leaping flames, climbing to the other side unscathed. Not even his white robe had been burned. The charm is intensified by the energy you bring to it, by your own skills, just as all spells are, he said. Your imagination and your willpower are the keys. There is no need for a spell to give you a resistance to air, or a resistance to flowers, and after you cast a charm, you must forget there is even a need for a spell to give you resistance to fire. Do not confuse what I am saying. Resistance is not about ignoring the fire's reality. You will feel the substance of flame, the texture of its hunger, and even the heat of it, but you will know that it will not hurt or injure you. The students nodded, and one by one they cast a spell and made the walk through the fire. Some even went so far as to bend over and scoop up a handful of fire and feed it air, so it expanded like a bubble and melted through their fingers. Sofasil smiled. They were fighting their fear admirably. The chief proctor, Tarkalif, came running from the arbor arches. Sofasil, Almalexia has arrived on Artium. Yaskis told me to fetch you. Sofasil turned to Tarkalif for only a moment, but he knew instantly from the screams what had transpired. The Nord lad Welek had not cast the spell properly and was burning. The smell of scorched hair and flesh panicked the other students who were struggling to get out of the basin, pulling him with them, but the incline was too steep away from the entry point. With a wave of his hand, Sofasil extinguished the flame. Velik and several other students were burned, but not badly. The sorcerer cast a healing spell on them before turning back to Thorgalith. I'll be with you in a moment, and give Almalexia the time to shake the road dust from her train. Sofasil turned back to the student, his voice flat. Fear does not break spells, but doubt and incompetence are the great enemies of any spellcaster. Master Velik, you will pack your bag. I'll arrange for a boat to bring you to the mainland tomorrow morning. The sorcerer found Almalexia and Yakisis in the study, drinking hot tea and laughing. She was more beautiful than he had remembered, though he had never before seen her so disheveled, wrapped in a blanket, dangling her damp, long black tresses up before the fire to dry. At Sofasil's approach, she leapt to her feet and embraced him. Did you swim all the way from Morrowind? He smiled. It's pouring rain from Skywatch down to the coast, she explained, returning his smile. Only half a league away, and it never rains here, said Yakisis proudly. Of course, I sometimes miss the excitement of Somerset, and sometimes even the mainland itself. Still, I'm always very impressed by anyone there who gets anything accomplished. It is a world of distractions. Speaking of distractions, what's all this I hear about a war? You mean the ones that's been bloodying the continent for the last 80 years, Master? Asked Sofasil amused. I suppose that's the one I mean, said Yakisis with a shrug of his shoulders. How is that war going? We will lose it, unless I can convince Sofasil to leave Artium, said Almalexia, losing her smile. She had meant to wait and talk to her friend in private, but the old Altmar gave her courage to press on. I've had visions. I know it to be true. Sofasil was silent for a moment, and then looked at Yakisis. I must return to Morrowind. Knowing you, if you must do something, you will, sighed the old master. The Psychic's way is not to be distracted. Wars are fought, empires rise and fall. You must go, and so must we. What do you mean, Yakisis? You're leaving the island? No, the island will be leaving the sea, said Yakisis, his voice taking on a dreamy quality. In a few years, the mists will move over Artium, and we will be gone. We are counselors by nature. There are too many counselors in Tamriel as it is. No, we will go and return when the land needs us again, perhaps in another age. The old Altmer struggles to his feet and drained the last sip of his drink before leaving. So Vasil and Almalexia alone. Don't miss the last boat. The year continues in second seed. Got it. Let's go and tell this lady. Welcome. Completely storm magica. Ooh. Iron Mace of Arsing. Target takes 10 points of shock and half as much magica damage. Okay. She said, what's her name? That Harcraven in the cage. She said that she would give me a staff. Oh well. I'm not interested in the staff though. I'm not interested in letting another Harcraven out. And I'm glad the game didn't force me to let her out. Mystery of Talara, Part 4. Oh, Illusion Encrypt, yep. Okay, where did I write Mystery of Talara? Mystery of Talara, Mystery of Talara. Mystery. Where is it? Because I know I've read other Mystery of Talara. Where the hell is it? It's not from today, is it? No. No, it's not. Can't find it. Was it in Dragon's Reach? No. Wait, the Mystery of Princess Talara. Okay, fine. I'll look for the Mystery of Princess Talara as well. No, it does not begin with the, as I've written it here. Then again, it doesn't even begin with M. Seriously? I've never... Oh, here it is. Found it. Mystery of Talara. I've read volume 4. No, sorry, this is volume 4. I've read volume 1. Alright. Coma V4. By Mera Lirkiv. Lena never saw the Emperor's ancient lady Brisenia again, but she kept her promise. Prosicus, a Nightblade in the service of the Empire, arrived at Lord Strail's house in disguise. She was an apt pupil, and within days he had taught what she needed to know. It is a simple charm, not the sort of spell that could turn a raging Daedra into a love-struck puppy, said Prosicus. If you do or say anything that would normally anger or offend your target, the power will weaken. It will alter temporarily his perception of you, as spells of the School of Illusion do, but his feelings of respect and admiration for you must be supported by means of a charm of a less magical nature. I understand, smiled Jaina, thanking her tutor for the 2 spells of illusion he had taught her. The time had come to use her newfound skill. The prostitutes' guild house of Camlorn was a great palace in an affluent northern quarter of the city. Prince Cylon could have found his way there blindfolded, or blind drunk as he often was. Tonight, however, he was only lightly inebriated and he resolved to drink no more. Tonight he was in the mood for pleasure. His kind of pleasure. Where's my favorite Grigia? He demanded on the guild mistress upon entering. She's still healing from your appointment with her last week, he smiled serenely. Most of the other women are in with clients as well, but I saved a special treat for you. A new girl. One you will certainly enjoy. The prince was guided to a sumptuously decorated suite of velvet and silk. As he entered, Jaina stepped from behind a screen and cast her spell quickly, with her mind open to belief as Prosicus had instructed. It was hard to tell if it worked at first. The prince looked at her with a cruel smile, and then, like sun breaking through clouds, the cruelty left. She could tell that he was hers. He asked her name. I'm between names right now, she teased. I've never made love to a real prince before. I've never even been inside a palace. Is yours very big? It's not mine yet, he shrugged, but someday I'll be king. It would be wonderful to live in such a place, Jaina cooed. Hooped. Who? Cooed. Co-ed. Cooed. 1,000 years of history. Everything must be so old and beautiful. The paintings and books and statues and tapestries. Does your family hold on to all their old treasures? Yes, hoarded away with a lot of boring old junk in the archive rooms in the vaults. Please, may I see you naked now? First, a little conversation, though you may feel free to disrobe whenever you like, said Jaina. I had heard there was an archive room, but it's quite hidden away. There's a false wall behind the family crypt, said the prince, gripping her wrist and pulling her towards him for a kiss. Something in his eyes had changed. Your Highness, you're hurting my arm, Jaina cried. Enough talk, you bewitching whore, he snarled. Holding back a sharp jab of fear, Jaina let her mind cool and perceptions whirl. As his angry mouth touched her lips, she cast the second spell she had learned her illusionist mentor. The prince felt his flesh turn to stone. He remained frozen, watching Jaina put together her clothing and leave the room. The paralysis would only last for a few more minutes, but it was all the time she needed. The guildmistress had already left with all of her girls, just as Jaina and Lord Strail had told her to. They would tell her when it was safe to return. She had not even accepted any gold for her part in the trap. She said it was enough that her girls would not be tortured anymore by that most perverse and cruel prince. What a terrible boy, thought Jaina as she raised the hood on her cloak and raced through the streets toward Lord Strail's house. It is good that he will never be king. The following morning, the king and queen of Camlorn held their daily audience with various nobles and diplomats. A sparse gathering. The throne room was largely empty. It was a terribly dull way to begin the day. In between petitions, they yawned regally. What has happened to all the interesting people? The queen murmured. Where's our precious boy? I heard he was raging through the North Quarter in search of some harlot who robbed him. The king chuckled fondly. What a fine lad. And what of the royal battle mage? I've sent him to take care of a delicate matter. The king knit his brow. But that was nearly a week ago, and I haven't heard one word from him. It's somewhat troubling. Indeed it is, Lord Errol. Should not be gone so long. The queen frowned. What if a rogue sorcerer came and threatened us? Husband, don't laugh at me. That is why all the royal houses of High Rock keep their mage retainers close to their side. To protect their court from evil enchantments, like the one that our poor emperor suffered so recently. At the hand of his own battle mage, chuckled the king. Lord Errol would never betray you like that, and you well know it. He has been in your employ since you were Duke of Oloin. We even make that comparison between he and Jagar Farn, really. The queen waved her hands dismissively. It is that sort of lack of trust that is ruining kingdoms all over Tamriel. Now Lord Strail tells me, there's another man that's gone missing, mused the king. The ambassador? The queen shook her head. No, he's here. He was desirous to visit the crypts and pay homage to your noble ancestors, so I directed him there. I can't think what's keeping him so long. He must be more pious than I thought. She was surprised to see the king rise up, alarmed. Why didn't you tell me? Before she had a chance to reply, the subject of their conversation was coming through the open door to the throne room. On his arm was a beautiful fair-haired woman in a stately gown of scarlet and gold, worthy of the highest nobility. The queen followed her startled husband's gaze and was likewise amazed. I had heard he was taken with one of the harlots from the flower festival, not a lady, she whispered. Why, she looks remarkably like your daughter, the Lady Gilia. That she does, the king gasped. Or her cousin, the Princess Talara. The nobles in the room also whispered among themselves. Though few had been at court 20 years ago when the princess had disappeared, presumed murdered like the rest of the royal family, there were still a few elder statesmen who remembered. It was not only on throne that the word Talara passed through the air like an enchantment. Lord Strail, will you introduce us to your lady? The queen asked with a polite smile. In a moment, your highness, but I'm afraid I must first discuss pressing matters. Lord Strail replied with a bow. Might I request a private audience? The king looked at the imperial ambassador, trying to read into the man's expression. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the assembled and had the doors shut behind him. No one remained in the audience room but the king, the queen, the ambassador, a dozen royal guards, and a mysterious woman. The ambassador pulled from his pocket a sheaf of old yellowed parchment. Your highness, when you ascended the throne after your brother and his family were murdered, anything that seemed important, deeds and wills, were of course kept with the clerics and ministers. His entire incidental, unimportant personal correspondence was sent to archive, which is standard protocol. This letter was among them. What is this all about, sir? The king boomed. What does it say? Nothing about you, your majesty. In truth, at the time of your majesty's ascension, no one reading it could have understood its significance. It was a letter to the emperor, the late king, your brother, was penning at the time of his assassination, concerning a thief who had once been a mage priest at the temple of Sephiet, here in Camlorn. His name was Jagar Farn. Jagar Farn? The queen laughed nervously. Why, we were just talking about him. Farn had stolen many books of powerful and forgotten spells and lore about such artifacts as the Staff of Chaos, where it was hidden and how it could be used. News traveled slowly to westernmost High Rock, and by the time the king, your brother, had heard that the Emperor's new battle mage was a man named Jagar Tharn, many years had passed. The king had been writing a letter to warn the Emperor of the treachery of his imperial battle mage, but it was never completed. Lord Strail held up the letter. It is dated on the day of his assassination in the year 385, 4 years before Jagar Tharn betrayed his master, and began the 10 years of tyranny of the imperial simulacrum. This is all very interesting, the king barked, but what has it to do with me? The late king's assassination is now a matter of imperial concern, and I have a confession from your old battle mage, Lord Errol. The king's face lost all color. You miserable worm. No man may threaten me, neither you, nor that whore, nor that letter will ever see the light of day again. Guards! The royal guards unsheathed their blades and pressed forward. As they did so, there was a sudden shimmering of light, and the room was filled with imperial nightblades, led by Prosicus. They had been there for hours, lurking invisibly in the shadows. In the name of His Imperial Majesty, Euril Septim VII, I arrest you, said Strail. The doors were opened, and the king and queen were led out, heads bowed. Jaina told Prosicus where he would most likely find their son, Prince Cylon. The courtiers and nobles who had been in the audience chamber stared at the strange solemn procession of their king and queen to their own royal prison. No one said a word. When at last a voice was heard, it startled all. The Lady Gilia had arrived at court. What is happening? Who dares to usurp the authority of the king and queen? Lord Strail turned to Prosicus. We would speak with Lady Gilia alone. You know what needs to be done. Prosicus nodded and had the doors to the throne room closed once again. The courtiers pressed against the wood, standing to hear everything. Though they could not say it, they wanted an explanation almost as much as her ladyship did. Intrigue. No. Anything else here? Nothing else. This is just a hay pile. This is just a prison. Ooh. Okay, I had unbarred this door. And this just goes back to Skyrim, right? Okay, let's go back. Let's go through here. Uh-huh. Wait. Hold in. Okay, let's go to the Hargraven again and tell her that I killed Petra, or what was her name. And let's see if we get a new conversation, actually. Quite curious. Huh.
Do you like? We go up, yes? Always up.
Fine then.
Yes, Count Morsel. Let us go up and mind Mirka on the way.
Well, I already killed Murka, so...
Press
I mean,
middle
Petra.
button. Clever trick, yes. Nobody ever thinks of the middle. Careful here. There's a trick to this. Trick is to not bleed to death. And there's a lever too.
Huh.
Ah, my parlor. No finer place to boil eyes, no.
Oh, that's how you stop these. Huh. Interesting.
We go up, yes. Always up.
Oh, come on. I think I broke her. I mean, I'm not amazed, but still. Here. I've killed your usurper. I think you need to see the body to unbreak you. Gonna carry her to your unholiness. Come on.
Do you like my pretty tower? We go up, yes? Always up.
Look, here's a Petra. I killed her. Damn it, I broke her.
Do you like my pretty tower?
Why doesn't she want to move? I've broken this quest. Doesn't want to move. She doesn't want to acknowledge that Petra is dead. I jumped ahead. Damn it. Not too bug-proof, is it? Okay, and if I go, let's say... Ooh. There's some secrets around here, huh? Hey. Now, if I wait here, and then I go back, she's still there, isn't she? I can hear her breathing from here, so yeah, she's still here. Let's try forcing her. Come on, why don't you budge? She's dead, don't you see? Never mind then. Wait a minute, can I just... She might be invulnerable. Okay, hold on. You're attacking me. Great. Come here. Because I got you to move. And this is the staff she brought. Okay. The only other thing is, kill the Heartgraven Petra. Well, I did. She's right here. She's dead. Nope. It's bugged. I bugged it. I broke it. Damn it. Oh well, bye. Might I remember we don't have to... she's not important to anything else, just another side. Oh. Yeah, what can you do? Sometimes you're just too good, you break the world around you. So much for continuity. I'm sorry, I don't want to sound like all of the other broken records, but if this was Baldur's Gate 3, The developers would have accounted for players trying to one-up them. I mean, it would have been more impressive. Truly, it would have been more impressive. Oh, come on. If they did account for that, they had something in place. Like some sort of failsafe or something. Oh, I needed to go and kill Petra by myself because I didn't want to release her Hargraven from her cage. And then the quest was like, no, 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 no. You must release Hargraven, what's her face, from the cage. And then go kill Petra. I already killed her. Okay, I thought the quest would account for that. Then it would just say, oh, okay, you did that. So quest mission complete or whatever. But no. Nope. I broke her. I just broke her reality. She was stunned. She didn't move until I attacked her. And even after I attacked her, the mission is not failed. So now, it's a stubborn quest in my log that's just gonna be incomplete forever. Wolves. Whatever. Maybe she'll respawn. There could be a console command that resets that area. Yeah, I'm thinking too much of Valve games. I don't think Bethesda has that. I don't think the console has that. The game console, this console, I mean, of course. No, I don't think they're that smart to have added a command to reset the entire map or clear or reset dungeons. Diablo has reset dungeons, but no. Skyrim? No, that's too fancy. The game you like to hate and hate to like. Skyrim. Hey, Guardian Stones again? Yeah, they look like it. Either that or shrines. I saw a burp. What is that, an owl? It looks like an owl. No, 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 wait. Is it? Huh. Shrine to Perit.
Ah, a wanderer, yes. No, pilgrim, perhaps. You have come to commune with Periite, Taskmaster, and Blighted Lord, yes? Need something?
Tell me about Perite. Need a refresh.
He is the pus in the wound. Oh, proper ones curl their noses, but it's pus that drinks foul humors and restores the blood. I worship Periite, yes, because sometimes the world can only be cleansed by disease.
May I commune with Periite?
Not everyone has the stomach required to entreat my lord. But Kesh likes you, friend. There is a way Periite may speak to us, who will take him in. If you wish to commune with him, we'll need the incense.
Okay, nah, I'm not interested in that. It's a god of uncleanliness, basically, or something. I'm not it.
May you walk on warm sands.
Okay, so I can read the buying game, but I cannot steal. Speech increased. Great. That's nice. I'm not gonna read it. I wish to, you know, get the book and have it in my collection. Okay. Let me have a look at the map. I don't know why it went to Iverstead immediately, like that. Okay. So I'm all the way at Shrine to Petty. Alright. Let's head back to Whiterun. Rest for 8 hours. Leave some loot. Then we're off to High Hrothgar, as promised. Bolt, arrow, sword of fire, ice. Yep, my milk. Yep. Ice. Yep. Yep. Cool. Pommel Stone or Mehrunes Razor. Quest item. Huh. Quest item of which I have not learned yet. Interesting. 2 unusual gems. Right? Yeah, because I picked that one.
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
If I sleep for how much? 9 at 4:45. Well, 12 should do it. You awaken, feeling a father's love.
You're home. Did you get me a present? I'd really like a dolly. Or maybe a pretty new dress?
Where would I get that?
Well, I heard there's a really nice tailor's in Solitude. And maybe the Khajiit sell dolls. They always have the best toys.
Khajiit?
Wow, thanks, Papa.
I did not. For some reason, I can only give her a steel dagger, so...
Oh, stop teasing me.
Sorry. Okay, so Solitude and the Khajiit, eh? Alright. But I already gave you a doll. Never mind. I mean, why am I surprised? Why am I surprised this way? Okay, I'm way too lazy to walk, so I'm just gonna fast travel to Whiterun Stables, which is very near. Here we go. And let's head to High Hrothgar. We got a ways to go. Winterhold, Windhelm, Riften, Solitude Markarth. Normally, to get to High Hrothgar all the way up here, you gotta go like through this, or here, all the way to Iverstead first. And then from Iverstead, you climb the steps. The steps are somewhere here. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so we have to go to Iverstead. Let's go to Iverstead. Keep on the main roads, whatnot. We should discover the more locations here, too. Finding Brew Meadery. Little loop. Discover these farms too. Kilfurrow Farm. Battleborn Farm. There's a cave up ahead. Most likely bandits. And a Stormcloak camp. Yeah, should discover that too. White River Watch discovered. Should be some bandits here. Yeah, bandits. Normal bandits. And they're tough. Yeah, I did it. Note to Rodolph. Rodolph, your little stunts try my patience. I know my uncle has issues, but he is our watchman, and you'll respect him. No more sneaking in and out. No more games with his ledger or nails on his chair. One more joke, and you'll see how funny a day in the cage can have you. Okay, I know this one. I know this one. One of the more memorable encounters is in this cave right here. Well, memorable to me. The poor dude that serves as sentry in the entrance of this bandit camp cave camp, whatever you want to call it. The only problem is he's blind. I mean, look. And my speech, I don't have any speech. I haven't upgraded my speech.
Who's there? Rodolph? That you?
Yeah.
Boss was looking for you, said he'd be up at the summit. Better not keep him waiting.
Very well. Wolf's book. Oh yeah, that's the... Ladies and gentlemen, gentle viewers. The fastest reading of a book so far. This is just insult to injury, you know? There are no other pages, it's just blank. It's not even braille, it's just blank. Poor guy. Alright. At the summit, eh? Yeah, don't worry, I got it.
What was that?
Ooh! Ooh, that's painful. That's not as painful. You get an arrow in the head, and if it kills you quickly, I mean, I don't know. Hey, more sneak. Ooh, leather strip. Don't mind if I do. What? You're detecting me? There you go. The cake and the diamond. Do I have the cake and the diamond? Let's see. The cake and the diamond. Okay, I don't think I've got cake and the... I don't think I've ever come across it. Nope, I have not. But I do remember reading it multiple times. Cake and the diamond. I'm not gonna write the diamond. By Ethan Wendell. I was in the Rat and the Pot, a foreigner corner club in Aldrun, talking to my fellow rats when I first saw the woman. Now Breton women are fairly common in the Rat and the Pot. As a breed, they seem inclined to wander far from their perches in High Rock. Old Breton women, however, are not so migratory, and the wizened old biddy drew attention to herself, wandering about the room, talking to everyone. Nimloth and Oidiad were at their usual places, drinking their usual stuff. Oidiad was showing off a prize he had picked up in some illicit manner, a colossal diamond, large as a baby's hand, and clear as spring water. I was admiring it when I heard the creaking of old bones behind me. "Good day to you, friends," said the old woman. "My name is Abel Tridite, and I am in need of financial assistance to facilitate my transportation to Aldredania." "You want to see the temple for charity," said Nimloth curtly. "I'm not looking for charity," said Abel. "I'm looking to barter services." "Don't make me sick, old woman," laughed Oidiad. "Did you say your name was Abel Chirtrit?" I asked. "Are you related to Abel Chirtrit, the High Rock alchemist?" "Closely related," she said with a cackle. "We are the same person. Perhaps I could prepare you a potion in exchange for gold. I noticed that you have in your possession a very fine diamond. The magical qualities of diamonds are boundless." "Sorry, old woman, I ain't giving it up for magic. It was trouble enough stealing this one," said Oidiad. "I've got a fence, we'll trade it for gold." but your friends will demand a certain percentage, will he not? What if I could give you a potion of invisibility in exchange? In return for that diamond, you could have the means to steal many more. A very fair exchange of services, I would say. It would be, but I have no gold to give you, said Oidiad. I'll take what remains of the diamond after I've made the potion, said Abel. If you took it to the Mages Guild, you'd have to supply all the other ingredients and pay for it as well. But I learned my craft in the wild, where no potion makers existed to dissolve diamonds into dust. But you must do it all by hand, by simple skill. You are blessed with remnants those fool potion makers at the guild simply swallow up. That sounds all very nice, said Nimloff. But how do we know your potion is going to work? If you make one potion, take the rest of Oidiad's diamond and leave. We won't know until you've gone whether the potion works or not. Ah, trust is so rare these days, sighed Abel. I suppose I could make 2 potions for you, and there'd still be a little bit of the diamond left for me. Not a lot, but perhaps enough to get me to Old Redania. Then you could try the first potion right here and now, and see if you're satisfied or not. But, I interjected, you could make one potion that works and one that doesn't, and take more of the diamond. She could even give you a slow-acting poison, and by the time she got to Old Redania, you'd be dead. Bleeding kinner if you Dunmer are suspicious. I'll hardly have any diamond left, but I could make 2 potions of 2 doses each. So you can satisfy yourself that the potion works and has no negative effect. If you still don't trust me, come along with me to my table and witness my craft if you like. So it was decided that I would accompany Abel back to her table, where she had all her traveling bags full of herbs and minerals, to make certain that she was not making 2 different potions. It took nearly an hour of preparation, but she kindly allowed me to finish her half-filled flagon of wine while I watched her work. Splintering the diamond and powdering the pieces required the bulk of the time. Over and over again she waved her gnarled hands over the gem, intoning ancient enchantments, breaking the facets of the stone into smaller and smaller pieces. Separately she made pastes of minced bittergreen, crushed red bulbs of Delarcos spay, and driblets of Cincinnati oil. I finished the wine. Old woman, I finally sighed with a sigh, how much longer is this going to take? Getting tired of watching you work. The Mages Guild has fooled the populace into thinking alchemy is a science, she said. But if you're tired, rest your eyes. My eyes closed, seemingly of their own volition. But there had been something in that wine, something that made me do what she asked. I think I'll make up the potion as cakes. It's much more potent that way. Now tell me, young man, what will your friends do once I give them the potion? Mug you in the street afterwards to retrieve the rest of the diamond? I said simply. I didn't want to tell the truth, but there it was. I thought so, but I wanted to be certain. You may open your eyes now. I opened my eyes. The bell had made a small presentation on a wooden platter, 2 small cakes, and a silver cutting knife. Pick up the cakes and bring them to the table, said Abel, and don't say anything except to agree with whatever I say. I did as I was told. It was a curious sensation. I didn't really mind being her puppet. Of course, in retrospect I resent it, but it seemed perfectly natural at the time to obey without question. Abel handed the cakes to Oidiad, and I dutifully verified that both cakes were made the same way. She suggested that he cut one of the cakes in half, and she would take one piece and he'd take the other, just so he would know that they worked and weren't poisoned. Oidiad thought it was a good idea and used Abel's knife to cut the cake. Abel took the piece on the left and popped into her mouth. Oidiad took the piece on the right and swallowed it more cautiously. Abel and all the bags she was carrying vanished from sight almost instantly. Nothing happened to Oidiad. Why did it work for the witch and not for me? Cried Oidiad. Because the diamond dust was only on the left-hand side of the table, said the old alchemist through me. I felt her control lessening as the distance grew, and she hurried invisibly down the dark, outruined street away from the rat and the pot. We never found Abel. She had tried out or the diamond. Whether she completed her pilgrimage to Eldredania is anyone's guess. The cakes had no effect except to give Oidiad a bad case of droops that lasted for nearly a week. Ooh. Ooh.
Think it'll work?
Of course not. Dogs I could train, but a half-starved wolf? Not a chance.
Right. Lucky if it doesn't rip our throats out. Is someone there?
Time to end
someone
this
there?
little game.
No sign of
The last of them. What's that? What was that? Not your best, huh?
Oh my god, I've never seen that before. The arrow went straight through his head. Oh, let's have a better look. Look at that. Oi, oi, oi. Hold on. He'd never seen that before. Well, now I took the arrow out. So fine. Right through his head, clean through. Jeez. Huh. Wardrobe? Nothing here. Oh. Let's go defeat the big guy. Dave.
Enough! This ends now!
Kashvar's journal. Pickings have been good these past few weeks. Must be because of the warlords of merchants and cowards looking for somewhere to curl up and hide from all the fighting. I've told the men to ease the burden on these poor souls by relieving them of all that gold they're carrying. Guard patrols among their own are way up. We can barely set foot outside. Travelers must have complained to the Jarl. Looks like the guard isn't ready to move against us yet, but the pressure is getting to the men. I'm having Rajir keep watch it with Ulfr now. That should shut them up about our security. Damn that Balgruf. A mutiny among my men, I can hardly believe it. Thank the gods Ulfr heard of it in time. He may be blind, but he's not deaf. I killed Anjor myself. A couple of the others ran for it, but we hunted them down quick enough. Only Asa and Rajrit got away. Good riddance. There's a rumor of a dragon attack on Helgen. A dragon? Hardly. More likely just a story made up by some idiot frightened out of his wits by the war. In any case, the guard seems to have pulled back to the city, but we've been able to run a few distant raids again. One of the merchants had some odd cargo. Bunch of pelts and animals, including a wolf. I let the men roast the other animals, but the wolf I saved. Be handy to have a guard dog like that, if we could just train him a little. Well, that wolf is dead, so Your own men killed it. And then I killed your men. Alright, let's... Why did I even write Katria's journal afterward? Oh, why do I need to write? I'm not gonna write journal. Let's just write Hajvar. Hajvar. There we go. That's it. Perfect. Okay. Onwards and upwards we go. Gonna go through here. Wait. White River Watch is the place I just explored. Yep. Grey Winter Watch. We're here. What's here? Trolls! Oh. Damn. Oh. I think these were the only two, maybe? Not sure. I remember the last time I played and faced trolls. I wasn't this high level. I was not. It was still at the very beginning of the game. Oh look, they ordered the skulls. Oh, how lovely of them! Isn't that lovely? They're artsy. Anyway, and man, I could not face trolls at all. They were tough. At least 30 arrows to take down. Rocky's bow. Vernicus and Borlor. I did read Vernicus and Borlor, but... Oh. Okay. So it must have been the Dragon Reach book, right? Vernicus and Borlor. Vernicus and Borlor. Yes. Wait, that's... I've read it. I have it. Why did my archery increase now? Life short, all right. But if you'll pardon, I'm trying to offer our friend an inspiration tale. Yeah, I've seen it. Okay, fine, take it. That's interesting. So I didn't get the benefits of a skill book the first time I read it, but I got it now? I've read the book. It should be back at home. I'm gonna go right now and check. As soon as I step out of this place. Ooh, elven arrows. Ooh. I need to make arrows. I need to craft or buy arrows. I need to. Can't keep worrying about arrows. Let's go back to Bree's home.
Need something?
No. Okay, so the book is called Vernicus and Borloo. So the Viki. V D F G H A J K L M N O P Q R S T U V. All the way at the bottom. Jesus. Okay, look. V. Vernicus and Borloo. Huh? Okay. But as we can see, no skill, right? There's no skill here. There's no cover to increase skill for the constellation of archery. So, what the fuck? Since when is right click taking things from it? Store the cake. Look, this one's older. It just looks older. Yeah. And the other one doesn't even have a skill. That's so weird. That is so weird. I have no explanation. I guess maybe pressure books give you the skill? No, that doesn't make any sense. Does not make any goddamn sense. I think it... I don't know.
Braith is a big meanie. She keeps telling Lars and me what to do. I don't want to play with her anymore.
Who?
Papa! Stay safe.
She's having problems with the other kids. Too bad I can't do anything about that. Kids, for one, are invulnerable, as is normal, as is the norm.
What are you looking, boys? Hey, you want to play a game? Figures.
Yeah, I think it was Brave she was Lucia was complaining about. But can't do anything. No conversation comes up, no nothing. Alright. Yo! What? No. I miscalculated. I miscalculated my jump. I miscalculated. Landed right on the crab, right on top of the crab. Didn't kill him. Alright. Come on, I know you can do this. Come on, I know you can nail it. Oh, I didn't jump. I did not jump. I forgot to jump. Hold on. No. That's not gonna do it. Oh yes. Oh snap, I almost forgot. Yeah, there's another thingy here. No, let's go up. Actually, up we need to go anyway. Gotta keep up the road. Iverstead is over on the left. Isn't it? Well, Wilhelm, Riften, and Iverstead. Iverstead is closer. The farther away a location is, the more corroded the sign is. Kind of a nice little detail. So Iverstead is the main road. Okay. What about this goddamn tower or whatever the hell this is? Oh, it's a Guardian Stone. It's a Fate Stone. Fate Stone. But I forgot which. Is the Necronomic? Necromancy one? No. I read in a book. Is it the Dibella one? No, it's not the Dibella one. It's one of them. I think it's the Mage? No, not Mage. Oh. Nope, it's Necromancy. It's Necromancy. Look at him. Way to go. The arrow did not even connect. The arrow still did not connect. Okay. God damn it.
Never should have come here.
The Ritual Stone. Why are you so tough? The Ritual Stone. What does this do? Once a day, those under the sign of the ritual can reanimate nearby corpses to fight for them. You may only have one sign blessing at a time. Interesting, but not. And you already used yours. God damn.
See you burn.
I got your all your arrows. What you gonna do? I thought so. Okay, where is that?
See you burn.
Okay, goddammit. How'd you like my stun?
No more. I yield.
Okay, she yields. Okay. Alright, you yield?
Please.
Mercy.
Boost!
No more! I yield! I yield! I'll see you burn!
God. Why there's no connect? Goddamn nuisance. There we go. Done and done. Next. Stormcloak camp, sure. Stupid game. Poorly optimized. Well, poorly optimized. I say poorly optimized, but it's that glitch with the cursor, man, with the scroll. Overkill? Not at all. Fuck them. They're nuisances. Let me just discover the Stormcloak camp now. If I can have it discovered. Discover it. Jeez, man, that took forever. Now carry on. Keep going on the road. To Iverstead. Don't see any locations there. So, yeah, keep going up the road. More locations following the main road. Keep the bow. Keep the bow unsheathed. Oh, we got a giant camp right up ahead. There it is. I could also mess with them. Yeah, I will. Bandits on these towers as well. And I almost know this road by heart. Okay, quick save. Sabercat. Big bunny. He's a big bunny. There's a giant. Yeah, I doubt it. I really need to fire way up. Wait, are these guys already attacking someone? Yes, they are, aren't they? Yep, they are. No, wait, are they? I saw dust, but then I thought it was smoke. No, it's fire. That's a fire. Wow. What a miss. Wow. What another miss. Nice. Okay, I'm lucky that the guy couldn't even find his footing. Otherwise, I already would have taken a lot of damage. Okay, let's discover the camp. Look at this alien stone. Well, I say alien, but I think it's more part of the giant culture. Okay, now I know you guys had a chest somewhere. But loot. With some loot. Mammoth cheese. Mammoth cheese bowl added. Cheese made out of mammoths. Mammoths are still a thing. Oh yeah, there's a cave here too. Except they cannot get in. So I think there are trolls inside? Might be trolls. Oh no, never mind me. They're giants. They're giants. Should be more. Side or turn. Yeah, I don't think there are. The Knights of the Nine. Let me first loot everything. Except I have looted everything. Hey. 849. Oh boy. I need to take another break, man. I need to stretch my legs. Knights of the Nine. I don't think I've read this. No, I didn't. I don't think. The Knights of the Nine. Let's see. I gotta recheck, even if I do get a skill point. Because the other book showed me Vernaculus and what's his name? Vernicus and Borlor book. As that book showed me, if a book is too old, you don't get a skill point. But if a book is more of a fresh edition, you might get a goddamn skill point. It makes no sense. It really doesn't make any sense. The Knights of the Nine. Let's see. Dragon's Reach. No. The Knights of the Nine. Knights of the Nine. Da 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 da. No. What about here? Da 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 da. No. Wait. Hope of the Brethren. That's not the Knights of the Nine. Okay, I'll write it down and I'll read it once I get back. Let me just write it down first. The Knight of the Nine. There we go. All right. Break time, 10 minutes. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Took a little longer because skin crawling. Took a little longer to come back. I went to the kitchen and I had some business at the kitchen sink. And as I was taking back my left arm, I saw on my arm a little house spider. Like Daddy Longlegs. And and I was like paralyzed. Like I was like, shit, where did you come from? It was hanging. It was hanging from from somewhere up above. I couldn't see the web. It was, you know, one of those very, very thin webs. I was like, I'm not gonna kill you because I don't kill these critters that I find in the apartment. If I find a cockroach or a spider, usually spiders I leave alone. But this one was just way too close, man. It broke the law. Like, stay away from me, okay? I don't mind you capturing flies or stuff like that, but you were way too close. So then I got kind of paralyzed, but I mean, not paralyzed with fear, but I kept thinking, where am I gonna throw him? Because I know I can capture it, but where am I gonna throw him? So for like a minute or two, I was like, and then eventually I took a glass and a paper, put them in the glass, and I let it go outside of my apartment. I put it on the other end of the hallway, just a little spider. And then when I removed the paper, it already put a web in there. And when I tried to remove and go back home, I was kind of dragging the spider along, and I was like, and eventually I just left the paper on the ground because I didn't want it back in the house. I was like, okay, you just go wherever. I don't care. You can find more flies in the hallway than here. Just go. My skin is crawling all over right now because it's like, hey, irrational fear, irrational creepy crawling. Anyway, let me get my mind off of it now. Anyway, The Knights of the Nine by Caroline of Solitude. Few people now remember the Knights of the Nine, but in their time they were famous throughout Cyrodiil. Indeed, throughout the Empire. For a brief period in the early days of the Septim Empire, their adventures were the talk of the land. But their renown, as with so much else, was swallowed up by the War of the Red Diamond. And today, even the location of their priory house has been lost to history. The Knights were founded by Sir Amiel Lannis in the third era of 111, following his heroic turn in the War of the Isle, with the high purpose of recovering the legendary Crusaders' relics. The weapons and armor of Pel have been lost for thousands of years. They were born out of a sense of optimism and ambition that characterized the first century of the Third Era. Amiel was united and at peace for the first time in many centuries. Nothing was impossible. The fame of the Knights was established early on when Sir Amiel led them against the Worm of Ellinglen to recover the cuirass of the Crusader, which had not been seen since the First Era. Soon, the greatest knights of the day were lining up to join the new order, and the Priory of the Nine in the west weald of Cyrodiil became a magnet for the great and the good. The knights were the toast of the Empire. When Beric Vindril joined the order, the scion of one of the great noble families of Colovia, it was clear that the Knights of the Nine had become the Empire's most prestigious knightly order. In relatively short order, the knights reclaimed 3 more relics, and their fame soared to new heights with each one. No one doubted that they would eventually succeed in their quest to recover all 8 relics. Sadly, this early promise of the Knights did not survive the ravages of the War of the Red Diamond, which tore apart the Empire beginning in the Third Era 121. At first, it seems that Sir Amiel was able to keep his knights out of the war, but the very success of the Knights undermined this, as many of the Knights came from important families from across the Empire, which were lining up on either side of the bloody civil war. Sir Beric was apparently the first to leave the order to join the war on the side of Sepphoris, carrying the sword and greaves of the Crusader into battle with him. Many other knights seem to have left the order shortly after this, some joining the war on one side or the other. The end of the order was as ignominious as its beginning was glorious. Following the victory of Sepphoris in the Third Era of 127, Beric Vlindrel became an important figure on the winning side. I still have that goddamn spider web on me someplace. Rah! Built it across my face and I can't see it. Damn it. Anyway. Became an important figure on the winning side. It seemed likely that he was behind the Imperial Decree, which officially dissolved the Knights of the Nine in 131. Although in truth this was little more than a formality. Despite Sir Amliel's best efforts, the Order had never recovered from the bitterness of the Civil War. What happened to the various relics originally crafted by the Knights of the Nine? The sword and the greaves went with Sir Beric, but where he bestowed them is unknown. The gauntlets famously lie immovable on the floor of the Chapel of Stendarr in Chorrol, where Sir Casimir left them after his disgraceful murder of a beggar in 3rd Era 139. The location of the cuirass is the mystery, lost to history along with the eventual fate of Sir Amiel, who was last reported still living alone in the empty priory of the Nine by a passing traveller in 3rd Era 150. And so the Knights of the Nine faded away into history. I almost said into obscurity, but yeah. Okay, Knights of the Nine complete. I mean, God. Yeah. Yeah, receipt. Back on the road. Huh? Might I take the expressway down? Yes, I can. Yes, I may. Yes, you will. Yes, you shall. Oh, ah! Come here, you stupid brute. Oh, hi. Man, there's so many of them. Another one bites the dust. Another one falls over. Come on. Ah. Son of a... Son of a... Stop moving. Nice. Ow, 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 Jimmy, damn it. You messed my aim. There we go. Oh, come on, man. Goddamn bandit beef. Alright, let's... Hold on. So, not only did Jimmy kind of miss my aim, I don't blame him. I don't blame him, my dear boy. But... my mouse cursor was also not in its optimum position. Yes, you were just hearing things. Way to go. Way to go! Oh, they've been making a killing here. They have been absolutely making a killing. Valtheim Tower discovered. Yay. Shield helmet, light armor 22. No. It says it's better than what I currently have, but that cannot be. Because the game lies to me. I know there's one bandit left, but he's hiding. The bandit is hiding. Huh? Oh, there she is. Come here, you. There we go. And that's the end of that. And that's the creepy crawlies, damn skin crawling. Onwards. Everything is itching right now. Phantom fields. I hate it. Dark Shade. Yeah, let's go explore Dark Shade too. Might be trolls or bears. Or bandits. But nope, not bandits. Or maybe, still maybe bandit. Dark Shade sounds like a bandit thingy. But no, I think it's troll. I think. Uh-oh. What is that? Oh, it's... Never mind. Not in the game. No. I got distracted by something on the notebook. Yep, trolls. That's one down. I don't know if there were more. Ooh. No, there are more. There are more. The place is still going. The troll was throwing a temper tantrum and I got him in midair. Yeah, bastard. Hey, look, there's another one. Got him. See anything here? Might find a chest. Secret. And no, nothing. That was bloody. That's pointless. There's another one. Got him. There is nothing here. No, there's this thing. Ooh. Hmm. 30% instead of 20% harder to detect when sneaking. I'm still very far away from being a master sneak. 2 more points and then it'll be up by 50. Harder to detect by 50%. Give me a little bit of a more of an edge. Let me tell you, I'm not sorry for these bandits at all. Oh, nice death pose. There's a dark elf. What's that dark elf doing here? Well, I'm so sorry. Let's get out of here. Here we go. What? Alright, here we go. Another giant camp up ahead somewhere. Yeah, all the way there. Yeah, oh. Discover that too. And play with him a little. Oop. Up. Oh, no. Cradle Crush Rock. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where be the giant? Should have stood still. Kind of curious that I have not seen a mammoth. Alright, back on the main road. What is up here? A bandit camp or a what? Or a dragon grave? I guess it was a dragon grave. Was it a graveyard? Tomb. No, not tomb. Burial. Yeah. Gilgren's tomb. Oh, hold on. I know what's inside. Let's go. Hey.
Ah! Oh, my kind, you startled me. There's a necromancer around here, so watch yourself. Can you help me? He's in the tomb doing gods know what with my dead relatives.
Who's in the tomb?
Val's Varen. My family has never really seen eye to eye with him, and he has finally gone off the deep end. He's gone in to defile our family tomb by using our ancestors for his filthy dark elf necromancy. My aunt went in after him, but she hasn't come out yet, and I don't think I can take him by myself.
You let your aunt go in there by yourself? By herself?
I'm not proud of it. I'm terrified of that place, and Aunt Agna knows it. My dad locked me in there in a drunken rage when he left us. 3 days in there eating the offerings left for our dead before Aunt Agna found me. Can you help me? He's in the tomb doing gods know what with my dead relatives.
Let's go.
Great. I'll unlock the door and meet you inside. Then you can lead the way.
Oh, look at this. The Song of Pelennor, Volume 5. Do I have Volume 5? The Song of Pelennor. The Song of Pelennor. Yes, I do. Okay. Let's get this out of the... They're glued together. Okay. Galerion the Mystic. G. Yes. I have it. Life of Uriel Septim the Seventh. Life of Uriel Septim the Seventh. Life. No, I have that. Let's just make sure. Yep, there's no volume, so nope, I have it. Songs of Pelennor, Volume 4. It begins with a the. Didn't I already look for that? Yeah, I have it. So I have this, I have that, I have that. Wait, Song of Pelennor, Volume 5, I have it, right. I've read that too, right? Yes, I have. And Galerion the Mystic. Okay, no books, no new books here. You know, 60-something books read. And I still haven't gone across the Lusty Argonian Maid. I think it's more to the west. Those books, maybe they're more to the west. I don't know. Okay. My notebook is interfering with my mouse again. There we go.
Hey, those belong to my family. Fine, take whatever you want. So long as you help me get rid of Val's.
I already got 10,000 gold coins. Whoa! Not that I can do anything with them except buy houses in the other holds.
No. And Agna. Oh, Talos. Why didn't I go in with her? He's barred the door. Gods only know how he's defiling the bodies of my ancestors in there. Agna once told me there is a secret room deeper in, where they buried disgraced members of the family. Maybe that will get us into the main chamber. Careful, there's a...
Shit. Poop. Damn it. The hell, bro? It's like an export lock. Come on. Son of a... Oh yeah, I'm Lightfoot, by the way. So if anything, he's gonna trigger this. Oh, never mind. He stepped away. Good. Good job. Ho, 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 ho. Mom.
your best?
No! By smear. You'll pay for that!
Could have gone much better, but eh.
This looks like the area Agna told me about. She said that the bear would show the way.
The bear. Got it. Nope. Done. Picked up an ancient Norbow without wanting to. I mean, without wanting to. I'm not paying attention. The bear will show the way, right? The bear.
You found it. The passage goes through the sarcophagus. Oh, I don't like this. But we'd better keep going.
Okay, don't worry about it.
This what you want? Huh?
Okay, I think this door should lead to the main burial chamber where Val's is holed up. Let's get in there and put an end to this.
Oh yeah, he teleports.
Must be my imagination.
Thank you for your help with Val's. Please, take this, and leave me to see to Aunt Agna and my other family members.
You're welcome. 1,000 gold, damn son. I could have sworn there was a what do you call it? Word of power around here, but guess not. Onwards and upwards. We're close to Iverstead by now. I think we're at the midpoint. And of course, Iverstead is not the final destination, but on the way to High Hrothgar. I do like the steps to High Hrothgar. No, I really do. Reminds me of another mountain I scale in real life. It really does. Cool. We have another tower. With a flag. Imperial Army, Bandit Camp, who knows? It's all the way there. We got a dragon. There it is. Hold on. Hopefully it won't detect me. Just a good time to take a drink. Nope, it's flying right above. Oh, never mind. Detected, hidden. Detected, hidden. There it goes. No need to attack it. Unless it attacks me. Then all bets are off. Let me just discover this place too. Abandoned prison. I wish to explore it right now. Nah. Don't remember anything really good being inside. Ow! Huh? Oh. I was confused. Why can't I sprint anymore? Duh, I was crouching, that's why. Okay, Everstead is sort of just ahead. What is with this keep? Bandit camp, right? Or Stormcloak, or I mean Imperial. Stormcloak, or that's the name, bro. Fort Amol. Okay, that's it. Well, that's all I wanted to do. Just discover it.
That's close enough.
What do you mean that's close enough? I'm not puzzled. Let's discover this cave too. Lost knife hideout. Ooh, a bandit camp. A bandit cave. Might as well. Lost knife cage key. There's a cage somewhere, huh?
Found you.
Oh my god, did I get him in the eye? No, I got him in the ear. Somehow. Words and philosophy. This should increase my speech. Nope, it increases my 2 candid? Okay. Words and philosophy. I don't think I have it. Should not have it. Let's see. Words and philosophy. Words and... No. I do not. Okay, written it down. Let's see. Lady Elena Bennock, former master of the Valenwood Fighters Guild and head of the Emperor's personal guard in the Imperial City, has been leading a campaign to reacquaint the soldiers of Tamriel with the sword. I met with her on 3 different occasions for the purposes of this book. The first time was at her suite in the palace on the balcony overlooking the gardens below. I was early for the interview, which had taken me nearly 6 months to arrange, but she gently chided me for not being even earlier. I've had time to put up my defenses now, she said, her bright green eyes smiling. Lady Bennock is a Bosmer, a wood elf, and like her ancestors, took to the bow in her early years. She excelled at the sport, and by the age of 14 she had joined the hunting party of her tribe as a jacksper, a long-distance shooter. During the Black Year of 396, when the Parik tribe began their rampage through southeastern Valenwood, with the aid of powers from the Somerset Isle, Lady Bennock fought the futile battle to keep her tribe's land. I killed someone for the first time when I was 16, she says now. I don't remember it very well. He or she was just a blur on the horizon where I aimed my bow. It meant no more to me than shooting animals. I probably killed 100 people like that during that summer and fall. I didn't really feel like a killer until that wintertide, when I learned what it was like to look into a man's eyes as you spilled his blood. It was a scout from the Parik tribe who surprised me when I was on camp watch. We surprised each other, I suppose. I had my bow at my side, and I just panicked, trying to string an arrow when he was half a yard away from me. It was the only thing I knew to do. Of course, he struck first with his blade, and I just fell back in shock. You always remember the mistakes of your first victim. This mistake was assuming because he had drawn blood, and I had fallen, that I was dead. I rushed at him the moment he turned from me towards the sleeping camp of my tribesmen. He was caught off guard, and I wrested his blade away from him. I don't know how many times I stabbed at him. By the time I stopped when the next watch came to relieve me, my arms were black and blue with strain. There was not a solid piece of him left. I had literally cut him into pieces. You see, I had no concept of how to fight or how much it took to kill a man. Lady Bennock, aware of this deficiency in her education, began teaching herself swordsmanship at once. You can't learn how to use a sword in Valenwood, she said. Which isn't to say Bosmer can't use blades, but we're largely self-taught. As much as it hurt when my tribe found itself homeless, pushed to the north, it did have one good aspect. It afforded me the opportunity to meet Redguards. Studying all manners of weapon wielding under the tutelage of Worde Akor, Lady Bennock excelled. She became a freelance adventurer, traveling through the wilds of southern Hammerfell and northern Valenwood, protecting caravans and visiting dignitaries from the various dangers indigenous to the population. Unfortunately, before we were able to pursue her story of her early years any further, Lady Bennock was called away on urgent summons from the Emperor. Such is often the case with the Imperial Guard, and in these troubled times, perhaps, more so than in the past. When I tried to contact her for another talk, her servants informed me that their mistress was in Skyrim. Another month passed, and when I visited her suite, I was told she was in High Rock. To her credit, Lady Bennock actually sought me out for a second interview on Sun's Dusket of that year. I was in a tavern in the city called the Blood and Rooster, when I felt her hand on my shoulder. She sat down at the rude table and continued her tale as if it had never been interrupted. She returned to the theme of her days as an adventurer, and told me about the first time she ever felt confident with a sword. I owned at that time an enchanted daikatana, quite a good one, of Daedric metal. It wasn't an original akaviri, not even of design. I didn't have that kind of money, but it served my primary purpose of delivering as much damage with as little effort on my part as possible. Akor had taught me how to fence, but when faced with a life or death situation, I always fell back on the old overhand wallow. A pack of orcs had stolen some gold from a local chieftain in Meditea, and I went looking for them in one of the ubiquitous dungeons that dot the countryside in that region. There were the usual rats and giant spiders, and I was enough of a veteran by then to dispatch them with a relative ease. The problem came when I found myself in a pitch-black room. All around me, I heard the grunts of orcs nearing in. I waved my sword around me, connecting with nothing, bearing their footsteps coming ever nearer. Somehow I managed to hold back my fear and to remember the simple exercises Master Akor had taught me. I listened, stepped sideways, swung, twisted, stepped forward, swung a circle, turned around, sidestepped, swung. My instinct was right. The orcs had gathered in a circle around me. When I found a light, I saw that they were all dead. That's when I focused on my study of swordplay. I'm stupid enough to require a near-death experience to see the practical purposes. Lady Bennock spent the remainder of the interview responding in her typically blunt way to the veracity of various myths that surrounded her and her career. It was true that she became the master of the Valenwood's Fighter Guild after winning a duel with the former master, who was a stooge of the Imperial Battle Mage, the traitor Jakar Farn. It was not true that she was the one responsible for the Valenwood's Guild's disintegration 2 years later. Actually, the membership in the Valenwood chapter was healthy, but in Tamriel overall the mood was not conducive for the continued existence of a non-partisan organization of freelance warriors. It was true that she first came to the Emperor's attention when she defended Queen Akorithi of Sentinel from a Breton assassin. It was not true that the assassin was hired by someone in the High Court of Daggerfall. At least, she says wryly, that has never been proven. It was also true that she married her former servant Urken after he had been in her service for 11 years. No one knows how to keep my weaponry honed like he does, she said. It's a practical business. I either had to give him a raise or marry him. Boo! You had to marry him, you couldn't give him a raise. The only story I asked her that she would neither admit nor refute was the one about Calaxus, the Emperor's bastard. When I brought up the name, she shrugged, professing no knowledge of the affair. I pressed on with the details of the story. Calaxus, though not in line for succession, had been given the The Archbisphoric of the One, a powerful position in the Imperial City, and indeed all over Tamriel, where that religion is honored. Whispering began immediately that Calaxus believed that the gods were angered with the secular governments of Tamriel, and the Emperor specifically. It was even said that Calaxus advocated full-scale rebellion to establish a theocracy over the empire. It is certainly true, I pressed on, that the Emperor's relationship with Calaxus had become very stormy, and that legislation had been passed to limit the church's authority. That is, up until the moment when Calaxis disappears suddenly without notice to his closest of friends. Many said that Lady Bennock and the Imperial Guard assassinated the Archbishop Calaxis in the sacristy of his church. The date usually given was the 29th of sundusk, in the third era 498. Of course, responds Lady Bennock with one of her mysterious grin. I don't need to tell you that the Imperial Guard's position is as protectors of the throne, not assassins. But surely no one is more trusted than the Guard for such a sensitive operation, I say carefully. Lady Bennock acknowledges that, but merely says that such details of her duties must remain secret, as a matter of Imperial security. Fortunately, her ladyship had to leave early the next morning, as the Emperor had business down south. Of course, I couldn't be told more specifics. She promised to send me word when she returned so we could continue our interview. As it turned out, I had business of my own in the Somerset Isle, compiling a book on the Psychic Order. It was therefore with a surprise that I met her ladyship 3 months later in Firsthold. We managed to get away from our respective duties to complete our third and final interview on a walk along the Diceto, the great river that passes through the royal parks of the city. It's either Diceto or Diceto, whatever. We're calling Diceto. Steering away from questions of her recent duties and assignments, which I guessed rightly she was loath to answer, I returned to the subject of sword fighting. Brandar Hunding, she says, lists 38 grips, 750 offensive and 1800 defensive positions, and nearly 9,000 moves essential to sword mastery. The average hack and slasher knows one grip, which he uses primarily to keep from dropping his blade. He knows one offensive position, facing his target, and one defensive position, fleeing. Of the multitudinous rhythms and inflections of combat, he knows less than one. The ways of the warrior were never meant to be the easiest path. The archetype of the idiot fighter is as solidly ingrained as that of the brilliant wizard and the shrewd thief, but it was not always so. The figure of the philosopher swordsman, the blade-wielding artist are creatures of the past, together with the sword swinger of the Redguards, who was said to be able to create and wield a blade with but the power of his mind. The future of the intelligent blade wielder looks bleak in comparison to the glories of the past. Not wanting to end our interviews on a sour note, I pressed Lady Elena Bennock for advice for young blade swingers just beginning their career. When confronted with a wizard, she says, throwing petals of calf leaf into the Diceto, close the distance and hit him hard. That's true. That's true. It's just on instant when you get this. Because you see, the wizards always use them spells to get at you. And I still haven't found a proper bow or the proper damage to dispatch of them quickly. So definitely you need to go closer. It feels like if a wizard attacks you, the further away they are from you, the more damage they do. Kind of weird. I don't know, I get that impression a lot. Nice. Okay, quick save. I know I cannot activate pressure plates. Can I activate trip wires? Yes, I can. I'm not offended by that. That makes perfect sense. I can only not activate pressure plates right now. I love the way the guy just flipped and bye-bye. Lost Knife Hideout. Okay, before we go there... okay, let's go there.
Looks like the boss is at it again.
Why? What's he doing now?
He's on one of his drunk rants again. Except this time he's challenging everyone to a duel over in the hold. We've got him locked in there now, but he's still challenging anyone that looks crooked at him.
Someone should let that cat loose. That'd shut him up real.
Hey, don't say that too loud. You don't want it getting back to him. Is someone there?
I like how I was right in front of him. He could not detect me. He could not detect me. Right in front. Like, he was kissing me, for crying out loud. He still could not detect me. That was most likely a glitch. Depends on the position, I guess. More meat, rabbits, rabbit meat. Tables, tables, tables. Kitchens, kitchens, kitchens. Did it go through the head? Sort of. More like she has a piece of jewelry. It's right next to the head. Wait, Amulet of Akator. Wow. Look at you, Bandit. I got something fancy. Okay, so there's a saber cat somewhere here. Gods and Worship. Have I read this book? Gods and Worship. G, no. G. No. Don't think so. Let's see. Second page. Gods. No. No, I don't think I have. An overview of gods and worship in Tamriel by Brother Hedgefeld. I'm already writing it down. But I'm not sure if God. I'm gonna find it anywhere in my notebook, but gods and worship, gods and worship, gods and worship. No, I don't see it. Right. Editor's note. Brother Hedgefield is an associate scribe of the Imperial University Office of Introductory Study. Gods are commonly judged upon the evidence of their interest in worldly matters. A central belief in the active participation of deities in mundane matters can be challenged by the reference to apparent apathy and indifference on the part of the gods during times of plague or famine. From intervention in legendary quests to manifestations in common daily life, no pattern for the gods of Tamriel activities is readily perceived. The concerns of gods in many ways may seem unrelated or at best unconcerned with the daily trials of the mortal realm. Exceptions do exist, however. Many historical records and legends point to the direct intervention of one or more gods at times of great need. Many heroic tales recount blessings of the divinity bestowed upon heroic figures, worked or quested for the good of a deity or the deity's temple. Some of the more powerful artifacts in the known world were originally bestowed upon their owners through such reward. It has also been reported that priests of high ranking in their temples may on occasion call upon their deity for blessings or help in time of need. The exact nature of such contact and the blessings bestowed is given too much speculation, as the temples hold such associations secret and holy. This direct contact gives weight to the belief that the gods are aware of the mortal realm. In many circumstances, however, these same gods will do nothing in the face of suffering and death, seeming to feel no need to interfere. It is thus possible to conclude that we, as mortals, may not be capable of understanding more than a small fraction of the reasoning and logic such beings use. One defining characteristic of all gods and goddesses is their interest in worship and deed. Deeds in the form of holy quests are just one of the many things that bring the attention of a deity. Deeds in everyday life, by conforming to the statutes and obligations of individual temples, are commonly supposed to please a deity. Performance of ceremony in a temple may also bring a deity's attention. Ceremonies vary according to the individual deity. The results are not always apparent, but sacrifice and offerings are usually required to have any hope of gaining a deity's attention. While direct intervention in daily temple life has been recorded, the exact nature of the presence of a god in daily mundane life is a subject of controversy. A traditional saying of the Wood Elves is that one man's miracle is another man's accident. While some gods are believed to take an active part of daily life, others are well known for their lack of interest in temporal affairs. It has been theorized that the gods do in fact gain strength from such things as worship through praise, sacrifice, and deed. It may even be theorized that the number of worshippers a given deity has may reflect on its overall position among the other gods. This my own conjecture, garnered from the apparent ability of the larger temples to attain blessings and assistance from their god with greater ease than smaller religious institutions. There are reports of the existence of spirits in our world that have the same capacity to use the actions and deeds of mortals to strengthen themselves as do the gods. The understanding of the exact nature of such creatures would allow us to understand with more clarity the connection between a deity and a deity's worshipper. The implication of the existence of such spirits leads to the speculation that these spirits may even be capable of raising themselves to the level of a god or goddess. Matsuo of the Imperial Seminary has suggested that these spirits may be the remains of gods and goddesses who, through time, lost all or most of their following, reverting to their earliest, most basic form. Practitioners of the old ways say that there are no gods, just greater and lesser spirits. Perhaps it is possible for all three theories to be true. That's that. The cake and the diamond red. Ooh, Kolb and the Dragon, an adventure for Nord boys. Okay, I'm already writing this down. I'm very certain I did not come across this book. Kolb and the Dragon? Yeah, and the Dragon. There we go. Oh, hold on. Just a sec. Oh. What is it? 1. Kolb was a brave Nord warrior. One day his chief asked Kolb to slay an evil dragon that threatened their village. Go through the mountain pass, Kolb, his chief said. You'll find a dragon on the other side. Kolb took his favorite axe and shield and walked to the pass, where he found a cold cave, a windy cave, and a narrow trail. Oh, this is a choose-your-own-adventure type of thing. Enter the cold cave 17, enter the windy cave 8, walk up to the trail 12. And that's why you cannot... Okay, I'm not... Choose your own adventure. Nope, I'm not gonna read it. I'm not gonna read it. The only book that I will not read, because you have to turn to that page, you have to turn to that page, and if you read it in order, it makes no goddamn sense. The City of Stone. I got a Salesforce guide to Markarth. Yeah, the City of Stone I think I read. Yeah, I read. But I gotta be careful about it. Oh, Scourge of the Grey Quarter by Thrillgef Horsebreaker. Nice name. Scourge. SSS. No. Oh, it's filled with books. Scourge. Have I reached 100 books already? Scourge of the Grey Quarter. What if I did? The tragedies befalling Morrowind do bring forth pity from even the stoutest Nordic heart. The Dark Elves deserve our condolences, but thus far they do not show themselves deserving of the simplest acts of charity. There are very different approaches to how to deal with the imminent problem of Morrowind, and I offer two options as seen in the practice in Skyrim. One should serve as an exemplar, the other a cautionary tale. Consider Riften, which shares a border with the Rune province. A number of the Dark Elves have made their homes there, but they are expected to earn their livelihoods as any other citizen of the great city. They ply trades as merchants, work in the temple, and serve in the keep. Honest labor, me admired from a race that was so recently in such dire straits as to even warrant this discussion. Today the city still has its share of problems, but they are not traceable to any influx of outsiders in their presence. In short, the Dark Elves have properly assimilated themselves into the Skyrim way of life, to be expected from any newcomer to these lands. For an alternative approach, we only have to look at the once proud city of Windhelm to see what can happen when our arms are cast too wide open in welcome. To think that the city of Isgramor, whose very name was made in driving out the elves from our sacred home, would open itself as a welcome destination for any refugee from the smoking sulphur is a disgrace to the very idea of being a Nord. And what has become of this? Predictably, the lazy, discontented rabble has descended into squalor in an area now delicately referred to as the Grey Quarter of the city. They were not expected to contribute, and so have not. That they attempt to make over a proud North City into a little pocket of Morrowind is insulting enough, but the amount of unrest they have provoked, even within the proper city walls, should give any other Jarl reason to fear. The Nords I talk to in the city speak of constant strife and crime coming from the Grey Quarter, with no respite in sight. The city guard barely patrol there, leaving the Dark Elves to met out whatever passes for justice in their native custom. The respectable families of the city, the Cruel Seas and Shattershields, speak with an almost parental affection of the Argonians in their employ, but the Dark Elves have made no effort to ingratiate or assimilate themselves to the proper city dwellers. There is a cause for optimism, though, as Jarl Ulfric is not nearly so tolerant of these substandard beings as his fathers were. Indeed, the soft hand of Hog can be seen in the city's Argonian population as well. The fishmen, at least, have learned how to best contribute to their new home. They have been proven themselves as models, toiling at the docks with utmost efficiency and bright smile. It would do the Dark Elves well to pay heed to their scaly cousins. I would expect in due course that they will find themselves either contributing more directly or once again wandering the land in search of roof and warmth. Myths of Shegroth by Mimophonus. Let's see, no M's here? Yep, no. What about here? What about the Myths of Shegroth? No. No. Nope. Myths of Sheogorath. Sheogorath invents music. In the earliest of days, in a time when the world was still raw, Sheogorath decided to walk amongst the mortals. He donned his guise of gentleman with a cane, and moved from place to place without being recognized. After 11 days and 11 nights, Sheogorath decided that life among mortals was even more boring than his otherworldly existence. What can I do to make their lives more interesting? He said to himself. At that same moment, a young woman nearby commented wistfully to herself, "Sounds of the birds are so beautiful." Sheogorath silently agreed with her. Mortals could not make the beautiful and inspired calls of birds. Hold on. Their voices were wretched and mundane. He could not change the nature of mortals, for that was the purview of other Daedric princes. However, he could give them tools to make beautiful sound. Sheogorath took hold of the petulant woman and ripped her asunder. From her tendons he made lutes. From her skull and arm bones he made a drum. From her bones he made flutes. He presented these gifts to the mortals, and thus music was born. Of course, not true, but yeah, whatever. Sheogorath and King Leindir. King Leindir was known to be an exceedingly rational man. He lived in a palace that was a small, simple structure unadorned with art and ugly to look upon. "I do not need more than this," he would say. "Why spend my gold on such luxuries when I can spend it on my armies or on great public works?" Hold on. His kingdom prospered under his sensible rule. However, the people did not always share the king's sense of practicality. They would build houses that were beautiful to look upon, although not necessarily very practical. They devoted time and energy to works of art. They would celebrate events with lavish festivals. In general, they were quite happy. King Landir was disappointed that more of them did not follow his example and lead frugal, sensible. Brooded on this for many years. Finally, he decided that his subjects simply didn't understand how much more they could accomplish if they didn't waste time on those frivolous activities. Perhaps, he reasoned, they just needed more examples. The king decreed that all new buildings must be simple, unadorned, and no larger than what was necessary for their function. The people were not happy about this, but they liked their king and respected the new law. In a few short years, there were more plain buildings than ornate ones. The citizens used the money saved to make and buy even more lavish art and hold even more excessive celebrations. Once again, King Landir decided to provide them a strict example of how beneficial it would be to use their time and resources for more practical purposes. He banned all works of art in the city. The people were quite put out by this, but they knew that their king was doing what he thought was best for them. However, human nature is not so easily denied. In a few more years, the city was filled with plain, simple buildings and devoid of any sort of art. However, the people now had even more money and time to devote to their parties and festivals. With a heavy heart, King Landir decided that his people were to be treated like children. Like all children, they needed rules and discipline laid down by great figures of authority to make them understand what was truly important in life. He decreed that there should be no revelry in the city. Singing, dancing, and music were all banned. Even food and drink were limited to water and simple foodstuffs. The people had had enough. Revolt was out of the question, since King Landir had a very well-trained and equipped army. They visited the shrines and temples in droves, praying to all the gods and even to some of the Daedric princes that King Landir would revoke these new oppressive laws. Sheogorath heard their pleas and decided to visit King Landir. He appeared to the king in his dreams as a field of flowers, each with arms instead of petals, and the face of the mad god in the center. I am Lord of the Creative and Lord of the Deranged. Since you have no use for my gifts of creativity, I have decided to bless you with an abundance of my other gift. From that day forward, every child born in the city was born into madness. Since infants do not reveal illnesses of the mind, it was several years before this was realized. The king's own son was among the victims, suffering from seizures and delusions. Yet King Landir refused to change his ways. When his son Glint was 12 years old, he stabbed his father while Landir was sleeping. With his dying breath, King Landir asked, "Why?" His son replied, "It is the most practical thing I could do." The new young king ordered all the palace servants slaughtered. He ordered a grand festival to celebrate his new reign and the repeal of Landir's laws. He served the crowds a stew made from the carcasses of the palace servants. He ordered the east-facing walls of every building painted red, and the west-facing walls painted in stripes. He decreed that all citizens wear ornate masks on the backs of their heads. He then burned down the palace and began construction of a new one. In the new palace, the young king ordered his personal chambers to not have any doors, for fear that small woodland creatures would attack him. He ordered that they have no windows for fear that the sun and moon were jealous of him and plotting his death. And thus ended the line of King Landir. The people of the city returned to their grand works of art and raucous celebrations. They talked and acted as if they still had a living king, and even kept up the palace, using it to house and care for their mad children. Sheogorath was mightily pleased with this outcome. From that day forward, the city was blessed with more than the normal number of gifted artists and deranged citizens. The Contest of Will. A mighty wizard named Ravate once walked the winds of time to find Lord Sheogorath. His intent was to win a favor from this most capricious of the Daedric princes. Upon finding Sheogorath, Ravate spoke humbly to him. "Lord Sheogorath, I beg a favor of you. I would gladly drive 1,000 men mad in your name if you would but grant me the greater magical powers." Fortunately for Ravate, Sheogorath was in a playful mood. He proposed a game. "I'll grant your wish if you are still sane in 3 days. During that time, I'll do my utmost to drive you mad. It shall be great fun." Ravate was not so certain that he liked this new deal. He had been really looking forward to driving 1,000 men mad. "Lord Sheogorath, I regret having disturbed you with my shallow, selfish request. I withdraw my unfortunate plea and will humbly leave this place." Sheogorath just laughed. Too late, mighty Ravate. The game is afoot, and you must play." Ravate fled, only to find that all the exits from the Daedric realm were now sealed. He wandered aimlessly, constantly looking over his shoulder, jumping at every noise. Each moment brought new terror as he waited for Sheogorov to begin. After 3 days, Ravati was convinced that every plant and animal was a tool of Sheogorov. He hadn't eaten or drunk for fear that Sheogorov had poisoned the food or drink. He hadn't slept for fear of Sheogorov invading his dreams, which was foolish, as dreams are the domain of Vairmana. May she grant us restful sleep. It was then that Sheogorov appeared to him. Ravati cried out, "You have set the whole world to watching me. Every creature and plant are doing your bidding to drive me mad." Sheogorov replied, "Actually, I have done nothing. You have driven yourself mad with your fears. Your delusions prove that you are truly deranged, and therefore I win. While you wanted to make 1,000 men mad, I only wanted to break one man's mind. Yours." From that day forward, Ravati served Sheogorov's every whim. Whenever daring travelers try to approach Sheogorov, Ravani warns them, "Sheogorov is already inside each of us. You have already lost." Olaf and the Dragon again? No, I've read that one. The Wolf Queen Volume 5. Oh my god. Please tell me I read Volume 5 of The Wolf Queen. I have not. God. And this is the longer one. You know what? You know what? This is where I'm gonna call it a night, man. I've been streaming for I've been streaming for 9 hours, and I am absolutely lectured out. Like Jesus, man. So many books, so little time. Nah, definitely. Okay, we'll take care of that bandit tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. Oh, wait. Let me find a pen cap. Where's the pen cap? Where's the pen cap? Where's my pen? Oopsie. Sorry, Jimmy. Sorry, so sorry. Anyway. Put pen cap, and there we go. Hold on. Leave the book there, and then just save the game here. Let's have a look at the map too. Just yeah, look at this. Oh. Wait, that's it? I expected a little bit more here. It's kind of empty. But here, yeah, it's fine. And we're all the way here. And we're almost halfway to High Hrovgard. Well, halfway to... We're more than halfway to Averstead. Whatever. Okay, tomorrow. Probably the same. We'll continue with the Greybeards. We'll go to the Greybeards and continue a little bit there. Probably go into Riften. Make my way towards Riften by that time. Get the Thieves Guild and get the skeleton out of the, and out of the Nightingale type. Yeah, I think right. Gonna save again. Anyway. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I can do for now. I am pooped. I'm tired. So, thank you very much for tuning in, any live audience member, and thank you any VOD watchers who dares watch this 9-hour stream. Even if you only skimmed through it to the end, well, still, thank you for your curiosity. And I'll see you in the next one. Bye.